Hello everyone, good evening and welcome to your very own BYJU'S 9th and 10th grade channel. And as a part of mastering and acing your board exams with us BYJU'S, we are here today to make sure that we cover our entire geography at one go. Because as you can see, our social science exam is right around the corner and geography is something that keeps scaring us. I don't know why it scares us, right? But nonetheless, all of you, we are here today, and very quickly, I do hope that my audio, my video, and my screen, and whatever I'm writing on my screen is visible. If it is, give me a quick thumbs up to let me know that we are good to go. Yes, good evening, all of you. Good evening. Yes, Ayushman, Harshit, Himani, Himavant. Guys are very interesting things to tell me as well. Awesome. So I can see all of you are here. Ankita ma'am is also here. She'll give you a quick hi through the camera.
Hello everyone.
Yes. Oh everyone. I'm sitting today. So I hope Ankita ma'am told me that, ma'am, you have to be extremely prepared because they need geography, right? So they want a lot of practice, so you better be ready with it. So today we are going to be doing geography. I'm not going to waste your time. We're going to get started very quickly. So what can you expect today in this particular class? So first and foremost, students, I don't think now is the time for me to teach, right? But rather, what do we need to do? We need to make it a point that all of us are discussing the important pointers. Yes? So today we are going to discuss all important pointers from every chapter. Yes, and I will not be showing you in some cases there are going to be detailed sliders, but of course in some cases we'll have some flow charts also, which is why today, as and when we're going to be doing this, I want you all to have your NCERT open, because side by side as I discuss the important pointers with you, I am also going to be telling you what kind of questions you can expect. Now next up, from your science exam, you guys have understood that you're not going to get questions like describe in five points explain this or write about that. You're not going to get direct questions, right? You are going to get easy questions, but you will be getting indirect questions. Yes, have we understood the difference between that? Have we understood what is a easy question and what is a direct and indirect question? We know what we can expect, right? Which means that from our science exam, what is our learning? Making sure that reading NCERT, interpreting and identifying key pointers, which is why, students, we will be discussing that as well. So what do I need all of you to have with you? Please make it a point that you have your textbooks. Very, very important. Have your textbooks ready with you. Please make sure you have a notebook, because sometimes I will be drawing some mind maps. I will be, giving you some key pointers. So if all of you are able to scribble mind maps to remember concepts, right? And yes, I will not, take away the fact that it's not something conceptual per se. But geography is something, see, how do I learn or how do I remember these things, right? Now biology is a different, ball game altogether for me. But when it comes to geography, how do I remember such things? G20, Himani, I will do it with economics. So I'll do that tomorrow, okay? Yes, I realized that G20 ka bit was somewhere left in that. So G20 not today, but I'll do it separately. G20 ka separate video you will get, guys. Don't worry. Yes. Yeah, I make up weird stuff, of course, but I also think about a little bit of logic. I think about things I can relate with my surroundings, things I can relate with my teachers, right? So in this particular case, I think about all these things so that I'm able to study it effectively. Next, of course, have your stationery ready. Then make sure that you have your water bottles and, of course, be in a quiet place to make sure that all of you are studying. Now, students, very important, today's class is, for some chapters, I think we can summarize and go through the important pointers. I'll not go with it as detailed one-shots, right? I'm not going to do detailed one-shots, but for the last two chapters, G20 deleted nahi hai, right? G20 deleted nahi hai. G20 says some generic stuff can come, right? Lifeline wala chapter is not there for CBSE students. Lifelines of national economy for concept testing is not there. First and foremost, all of you, please open your SST syllabus. By now, if you have not checked your SST syllabus, I am worried, okay? You should know what is deleted in history. You should know what is deleted, right? And the first thing you guys have a confusion is with the last two chapters ki kya deleted hai, kya deleted nahi hai, right? Which is why we are going to get started with minerals and energy resources. Then I will do manufacturing industries, okay? Are we all clear? Yes or no? Map is there only. Thank you, Divyanshu. Only map is there for that. Map work we will do separately. Otherwise, this will go on and on. Yes? Are we ready? Yes. Are we all ready? Very excited. We are going to get started with first chapter, minerals and energy resources. Now, you will tell me, ma'am, nahi, manufacturing industries first karna hai. Understand that if you know minerals and energy resource chapter, manufacturing industries is easy, right? Last three, agriculture bhi detail se karenge, don't worry. But I am going to go in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the order that I am going to be following. Yes? Is this video alone enough? This video alone is enough to get you at least 60% of your marks. But I know all of you want to get good marks in geography, which is why all of you also have to study extra. Now, side by side during the session, I will also be giving you questions. I will be giving you polls. So, we will be doing a lot of things today. So, let's get started, right? Now, deleted portions. Students, I have referred to multiple teachers. I have reached out to teachers in schools. Now, I know school mein there will be something told to you. But let me tell you, did not NCERT release a rationalized syllabus? Yes. They released, see, if your seniors ke case mein what happened from their textbook, they said this topic is not there, this topic is not there. But what did they do for all of you? They released a new textbook only, right? Did you all check your new rationalized syllabus? Yes or no? Have we all checked that, or have we decided ki nahi, I am not going to check syllabus, I am not going to say this? Preeti Bacha, are you CBSE or are you state? Because for state syllabus students, that is there, right? Lucky Bacha, don't you have exams? Isn't that what you should be worried about? No, why you are asking me random things? They released a new one for you. They released a new textbook. Usme jo bhi hai, वो आएगा, right? There's nothing that in this is deleted or in this is deleted. अगर वो textbook पे है, I have referred to many other teachers online as well. They've all taught you this part. So don't come and tell me कि ma'am ये deleted है, ये deleted है. No, we're going to go through it. Whatever is there in the rationalized textbook, I will be teaching you all of it. Okay? Now don't come in between and saying कि ये हो गया. See, end में CBSE is going to correct your paper, no? Now when board exam paper may, if they give you a question from, let's assume what was claimed to be deleted, will you go tell CBSE, how dare you give me this question, it was deleted? You can't do all that. So let's study, that's all we can do. NCERT is more than enough. Yes? ठीक है. Awesome. This is what we have in minerals and energy resources, where we need to know about the formation and the different types of minerals, where we find them and their uses. So don't skip this. Uses is important, right? Now, they have also told you how to study, make mind maps, use tabular columns. All of this makes things easy. Then along with that, importance of these minerals and their distribution, and of course, how we can use them sustainably, and distinguishing between conventional and non-conventional resources. This is very, very important, okay? Now, you need to be able to draw a flow chart to differentiate between conventional and non-conventional. This particular chapter has map items as well. So here understand that there is a difference. There is something called as to identify only. Then there are things to locate. That means that when they say identify, you don't need to learn to, if you need to know where they are located, but they will not ask you to locate it on the map, right? See, iron ore mines, coal mines, oil fields can come for identification. And if you remember in your practice paper, based on these coal mines and oil fields, we had a AQI, Air Quality Index question, which we will be solving again later on as well, right? But for power plants is something, your thermal power plants, उसमें से 3 ही है. Nuclear power plants, 3 4 ही है. That is for labeling and locating. Yes? Class duration, I don't know. I will try my best for 4 hours, but if it doesn't happen, then I don't know, right? I don't know. Divyanshu has already said, ma'am, let's not claim for anything. I'm going to do these two chapters in great detail. So let's get started. Please don't spam. Pay attention from now. Yes, let's go. Now, as the name suggests, right? What does the name suggest? The name of the chapter. Those of you who are confused with this chapter, my aim is to make sure that this is clear. What is the aim of this chapter? The aim of this chapter is for us to understand what are these minerals, right? And what are these energy resources that we have. Now, if you look at this whole geography textbook, it is like one story. It starts with how India has so many resources and how we can use those resources for development, right? Then you talk about where these resources come from. So you see that then we talk about forests and we talk about wildlife, where we get so many different kinds of products and how and why we need to conserve them. Then we talk about the next category, which is our water resource. Then we talk about the next, which is the agriculture, from which we get various raw materials, right? Now, along with that, if you talk about the primary activities that happen, right? So if I were to ask you all the primary activities, what are primary activities? Primary activities are those activities by which we are able to get our raw materials. Now, what are our raw materials? Raw materials can either come from agriculture or we get it naturally from the minerals. So what is this minerals, right? So minerals are naturally occurring, right? So we see that these are naturally occurring substances. Yes, these are raw materials that we use, wherein we see that they have a definite chemical composition and they have some physical properties, right? So as simple as that. Now your minerals that are there, of course, are what we eventually use, right? Now how are these minerals formed? Now minerals, now Abhi will, let's not go into the chemistry bit of it, but they are formed by a combination of certain elements, and of course when they are formed there are certain physical and chemical conditions under which this particular things are formed. Why? Why is that important? Because see, they are naturally obtained, right? So this is very, very important for us to understand. And as a result, because they are formed at different physical and different chemical conditions, the way they appear, right? So we see that the way they appear are different. So we see that because of the way they form, they come in different colors, they come in different hardness, different crystal forms. So what you see right here, these are all examples of different minerals. And as you see, they're all different from each other. Now, of course, over the period of time, we have seen thousands and thousands of minerals that have been identified. And of course, we see that we have different kinds of minerals that we use differently. So we can say they are naturally occurring substances, or we can say that they are a homogeneous form that we see, right? So your textbook, of course, has a specific definition. Do you all have your textbooks open and ready with you? I have the textbook with me as well. So I'm going to side by side tell you what and where to mark. So simply to understand naturally occurring substances that we see, right? Or we see that they are these homogeneous substances that are there. Now, where do we find these minerals? Do minerals exist as is? Yes or no? Do minerals, for example, if I want mineral X, right? And let's assume mineral X is found in one mountain, right? Do you think I will go to this mountain and directly find mineral X? No, right? I will not find it directly. What will I find it? I will find it mixed with, let's say, some other elements, right? So I will see that I will find it mixed with some other elements. Now, of course, we see that there will be different combinations, and of course, we see that in this particular case, there might be sufficient concentration of mineral. So, for example, what you see right here, which looks like cooked meat, right? This kind of looks like somebody has cooked meat very badly. But this what you see right here is bauxite, right? So this what you see right here is bauxite. And as you see from bauxite, what do we get? From bauxite, what am I going to get? Can you tell me? Yes? What will I get from bauxite? I'm sure you should be able to give me the answer. Very good. We get aluminium, right? So we get aluminium metal, which is very important for us. So sometimes when we don't, cartoons pe how do we see, or in movies, When we make a big mistake, mama will come chasing us with one spatula. That spatula might most likely, be made up of, let's say, steel. It could be a steel spatula. It could be, she might have an aluminium vessel, which may be seen in movies, which comes flying from one end to the other, right? So in all those cases, that is aluminium. So in this particular case, in bauxite, you don't only find aluminium, right? You find it in sufficient amount that you can extract from it. So the accumulation of mineral plus some other things, right? Mineral or uske baad some other things that are there, right? That is what we call as ores. Yes. So understand that there is something called as ore. Then there is something called as ore, and there's something called as minerals. Where will I find my minerals? I find my minerals in my ores, which I will extract from it. Yes? Okay. Picture-based questions. Yes. Identify, Rais Bacha. I've already told you this. Very good, Manideep. Very, very good. Right? So in this particular case, if you see, I would say that it is not Oreo. Please examine, don't write Oreo and come. I know. Sometimes some of it may look like Oreo, but it ain't Oreo, right? Then, of course, one more thing that we all need to remember. How and why does it look like this? Because again, of the temperature, the other external factors, which has resulted in its formation, right? So that is what we mean by ores. So this is the difference between ores and minerals. Now, where will I find my minerals? Okay, now I told you I will go to one mountain and I will go find my mineral X, right? Now, does not mean that in this particular case I go there. Now, maybe I may not find mineral X, but I will find it in the ore, right? Ores which has mineral X in it, right? Now, my question to you is, how exactly are they formed? What do you think? How exactly are they formed? Now, we know that there are different naturally present elements that come together and they are there. So as a result, if you see, and if I ask you, where will I find these minerals, right? Where am I going to find them? I might find them in different places depending upon the source, right? Through various geological processes. I might find it in cracks, crevices. It is formed due to lava. Very good. Weathering, very, very good. So we see that there are various processes that are constantly happening. Very good, very good. Awesome, right? So we find it basically part of rocks. Now, very quickly, we have 3 types of rocks. So quickly to check your 7th grade knowledge. How are igneous rocks formed? This is 7th grade knowledge, okay? You should all be able to give me the answer. How are igneous rocks formed? Deposit in ocean, okay? Doubt board, Tikshita, I will take it. Lava. Very good, okay. Solidification of lava, cooling of lava, very good, right? Yes, awesome. So it happens due to cooling of lava, very good. So we know that when the lava solidifies, it can happen either on the surface of the earth or it can happen beneath the surface, right? So based on that, you have your 2 kinds of igneous rocks as well. So in 7th grade, we were all sleeping, yes, but we shouldn't be sleeping. So in this particular case, what do we see? We see that when there are igneous rocks, then we have sedimentary rocks. How are sedimentary rocks formed? Yes, next. How are sedimentary rocks formed? Okay. Sedimentary rocks are formed by sediments, right? Now, where do these sediments come from? Sediments come from when, let's say, igneous rocks are broken down, right? Let's assume that the rocks are broken down into smaller, finer, let's say sediments. Yes, and then these get accumulated and they reach a certain point where they then they all accumulate, which is what we call as the process of sedimentation. Uske baad, when it undergoes a lot of weathering, then of course, when we see that under high temperature pressure, we see that in this case, sedimentary rocks are formed. Then what about your metamorphic? Yeah, river also brings the sediments, correct. River also brings it and erodes it side by side as well. So I will take that. Metamorphic is formed from the previous 2, right? So based on this knowledge, what can you understand? We see that minerals, especially, right, minerals that, let's say, igneous and metamorphic rock minerals that you see specifically. So igneous and metamorphic rock minerals are normally found in the cracks, the crevices and the faults and the joints, right? So cracks, crevices are basically the small fine gaps that you see, right? So you see that they are the small, on earth, if you see on the crust, you will find cracks. right? You will find, let's say, gaps which exist. So that is what we mean by it, right? Now you know why exactly that is the case. Now they may occur in this manner. Now these cracks might be very small, right? So if you take a large area of rock, we see that these cracks might be very thin and they may be very small, okay? So they may be just very small, so we say that the occurrence, or they're very narrow, I would say, yes? So in this particular case, we see that the occurrence is small or the occurrence is less. So we call this as veins, right? What are veins? It looks like the veins in our body, right? So in this case, if you look at it from front, this is a top view. But from side, if you were to see, we'll see that they will look something like this, yes? So we'll find the minerals on these cracks, right? They look like small occurrences. While on the other hand, if you look at loads, loads are large occurrences, right? What are loads? Loads are large occurrences where in a larger area, we see that we will find these minerals and then we are able to extract it. So now normally we see that they will be formed when they are either in liquid or molten state, right? So they will form in that manner, but as they come up or they reach the surface, they will solidify and thereby we are able to find it in the rock form. Examples are tin, lead, copper, zinc. These are all examples. What is occurrence? Occurrence means how much of it we get, right? Small occurrence, then we have vein. Large occurrence, load, right? Load बहुत है. When do we say load बहुत है? जब ज़्यादा करना पड़ता है, right? When we have to do a lot. So in that case, think of it. But ये वाला load is not same as ये वाला load. Okay, just remember spelling का difference is little different. So are we clear? Igneous metamorphic rock minerals occur here. They can occur in small or large occurrences. Small means ये होता है veins, right? Large means they are loads. Very good. Crevices are gaps. Crevices are like small cracks, right? Now think of it as, we know Joshua, aren't you in grade 8? Yes or no, if I remember you correctly? Ma'am, why do rocks become rocks? Nahi, see, earth ka see, when let's say rock formation happens, let's say igneous rock formation, what happens? We know that it is formed by solidification of magma, right? Now it's exposed. Yes, it is exposed to the surroundings. Now maybe during its formation there are some gaps or some cracks in between, as a result of which those minerals occur there. Now if you ask me, ma'am, why exactly they're going and occurring there, then that will be difficult. That's because of the geological process that has happened, right? So that is what you need to understand. Now next one we have sedimentary rocks. Yes, sedimentary rocks, they occur as bed and layer. Now you know why they occur as bed and layer. Yes, loads and drains, exactly, branches and tree trunk. Good one, Himani, that's a good one. So now you know why they occur as layers in sedimentary rocks. Yes, now we are clear, because we know that during sedimentary rock formation, there is deposition of the sediments, right? There is deposition of the sediments, yes, and they accumulate, so they will go in this layer. So unlike in the case of the one that we saw where they in rocks के random parts में मिल जाएंगे, या फिर they occur in large one, we see that here they will be in a horizontal manner. Now if you think about formation, let's say of coal, let's say of, in the case of gypsum, some types of iron ore, they're all formed in this manner. Strata means layers, right? So what do we mean by strata? Strata means layers that are going to take place. Yes? So are we all clear? Now think about it. If you know the basics of what is sedimentary rock, usme se you will be able to figure this out, right? So it is one on top of the other, or it is in the form of layers. The third one that we have is when we see that sometimes, right, we see that in certain cases, another kind of one that we see is mainly where we have decomposition of surface rocks. That means that during certain processes, due to, let's say, external factors, the rocks that are there on the surface, they undergo decomposition. And let's say the soluble bit of the soluble constituents, let's assume there is a rock and there is some water constantly flowing on it and weathering it, right? So eventually all the soluble constituents will dissolve in it, leaving a residual mass of weathered material. Now this residual mass will end up having or will then form an ore. So this bauxite is formed in this particular fashion. So which is why in this case we see that this is one such other example. Then of course we have placer deposits, right, which is mainly the alluvial deposits which is brought by the rivers, right, which is mainly again brought by minerals that don't get corroded by water. So in this particular case, previously what did we see during bauxite ore formation? We saw that there is an ability to get weathered, right, and soluble materials can get dissolved. But in some cases, like for gold, for platinum, see, if I wear a gold chain and I keep taking bath, right, or if I keep exposing it to water, will it get eroded in any way, right? Nahin, na, we don't see that. So in this case, what do we see? Gold, silver, tin, platinum are all examples of the same. Yes, they are all examples of the same. Then last one what we have is in the ocean waters where I find my ores and minerals, right? Ocean waters actually have, ocean beds especially, have vast quantities of minerals. But you think about how big the ocean is, right? It is so huge and it is widely diffused to have any economic significance. That means that I cannot really go and say ki in this particular coordinate of the ocean, we will see ki this much of bauxite I will find, or I mean hypothetically, this much of this particular mineral I will find, or this much of that, right? But nonetheless, let's say calcium, NaCl, magnesium, all this is also derived from the ocean waters. It's not economically feasible, right? Which is why in this particular case, if you see, what you need to understand here, you need to understand that there are 5 places where occurrence of minerals takes place. And if they ask you assertion reason question, if they ask you long format questions, you should be able to answer this. What are the 5 places? You find it in igneous metamorphic rock minerals, in cracks, crevices, and in the case of faults and joints. Small means if it's a small occurrence, it is a vein. If it is a large occurrence, it is a lode. What are the kinds I find? I find tin, I find copper, I find zinc. Next up, what do I have? I have it in sedimentary rocks where they occur as beds or layers, horizontal strata stacked one on top of the other. Yes, so in this particular case, we see that coal, gypsum are 2 examples, right? Then the third one, what do we see, which many of you are still confused? We see that there are surface rocks. What is a surface rock? Rock which is on the surface. Simple, right? So rock which is on the surface, जब उसका weathering होता है, weathering कैसा होता है? How does weathering happen? With the help of some external agents, right? So we know that climatic conditions, let's say water is one example. So now in this particular case, what do we see? We see that in this particular case, when water is eroding it, or let's say there is decomposition of the surface rock happening, soluble material will get dissolved in it, right? So as a result, what will happen? Weathered material, there will be some residual mass of the weathered material, right? So imagine, let's say some amount of it is gone, all the soluble thing is gone, leaving me with a residual mass which has ores in it. So let's go look at bauxite. I told you, bauxite here looks like uncooked meat or somebody who's done a very job at cooking meat. So in this case, this is formed as a result of, let's say, decomposition of a surface rock, and then the soluble materials have been removed. Yes? Okay. So now in this particular case, right? So we see it in both cases. Bacha, see, your alluvial deposit that brings in also, you see it is not that, understand that one mineral will not get classified here only, right? There are multiple ways, okay? Weathering in one way, but because erosion is used very differently, right? The reason being weathering is, let's say, when there is constant breakdown that happens. Erosion need not always be breakdown. Erosion could also mean removal. So please don't use that interchangeably, okay? How to remember all this? The way I am making flow chart. So see, side by side students, are you all making flow chart? See, as and when I am explaining it, I am giving you key pointers and I am telling you ki ye hota hai. So in this particular case, when you are all able to, when you are all able to make flow charts, try it. Weathering hota hai tootna. If you're making flow chart, it should be easy for you. If you're only going to listen to me, nahi hoga, because then double work. Yes, don't do double work. Use sticky notes. See, I'm that sticky notes is the best, right? Best. ROX, I would remember, make sure that you make a list table. I will show you some tables that you can use. That way it will be helpful. Hello, Team 7 guy. Is this Subhash? Long time. Okay, I'm summing it up. I'm on the 4th point. Then we have alluvial deposit in the sands, which is brought in, which is also called as placer deposit, right? And of course, we know that it is not, for example, these are minerals that don't get corroded by water. So gold, silver and all don't get corroded, right? Last May, ocean water. What happens in ocean water? Ocean is very vast, right? Usme bhi minerals hota hai. But in this particular case, because it's so vast, you imagine how big the ocean is. 70% of the earth is ocean, right? So we have distribution of minerals, but I cannot pinpoint and tell you कि यहाँ पे इतना होता है या यहाँ पे इतना होता है, because it's so vast that you know it's not like it's not economically feasible for us, which is why we see that it's too widely diffused or it's too widely spread out in the ocean, which is why in this particular case, nonetheless, we say that ocean waters we say that minerals is there. And some examples are common salt, magnesium, bromine, which we all get. Yes. Okay. Tikshita, I will still recommend. Awesome. You please listen to me now. Don't get distracted. Oh yeah, those science marathons were too long. I'll try to be as crisp as possible. John, yeah, listen to me. It'll be easy for you. Ignore nahi kar rahi hu. I'm trying to make sure that I use your time wisely. PYQ also will be there, and also make it a point that you are highlighting NCERT. I am literally giving you pointers from NCERT. Yes? Now, of course, when we talk about minerals in India, G20 I will tell only after this chapter now. Don't spam G20. Now, when we talk about minerals in India, see, India is very diverse, right? India, if you talk about India, see, always in everything, whether resource wala chapter, yeah, you write about, you write in this chapter. Remember this, India is very diverse, yes? So many minerals, so many resources are there, right? So in this particular case, what do we see? Even though we have all this, we see that they are not equally distributed. If things were equally distributed, then this is of course something that we'll all have to, sort of remember, and don't tell, I will not say mug up, but of course it'll be very difficult. I mean, there'll be more, I would suggest that way, then every state in itself would probably be self-sufficient. But right now, what do we see? We see that in some states we find some of this mineral more, while in some states we find some of this mineral more, which is why all the states come together, right? All the states come together and they work, right? Now, in this particular case, if you roughly think about it, now like I said, I am going to be using my logic. My logic will be probably very different from how other teachers would probably teach. But see, throughout the chapter, you learn about ki iron ore yahan pe milta hai. You find, let's say you find bauxite in this particular state, or you find this kind of mineral here. But if you look at it, let's say especially in the regions like Jharkhand, in the regions of Odisha, in the states of, let's say, MP, in the states of Maharashtra, then of course even bits and pieces, let's say, of Chhattisgarh as well, right? Even in Chhattisgarh as well, you see that there are so many minerals. So if you look at it, mainly in the peninsular regions, I can make a claim, right? Peninsular regions or peninsular rocks, we find metallic minerals. We find various non-metallic minerals also, right? And of course, we see that even reserves of coal is found in such places. But if you look at regions like Gujarat and Assam, peninsular, so if you have your peninsular, now imagine this is India, right? If this is India, this is your peninsular region in the middle, right? And on the eastern and on the western sides, right? Gujarat side, Maharashtra side, let's say Assam and all of that, what do you find? You see that there are various petrol deposits as well, petroleum deposit. So these are other ways in which ulta-pulta you can learn this way also if they ask you about distribution. Then of course we see that there are various rock systems in Rajasthan where a lot of non-metallic or non-ferrous minerals are also there. And in the northern plains, we see that there's a lot of alluvial soil present where we find some amount of it but not too much, right? Which is why in this case we see that across the country we find different kinds of minerals, and we see that they are all different in geological structure, and of course they are formed by different processes. Which is why, if you remember, we see that over a period of time, we have been extracting them. And how have we been extracting them? We have been extracting them by the process of mining, right? So what do we call as mining? Now, mining is simply a process of extracting the useful things from earth, right? So it is extracting the useful things from earth. Now, in regions of Meghalaya, Assam, we already saw that there's a lot of, let's say, minerals which are present. But in Meghalaya, we also find large amounts of coal, limestone and dolomite. Which is why if you see, even in such regions, they practice something called as rat hole mining. Now, what is rat hole mining? Well, this was probably the most appropriate photo that I could put, because some of the photos you will actually be able to see in what a narrow path that they make. They are not caves. But they're not caves, okay? So what they do is, if you see, let's say in a large hill, right? Large hill may, we see that there's a lot of minerals, right? And they have to mine or drill into it to get it. So what they'll do, they'll make small narrow tunnels, right? So they will make small narrow tunnels that will take them there, right? So that will take them there so that they will be able to extract those minerals. So this narrow tunnels that are there, right? So these narrow tunnels which are used to get certain minerals is what we call as rat hole mining, which is a type of mining that you see. Yes. Now in this case, we see that especially in Cherrapunji and Jowai, we see that long narrow tunnels are formed. Now of course, this is not legal, it is illegal, and of course they put small children, exactly, they put small children because the tunnel is so small that they make children go in and do it, which is why I said this is the most appropriate photo that I could show all of you. I did not want to put the other ones because they were painful, right? So it is an illegal practice which is practiced by the locals. Very, very good. So we see that this is about rat hole mining, which they can ask you for 2 marks, but what they will ask you, right? What they will ask you is that if we practice mining, what are the hazards or what are the ill effects of it, or what are the hazards of doing mining? This is a good 3-mark question which has come in last year itself or the year before that. So this right here is very, very important. Now, like I said, I have I know this bit of it comes a little later in your textbook, so you can flip the textbook to probably where we have mentioned, where have they mentioned mining ka bit? Yes, so can we all go to the page which talks about limestone and just the page before conservation of minerals, because hazards of mining is mentioned there, right? This is a sure short question which you will get in your examination. What will they ask you? They are asking you what are the hazards of mining, what are the ill effects of mining, what will happen if we practice mining, or what are the diseases which will happen to individuals. They can ask you multiple questions, but iska pakka question aa sakta hai, right? So what can happen? We see that because of mining, there is a lot of dust, there's a lot of fumes that come out, right? So as you can see right behind me, this is a mining field that I have taken. There is a lot of dust which gets generated. Now because of which what happens? People who do the mining, the miners, right? ये वाला minor नहीं है, okay, this is minor, different. So in this case what happens? They get exposed to a lot of dust and get exposed to a lot of pulmonary diseases, right? Now there's also a hazard for health also, because they are drilling, right? They are drilling into it and they are extracting the minerals. Now there's also a chance that the roof can fall off, or because of all the drilling we see that there could be a breakdown that takes place which will pose a risk to their life. And in coal mines especially, we also see that there are chances of fire. So you imagine in what dangerous and hazardous conditions that they are working, right? Now along with this, we also see that as an ill effect of mining, water resources get affected. It also causes land degradation. Then we also see that dumping of waste and slurry will also affect the soil, which is why we see that these are all the ill effects of mining. Why is rat hole mining illegal? Rat hole mining is illegal because it is firstly not authorized. They ask children to do it, which is again not appropriate, and to make children do the work. And secondly, of course, with this, a lot of illegal people are the ones doing it, right? Okay. So are we all clear? Pranya Bacha, when we get to that, shall we do it if you don't mind? I have some lame analogy which I hope might help you. Okay. Yes, exactly. Are we all clear? ठीक है. So with this students, this is one possible question you can get as a 3-mark question. So can you quickly to recall what we have studied? What are the impacts of mining on the local environment and health of the surrounding communities? Pulmonary diseases are related to heart. Pulmonary is related to lungs. Yes? ठीक है, जल्दी से give me the keywords in the chat. Keywords only. Pulmonary disease. Ma'am, yahi. Okay, okay. No issues, Subhash. Good to see you in class. Good to see all of our students in class today. You guys are very excited. I'm glad that y'all are not sleeping in the beginning only for geography. I realize y'all are all worried now about geography. Very good. Lot of fumes. Risk of collapse. Very good. We see that there could be fire. Yes, very good, Yash. Very good, Ritika. Very good, Shrisha, Shriram. Pranya, yes, very good, Lakshmana, very good, Mahika, Varshini, awesome, Sanjay, Manideep, yes, keep the answers coming. Now students, I don't have an answer written because I want all of you to write answers. So what we will do is, abhi next time, let's say there is one particular subjective question that we have discussed today that you want me to check the answer for. You let me know the answers in the comments of this video tonight. Let's assume one tricky question I gave you or some question which you want to know if you've used the wordings correctly. I will check it and I will clear it. Very good, royalty music. Yes, amazing. Super. Very good. So with this all of you, we are done with the first part. This is the intro part. Kuch zyada nahi hai, right? Simple, easy peasy. Yes? Now let's go on to the next type, which is going to be the types of minerals, right? प्यारा सा फ्लो चार्ट है यहाँ पे, right? Very प्यारा फ्लो चार्ट. You can take a screenshot. This is very similar to the flow chart I've used last year also. So don't tell me कि मैम मैंने already देख लिया, but if you want, you can use it. So we have already learned what are minerals. Now how can we classify the minerals or categorize the minerals? Minerals can be categorized into metallic, non-metallic and minerals which are used as energy resources. Now this you keep aside. We will deal with it later. Then we have metallic and non-metallic. Metallic means metal hota hai. Non-metallics means no metal. Right? Simple. So metallic minerals are iron, gold, tin, manganese, ye wo sab. Non-metallic are those like mica, limestone, dolomite, all of that. Yes? Can interesting fact come? Rat hole mining can come. So don't skip. Then what do we have? Under metallic, ferrous and non-ferrous. Ferrous metals are mainly your iron, right? So we see that your iron ore, manganese, they all come under ferrous metals. Whereas copper, bauxite, they all come under, or aluminium, they all come under non-ferrous metallic minerals, right? So this is a broad division of these two. See, I'll deal with it in detail, but have you understood the flow chart? Then we have precious minerals like your gold, silver, platinum. तो वो भी separate होता है. This is CC, ये flow chart CC है. Spam नहीं करना वरना block हो जाएंगे. Please don't make me block people in class. Okay. Now we will go on to our very favorite, right? Now we will go on to our very favorite iron ore. Okay. See. Let me tell you all one thing, okay? Let me all tell you one thing. This is going to be very easy. It's not too complicated, right? Now, in this particular case, Joshua, I'll come to that. Don't worry. Now, of course, let's have a look at iron ore, yes? Now, when you look at iron ore, what do we get from iron ore? What are we going to get from iron ore? Don't worry, I'm going to make it easy for you. What are we going to get from iron ore? We are going to get iron. Now, what am I going to do with this iron? Yes, what am I going to do with this iron? You tell me. Where do we use iron in our day-to-day life? You have to be able to tell me the answer. Yes, where do we get it? To make pipe, if I have to manufacture steel. Yes, okay, I can refine my iron and then do what? Okay, Sachin, going to give you the answer to that soon. To make railway tracks, steel production, making many machines, right? Yes, exactly. So in this particular case, if you see, many industries, right? So to build industries, especially our manufacturing industries, our iron ore is the backbone of the industrial sector, because lot of machines, lot of, let's say, processes that takes place require, let's say, steel machines, or we require iron. So we see that the iron and steel industry forms the backbone, right? Now along with this, we also see that large machines, vehicles, weapons, ये सब बनता है from iron. Now, if you talk about the kind of iron ore that we find, right? We have 4 types of iron ore. Textbook पे सिर्फ 2 है. I am giving you 2 more just in case as backup, because I have seen this in some reference books, right? You know which reference book is my holy grail, so I have seen it in that, which is why I'm going to give you 2 more, okay? So we have hematite. I think spelling is wrong here, please don't mind. So we have hematite here, and then we have magnetite, limonite, and siderite. Yes? So we have I like how Sid has got it. Hematite, magnetite, limonite, siderite. So we have, in this particular case, look at how magnetite and hematite look like. So magnetite here, what you see on top, right? Magnetite here is basically where you have the highest iron quantity, right? So we see that it has the highest iron content, and of course we see that it has excellent magnetic qualities. Now the second most important iron ore is where we have hematite, yes? Where we have hematite, wherein we see that normally, we see that it has about, if this has 70% iron, this has about 60 to 70% iron. Yes? Now, how do we remember where we find magnetite and hematite? Now, there's a very easy way for me to remember this. So, in this particular case, I always remember it as Hema has a magnetic personality and her parents are from Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. So if you see Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh side pe, we find a lot of hematite, right? So we see that maximum, or in major areas, we see that in Odisha, or let's say in regions of Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, all of these places pe you find your iron ore, yes? So in this place, how do I remember? Hema has a magnetic personality, and we see that she is mainly her parents are from Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. 2 ways. Yes, easy way to remember. Thank you. Now, where all do we find it? Now, this is our another problem. Where are the major iron ore belts that we see, right? So the major iron ore belts that we see, we have 4 of it. Yes, what are the 4? We have the Odisha Jharkhand belt, we have the Durg Bastar Chandrapur belt, then we have the Maharashtra Goa belt, then we have the Ballari Chitradurga Chikmagalur Tumkuru belt. So many belts to remember. So first and foremost, let's go belt by belt, then I will tell you how to remember. So Odisha Jharkhand mein what do you find? Odisha Jharkhand mein you find high grade hematite, right? So you find high grade hematite. Now mainly where exactly here we see that there is the Mayurbhanj, then we see that in Mayurbhanj district we normally find it, right? And of course in Jharkhand region we also see that in the Singhbhum district we find the same, yes? Next up, we have the Durg Bastar Chandrapur belt. Now again we find high grade hematite here, right? So again we find high grade hematite. What else do we see in the Durg Bastar Chandrapur region? We also see that in this particular case, especially in the Bailadila ranges, right? In the Bailadila ranges in the Bastar district. So in Bastar district pe, in the Bailadila ranges, you find good amount of iron ore. And we see that the iron ore that we get from this particular belt has good physical properties so that I can make steel. And from here we see that it is also exported to Japan, it is exported to South Korea from, let's say, Visakhapatnam port. Yes? Okay, then we have the Maharashtra Goa belt, right? So Maharashtra Goa belt is very simple. Now in this particular case, we see that here the ores are not of great quality, but nonetheless we see that iron ore is exported through the Marmagao port, right? Then we have the BCCT belt. So BCCT belt mein what do we get? Again we see that there is a lot of good grade iron ore, especially in the Kudremukh mine, right? So we have the Kudremukh mine, which is part of the Karnataka region. And again, good grade iron ore. And again, we see that iron ore here is exported in the form of slurry through, it is exported through slurry, and then it is taken to a port in Mangaluru. Yes? Now, how do I remember all this, right? How do I remember all of these things? Now, imagine, first and foremost, make a table, right? All of you right now make a table where you write the belt name, right? What do we get? Form of iron ore. So make a form of iron ore. Then talk about, let's say, any specific mine that you have to remember here. For example, in the Odisha Jharkhand belt, it's good to remember the Mayurbhanj district site, Singhbhum district site. So write this down. Then after that, how write export if they are exported. And in case if you want to write any other point, then include that as well. So make a table to remember this. Then of course, how else will you remember this? Can you write BCCT? No, you will get 0 marks for that, right? Yes. You will get 0 marks if you put BCCT, because then they'll think the bacha has taken the easy way out, right? Now, remember this. This is a very, see, don't judge me for this one because I made it. And like I said, I'm a little bit weird in this way because I always tell you that I have easy ways of recalling and remembering things. So the way that I remember this is Jo Durg Bastar Chandrapur se jata hai, right? Now don't judge me and say, ma'am, this is damn lame. Okay, this might be lame. Thank you. Se jata hai. वो लोकल ट्रांसपोर्ट लेकर, वो लोकल ट्रांसपोर्ट लेकर एमजी रोड, ओ गॉड, एमजी रोड से बीसीसीटी तक जाता है, right? And BCCT is in Karnataka. Now what is BCCT? BCCT is actually they've written Ballari here. I think it's Bellary, but let's go with the spelling here. We have Ballari, Chikmagalur, Chikmagaluru, Chitradurga, and Tumkuru. Okay, these are all in Karnataka. Yes? See, this damn lame, okay? Don't judge me for this. Now, what is MG here? Ye Jo is Jharkhand and Odisha, right? What is MG here? Maharashtra and Goa. Yes? Are for BCCT, I'll tell you something. Okay, BCCT, there's an easy way. Near my house, actually, there is a Tumkur road that goes, right? So there is a Tumkur road that goes from my house, which reaches all the way, let's say, through Chitradurga, Chikmagalur, finally you reach it, right? Yes. Chitradurga, then okay. It's okay. Any one way you can write it, not a problem, but I will interchange it. Sorry for my bad. Are we clear? Do you want to take a screenshot? You live near Ballari, is it, Himani? I thought you were in Bangalore. But my house is near this Tumkur road that takes it there. So are we clear? Yes. I hope this is easy. Oh, okay, fine. My bad, Himani. Awesome. Ma'am, is it possible to learn this way? Star Wars. Okay, I don't know the Star Wars meme. I watch Star Wars, but I don't know this meme. Oh, okay. Awesome. I stay in near to Tumkuru Road. Yes? Slurry is like a watery form. It's not like a solidified form, but it's a little bit of watery form. So through pipes, it is able to transport it. Is magnetite acquired in these? Mainly we get high grade hematite. Yes? Okay. Tables are going to make life easy, not just one thing easy. Many of you from Chitradurga are related to your day-to-day one, right? ठीक है. Let's go on. So are we clear with iron ore? Are we all clear with iron ore? Distribution of iron ore. ये वाला बहुत important है. Question आ सकता है. I remember last time there was in one set out of 15 sets, one set they asked to explain one belt, which is why we are not going to take any belt lightly. Now remember that only this space is for these two chapters. Next, for the last 4 chapters, I'll be very, very fast, okay? Because we'll summarize and go. Are we crystal clear? Can you send a quick CC in the live chat to let me know that we are good to go? Yes? And I can see that all of you are not hitting the like button. What is this, guys? Jaldi se hit the like button as well. Super. I have some questions also, not to worry. Yes. Last 4 chapters will be bullet speed. Okay, that's damn easy. Now let's go on to the next one, which is going to be manganese. Now see, manganese, as we will learn in our next chapter, which is going to be manufacturing industries, we see that manganese is necessary to make steel, right? And it's used for making, or we use manganese in order for the hardening process of steel. So normally we see that apart from in the steel industry, right, or for the manufacturing of steel, we also use manganese for, let's say, in the chemical industry, we use it in the glass industry, and of course in some cases we use it for manufacturing paint. Where do you see it? Again, Odisha. Remember, I always tell you, you don't need to remember multiple examples. Jo bhi common hai, usme se uthao, right? Yes. I will teach manufacturing industries in this space only, don't worry. Then apart from that, we also see Madhya Pradesh is a leading producer. So these are some important pointers that you need to remember, right? You don't need to know more than that. Why is manganese used in the steel industry? For the process of hardening to increase its hardness. That is the main thing. 10 kg, yes, very good, right? Okay. Now, of course, next up with this, these are our two, I would say these are our 2 ferrous minerals. Have we all underlined it? Now we will go on to our 2 non-ferrous minerals, right? So the first one I'd like to discuss is bauxite, which is our uncooked meat that is there. Now bauxite, if you see, looks like a clay-like substance, right? So if you see, it looks like a clay-like substance. Now from this bauxite, we see that from this bauxite, we get something called as alumina. Right? So from bauxite, we extract something called as alumina. Now, alumina, if you see, is very different. It is a little more powdery. We see that it has a grayish whitish appearance and the color can change, right? And we see that this alumina is what we extract from bauxite. But when we convert this alumina, we make it undergo various processes, then we see that it will then give us aluminium, right? So we get aluminium from here. Now understand that aluminium has the strength of the iron, but it is little more lightweight. We know aluminium is a good conductor of heat, right? And of course it is durable, rust free, which is something we see in iron because iron has rusting. And of course we see that it can be ductile or made into wires. Now where do we mainly find it? We find it in the Amarkantak plateau that is there. And along with that we see that Odisha is the largest leading producer of bauxite. Ma'am, rat hole mining, ho gaya. Just rewind, Dave, you'll be able to understand this. Yes? See, aluminium, I would say that when aluminium is made into sheets or pipes, see, from alumina, you get aluminium, right? Which is a little more durable. So, I would say that it's more durable and rust-free. How to remember states? Now, like I always tell you, this is my key, okay? Because I'm also, see, when it comes to bio, like I said, it's a different case that my memory is on top. But with geography, sometimes my memory is like you only. I don't remember. So, I remember common states which are there, which I also tell you for agriculture. See, इसमें झारखंड, ओडिशा, especially ओडिशा, झारखंड region में you will be able to find it. उसके अलावा remember, let's say कर्नाटका region also और आंध्र प्रदेश region as well. So इनमें से जो भी common है, remember that. छोटा नागपुर, also one more place where you can write because many in that plateau region you will be able to find most of the minerals. So if you have suddenly forgotten it, write it in that manner. Yes? Okay. Are we all clear? Now they can ask you, why is aluminium important? What are the characteristics of aluminium? Or what is the ore? Or they can ask you about which is the They can also ask you about which is the largest producer, right? Or they can do like a mix and match. So what kind of questions can they give you? They can give you some question like this that we have just discussed, okay? So let's assume, now you need to tell me, I'm going to make up questions on the way. Please don't mind my handwriting because I'm writing fast. So let's assume we have, right? Then let's assume we have okay. So far you have to tell me which is the incorrect match. Yes? Which right here is going to be the incorrect match. Yes? Don't worry, we will practice more and more. So you have nothing to worry about. Are we all clear? Yes? This I'm going to change it to. And what is the incorrect match? I changed it purposely. Clear? Yes? Are we feeling confident? Okay. So in this particular case, what do you see? We see that Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh is also correct. I just changed it to Madhya Pradesh because leading producer. Odisha was an obvious one. And then of course we see that these are all the matches, right? While in the case, do we find, let's say, iron in Kerala region? Most likely not, right? We see that there is an obvious incorrect match that we see. So these are the questions that you can expect, right? Okay. Yes. Okay. Now we'll give you more, I'll give you more and more tricks. On the go, I'll keep giving you more tricks. My tricks are damn weird, okay? So they'll not always be the same. Yes? So please don't spam, Nivedita, I'll answer your questions. So bauxite, once again, we know that bauxite is a ore which is formed by the decomposition, right? And then all the soluble materials have gotten dissolved, and what remains, the residual mass, is what is bauxite, which is rich in a lot of aluminium silicate. Now if you look at the nature of bauxite, we see that it is clay-like, from which we get alumina. Alumina, say when you extract it, you will end up getting aluminium, or when you develop it. Then when you look at aluminium as in its nature, we know that aluminium is a good conductor of, we know it's a good conductor, we know that it does not rust easily, it is durable, and of course we also see that there is electricity. It is a good conductor of electricity. Placer deposit basically is your alluvial deposit, right, which is brought in by the alluvial sand that is there, some of the minerals that we find, that is what are called as placer deposits. Yes? ठीक है. Now moving on to our last one, which is copper, after which I have some questions for you. Copper is basically, again, something that we normally see is used in our day-to-day life. But surprisingly, India does not have enough copper, right? So we say that when you look at the reserves, right? When you look at it, look at the reserves, we don't really have that much copper left. But nonetheless, we see that it is a good conductor of electricity. We use it in manufacturing electric cable. Okay, for all that cables that you use in your houses, they're all made up of copper wires. And they're also used in chemical industries, right? So where do we find copper? Again, Jharkhand, common one. What else is common? Madhya Pradesh. Yes, this is also common, right? Along with that, what do you see? We also see that Karnataka is there in the mix. So learn the common ones, all of you. Don't be mugging up the different states so that you want to be unique. Abhi time nahi hai. Learn the common ones, more than enough, right? So in this particular case, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, this is a leading producer, and Khetri mines is also a leading one. Again, how to do it? Make a table, bacha. If there are specific mines like the one I am mentioning, write the names down and match it, because they can give you a question as well, right? Okay, so are we ready to solve some more questions just so that we practice? Yes? 2 are enough, but I am worried about questions which will come as find the incorrect match. See, why I tell you not to skip some of it is especially don't skip leading producers. If they have specifically mentioned mine ka names, right? Mayurbhanj mines or let's say Balghat mines, don't skip all of that because they can ask you questions based on the same. Yes? ठीक है. Now one question they can ask you, which is a 2-mark question, can come for 3 mark, which I don't think will be asked right now, is differentiate between ferrous and non-ferrous minerals. If they ask you, you should be able to differentiate between the two. Yes? Okay. So this is important for all of you to remember. Specific mines ka names. Underline it. Yes, underline it. Okay. Ye wala to chemistry question hai, I know. Next is a question for all of you. So I'm going to give you a poll. Let me switch my account. But this should be simple. This is so basic. This is a very basic video question. Which has the largest percentage of iron in it? See, whatever mistakes you want to make, you make it now. Right? You make it now. Manganese, bacha, is basically used for hardening process. So steel is very hard, right? If you get... Normally, if you see when mama comes with the steel spatula, why do we get scared? Right? Or in movies when she does this, you'll see the child looking scared. Why does the child look scared? Child looks scared because it's going to hurt, because it's pretty hard, right? Why is it hard? It's hard because of the manganese that is there in it. This is basic. Very basic question, all of you. I'm sure you're able to give me the answer to this. Correct answer is option A. We know that magnetite has a maximum percentage of iron where we have about 70%, followed by hematite, which has about 60%. Limonite here has about 40 to 50%, while siderite here has about 40 to 50%. So this right here is very, very important to understand. Yes, magnetite ne hema ke yeah, you guys can still use whatever analogy, but make sure that you remember. Hematite is mostly used, but which has the maximum percentage, that is what you need to remember. Question dekho. Now next one is also a very easy one only. I don't think it is too tough. Let's have a look at the next one. Which among the following is a non-ferrous metallic mineral? Tell me the answer. Yes? Then is a very obvious answer for this. Do you need a poll? Easy, right? Magnetite, mainly you find in Karnataka regions, parts of it. Okay. Very good. Correct answer is option D, which is copper, right? Now, next up is a PYQ, which has come in 2023 for all of you. Give me 3 characteristics of the Durg, Bastar, Chandrapur iron ore belt. Give me 3 characteristics. Give me any 3. Yes? Magnetite is magnetite. Wow. ठीक है. सबका common name. Important. Yeah. Okay. Found in Chhattisgarh region, Maharashtra. Very good. Has high grade hematite. Very good. What else? Ma'am, I will take screenshot. Okay, but I have not written answer, so I have to write it for you then. Yes. This is a PYQ. I've done it before also, right? So we see that we get high grade hematite in this belt. Then what do we get? Mainly in this particular region, we have Chhattisgarh, parts of Chhattisgarh, parts of, we see that parts of, lies in the state, parts of Maharashtra, we see that it lies in parts of Jharkhand region also, right? Then we also know that here, the hematite that are there exhibit good physical properties. So they exhibit good physical properties, which is necessary to make steel. Yes. Then what do we see? We also know that iron ore is exported. Where is it exported? It is exported to Japan and South Korea. Through which port? Through kaun sa port? Dash port. Kudremukh mines nahi hai. Kudremukh mines are present in the BCCT. Kudremukh mines to wrong. Right? Very good. It is the Visakhapatnam or the Vizag port that is there, right? Simple. Are we feeling little confident now? थोड़ा सा confidence आ गया अभी, right? Are we feeling better कि ma'am हो जाएगा now? Yes, we find it in those minds as well. Very good, very good. Yes, easy. थोड़ा सा is becoming better. Progress. We are not feeling कि everything has become a khichdi, right? Yes. Okay. Now let's go on to the next one, right? So I hope side by side you guys are also marking, right? Ma'am, why is that? I know my spelling is wrong. Please don't mind. I'm writing in a hurry. Thodu. See, everything, we all need to start with small steps, right? Small steps help us take the big leap. Okay. Let's move on to our next one, which is going to be mica. Yes. Now, when you look at mica, we know that it is mainly made up of a series of plates, right? So, if you were to look at it, it will be looking very different. There you will observe it, let's say, as rocks, or you will observe some crystals. But here, what do you see? We mainly see that they exist as plates or they exist as leaves, which means that we can easily make it into sheets that are there, which is a malleable property that we observe, right? Now, of course, if you look at mica, they come in different colors. Yes, so they all come in different colors. They come in black color, they may come in green color, and they're normally used in the electrical and electronic industries because they have good insulating properties. Now, where do we find them? Simple, Chota Nagpur Plateau, bas. Remember that much. They are found in the Chota Nagpur Plateau, and of course we see them that they are found in parts of Jharkhand as well. Yes, so very simple and easy, right? So very simple and easy. Remember that what is mica? Non-metallic mineral, and we see that India ranks first in the world for this production. Insulating means it will not allow for the conduction. Yes, exactly. So now, of course, again, we also see that they're used in the electrical industry, electronic industry, has insulating properties, has good dielectric strength as well, can be beaten into sheets. So here they can ask you where do we use? Name 2 industries where we use mica as a mineral, right? So you just need to be able to write where do we use it and why do we use it. That could be easy. Yes. Now there are different ways. For example, if I was writing the exam, I would probably remember, let's say, I may probably remember Rajasthan as an example, right? I may remember Rajasthan as an example in this case because I know that Ankita ma'am is from Rajasthan. So I will remember that Ankita ma'am likes Mikka Singh. So thereby mica, and I'll be able to remember that. Similarly, you know, let's say if it's Chota Nagpur, that is the common one, right? So these are the connects I tend to make in my mind. So if you look at it, mica, Mikka, ta-da! Guys, I feel like by the end of this session, you will be like, this Aishwarya is damn crazy. Okay. So you can think of it as this one also, right? You can be like, ये तो Mikka Singh likes, Mikka Singh ko, he has electrical industry, you make it up, right? ठीक है, so that way, Ankita, Mikka, हाँ. It's okay. No problem if you think I'm a little bit crazy in that manner. See guys, you have to do what you gotta do to remember these terms, right? ये तो बहुत difficult है, इतना सारा you have to remember for the examination. And the worst part is, in geography, sometimes you will end up getting, 2-3 questions and you'll just be like, I remembered all this for what? So that is why. Last but not the least, we have limestone, right? Now, limestone, see, many of you were telling, ma'am, limestone has, let's say, calcium or it has magnesium. So how can you say that? Now, in limestone, it's found associated. Remember that, okay? Limestone is found in large quantities, and we see that limestone here is mainly found in association with rocks that consist of calcium and magnesium carbonate. Yes, this right here is very important. Now, when you talk about uses of limestone, we use it in iron for iron smelt. Let's say in the blast furnace for melting of iron or iron extraction, in the cement industry and in the chemical industry. Yes, so it is a raw material for various industries. Now again we see that Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, all of them are some common producers that produce limestone. Easy. Yes. Now remember that a lot that you will study now, remember this, a lot that you're studying here, you will think, ma'am, to sirf easy bol rahi hai, how am I going to remember this? All that you're going to learn here is what you're going to apply in the next chapter. So when you do cement industry, chemical industry, you know the basics. You know that there's usage of limestone. You know that there is going to be usage, let's say for iron smelting, when you have to learn iron and steel industry, you know that limestone is going to be important there. So those two chapters are going to be interrelated, so not to worry about it. Yes? ठीक है. So now that we've understood how important these minerals are, that we use it, we are using it like minerals are there abundantly, right? Who cares how much minerals we are using as long as we keep using it for our benefit, right? But that's not the case, because we know that over a period of time, minerals take millions of years to form. Not that today bauxite is there and tomorrow bauxite will just be formed, right? Or if I want iron or if I want any other mineral, it's not that it's going to be formed in a day or two. We know that in this particular case, it's supremely important. They are finite resources, which is why it is very important that over a period of time, so the rate of consumption, right? So the rate of consumption of minerals is much, much greater than the time it takes for formation, right? So when you compare the two, there is a large difference. Now this they can ask you in your examination also as a assertion reason question, right? They can ask you as assertion reason as well, which is why continuous extraction of iron ores can be, continuous extraction of ores can be harmful, because eventually we see that there could be decrease in the amount, there could be decrease in the quality as well, which is why there is a conscious effort that needs to be taken in order to ensure that mineral usage is planned sustainably. Yes. Now one more thing is improved technology will also be able to make us use low grade ores. Now we are constantly wanting to extract high grade ores, right? But imagine if we have improved technology to make sure that I take the low grade ore as well, I use it at a low cost, but I make good products out of it, right? So we need to make sure that we constantly improvise on the technology that we are using and whatever scrap metals are there. Now in the manufacturing industry, what happens, right? So my dad works with the manufacturing industry, which is why I know about this. So normally they work with making machine parts. So if you look at any machine, there are different parts that come together. Now in order to make that part, or in order to give it a certain shape, a certain structure and a certain kind of functioning, there will be parts that you will cut out. Think of it as clay modeling but with metals, right? Clay modeling may, if you have to make one cute little Ganesh Ji, what will you do? You will make the clay and then you will take bits and pieces of it and you will scrap, or you will take little bit and throw it out, right? Because you want to get the proper look of Ganesh Ji. Which is why in this case what will happen, there will be a lot of scraps that will come. So normally people don't use the scrap metals, but we need to now start finding ways in order to use the scrap also. Which is why in this case students, ये वाला question भी आ सकता है. A concerted effort has been made in order to use our mineral resources in a planned and sustainable manner. Why should we conserve minerals? 3-mark question. High grade, low grade ka difference is percentage that you find, percentage of ore, quality of the ore, right? So we know that every mineral has certain physical properties, chemical properties. So think of it, if you had a very high grade iron, and I say iron is very strong, iron is, pretty rigid. So in such cases, if I am saying all of that, the iron should be able to exhibit that, right? So that is very important. Suresh Pillai, it's okay. I'm sure he's really good. But why are you spamming here then? Please don't spam, no? I'm sure he's really good. I'm not someone who feels bad about that. I'm sure there are so many amazing teachers as well there. ठीक है. Give me the answers for this. Minerals are non-renewable. Okay. Limited conservation. ठीक है. Yes. Baki, where are the answers? Others need to give me the answer now. Thank you, Himani. Arey, they will come. YouTube is a space like that, right? So don't... Everybody today is being very honest and frank. I think you guys have spent one whole year with me. To a point, you're like, we can tell her she's going to be chill. Yeah, guys, I'm not affected. You give me the answers. Recycling, scrap, very good. What else? I want answers. To conserve mineral, but how will you conserve? I want those answers. Yes, they are exhaustible and finite. Very good. What else? Next. Rate of replenishment is low. Okay, ठीक है, very good. Rate of consumption is greater. Very good. Next, okay, very good. Awesome. Done. You know the pointers. ये वाला तो 3 marks आ गया, तो you know what to do. This can come in case also. Case-based study can come from this topic. Case-based study will also come from sustainable sources also, right? Sustainable energy sources, sustainable development as well. Yeah, energy. Yes, I will come to that in some time. Ma'am, they're asking why should we conserve? So you should talk about why should we conserve, because they're present only in little amount, right? They exist in little amount, they take a lot of time to form, and we require them. We are using it at a rapid rate, which is why in this case we need to ensure that we have, see, you can give me both pointers, but here they've asked why should we conserve. So those 3 pointers you will have to add. Yes? Ma'am, marks के according लिखनी चाहिए, जरूर लिखनी चाहिए. 3 marks के लिए 3 points, बस enough, right? More than enough. But if they ask you, if you look at board questions, they are very specific, right? Let's go to wo Durg Bastar wala question. Where is my Durg Bastar question? Look at this. Durg Bastar 3 marks ke liye they've written any 3 characteristics you can write. So they will be very specific about it. ठीक है Batman, answer दे दो. Give me the answer. Don't spam. You'll get nothing out of it. Bad signal didn't come. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Shall we move on? We are done with 1/2 of this chapter, by the way. I've taken so long to do this part. I don't know why. Okay. Ma'am, please tell, I will get... Oh, they may cut half mark for that. Yes. Shall we move on? Next, let's go. Let's go to the next bit of it, which is energy sources. So we learned about mineral resources. Now we will do energy resources as well, right? So now I am hoping that in the next 20 minutes I am able to cover this so that I can jump to manufacturing industries, which may take me about half an hour to 40 minutes, after which we will be doing rapid fire revision. Okay? Because the rest of the chapters are pretty simple only. Yes? How can we conserve, improve technology, use scrap metals and use it wisely? Yes? Let's go on to energy resources. Now, we learnt about mineral resources which are used in various industries. Now, what is an energy resource, or what will I get from an energy resource? From an energy resource, I will get energy, right? And we know we need energy to do various things, right? We need energy for industrial purposes. We need energy for domestic purpose. You and I are watching YouTube live. I'm teaching you. You are listening, all because we have energy all around. If energy is not there, various activities cannot happen, right? Which is why in this case, what do we see? We see that the energy that we obtain, right? The energy that we are obtaining, there are conventional sources. There are non-conventional sources, right? See, what is a conventional source? Conventional source means something that is easy, something that I can use regularly, right? So this is a conventional method of teaching. A conventional method of teaching is to come to class and just say ki ye hai, this is the energy resource is a resource that has been used for a long time. Example hoga coal, petroleum, natural gas. Non-conventional, that means just reading. But what is a non-conventional resource or a non-conventional way of teaching? Using animations, using a lot of interesting examples, using a lot of weird, quirky ways to remember things. That is not a usual way of learning, right? The way I am giving you examples is probably not what most teachers would recommend. That is an unconventional way in which I teach, right? So, Hema ka parents is a very simple example. And if there is a Hema watching the session, please don't feel bad, okay? So, a conventional source that is there is an energy resource that is common, while a non-conventional one is relatively newer in its resource. So a conventional resource is, let's say, coal, petroleum, natural gas, while non-conventional resource includes solar, wind, geothermal and more, right? G20 is coming. I will teach you tomorrow. Yes? Now, This question can come for 5 marks. This question can come for 3 marks. This question can come for 2 marks. It can come even for 1 mark MCQ also. To differentiate between conventional and non-conventional. Very good, Subhash. That is one more way. Conventional is also a more traditional source of energy. Non-conventional could be a little more modern also, right? So ye wala to meow question hai, very simple and easy. Exactly, right? So this is what we understand. So conventional is what we've been traditionally using, which we have been using for a common. Ye 4 mark ke liye nahi. Actually, yeah, it will come for 4 marks also. Case can come. Case can come. Hey, I'm not kidding. This can come. So now you can take screenshot. I will move to the side. Conventional sources are commonly used, considerably new. They are not eco-friendly. These guys are eco-friendly, right? So in this particular case, they are generally non-renewable, while these are generally renewable. These sources are relatively expensive in a lot of ways. These are relatively less expensive. Then you can put examples also. Thank you. You can put examples as well. Yes? ठीक है. Are we all clear? Awesome. Now, of course, first of all, we will discuss conventional source, which is going to be coal, right? Okay. What do you call coal in Hindi, by the way? I know it's called something. Koila. No, is it right? Am I right? Is it called koila in Hindi? I don't know. I could be wrong. What is it called in Hindi? Koila. Okay. Now I want to tell you something damn funny, okay? How many of you guys have watched that movie Gunde? There's Ranveer Singh and Arjun Kapoor in that. Have you heard that, not Gunde wala movie, sorry. Bhag Milka Bhag movie, right? Yes, Bhag Milka Bhag mein, have you heard the song Zinda? Zinda mein there's a line that says, Koila kala hai. And it goes on like that. Yes? You've not Gunde, this Zinda wala song. I'm sure all of us would have heard, right? If you have not, watch it, right? Yes, I can't sing, but so, yeah, you're not ready for today's class, guys. You are not ready. Koila, that is coal, is also what, if you see, is basically black in color. It was called as black sunshine, I think, if I'm not wrong. I've forgotten that term, but yeah. So if you see, it is a very abundant, right? It is a very abundant fossil fuel that we use, right? So now, of course, you should be able to give me the answer to this as to why it is called as a fossil fuel. Yes? Yes. Why is coal, or why do we categorize them as fossil fuel? Tell me. Menti tomorrow. It's called as black gold. Yes, it is. Can you tell me why is it called as a fossil fuel? Formed from fossils because it can generate heat energy, okay. Present beneath the earth, awesome. Takes long time to form, exactly. So how is it formed? So we know that over a period of time, the fossils of plants and animals that have existed for a long period of time, they compress together and eventually it results in the formation of coal, right? So if you look at it, all of this, it was formed by the compression of plant materials millions and millions of years ago at high great pressure and heat, yes? So in this particular case, for various commercial purposes, we use coal to get thermal energy or thermal power. Now, of course, over a period of time, it is not that coal means ek hi coal hai, but rather we see that there are different types of coal based on its degree of formation, based on its amount of moisture, based on how much carbon content is present. So based on that, we have 4 kinds where we have peat, lignite, bituminous coal, and then of course we have anthracite as well, right? Ma'am, nobody learnt in grade 8 because, okay, no problem. Everybody, do you have your conventional resource ka subheading ready? Because this is very important. They can ask you. See, I've never seen the question come in the past 2-3 years, but if at all it comes, you should be ready, right? So in this case, what are the 4 types of coal? We have peat, we have lignite, bituminous coal, and anthracite. Now, in the initial stages where the decaying plants are present in swamp region, where we have high moisture content, right? where let's say we have high moisture content and we have very little carbon, right? Because it's still in the initial stages of decaying and formation. And we see that they are roughly like brownish and they're pretty soft in nature. We call them as peat, right? Peat looks and sounds like meat also. Yeah. Very good, Jai Kumar. Easy way for you to remember. But what happens is that after some time, let's say this peat has existed under the earth for a few more years. What will happen? We see that they will darken. So this peat will darken in color, right? So in this particular case, what will happen? They will darken in color, which means that this is still low grade, but it is a darker brown. And we see that the moisture content has reduced. Yes, so it's relatively softer, but still has high amount of moisture. But now imagine that has lived for some more amount of time. Then it will form something called as bituminous coal. So from peat, it results in the formation of lignite. Lignite is low grade, and along with that, we also see that it has relatively higher amount of moisture when compared to the other two, but when compared to peat, it is relatively lesser, right? So if you look at it in Neyveli and all, you find high amounts of these reserves of lignite in it, right? So Neyveli is a primary reserve where you find good amount of lignite. Now imagine that this coal has been buried for a few more years, right? Now imagine that there has been coal that has survived longer and it is under the ground for many more years. Then what will happen? Moisture content will further decrease. Moisture content will further decrease. Carbon content will further increase. Thereby, why has this happened? Because deeper in the earth, the temperatures are higher, right? That's why all the moisture has gone, resulting in the formation of bituminous coal, which is kind of the most popular coal that we use for commercial purpose. Leaving us with anthracite. What is anthracite? It is the highest quality of the coal that we find, right? Highest quality coal that we get, which has the least amount of moisture and highest amount of carbon. So this right here is very important. Ma'am, if non-conventional energies are resources, why haven't we completely shifted? Royalty music, I will tell you in some time. Yes? Okay. So this is one way of categorizing coal, right? Classification, they can ask you for MCQ based question, or they can ask you maybe for 2 marks. I have not seen them asking beyond that, right? But this is simple to remember. Very, very simple. So this is what PLBA, right? Or you can make it PLBA. I will think of something innovative. Okay? This is one way of categorizing it. Second way of categorizing it is to differentiate between based on the time period that they were formed. So this is based on how much carbon is present, how much moisture is present. The next way that is there is to based on its geological age. That means when it was formed. Now you have 2 types of coal here. You have Gondwana coal, right? And then you have tertiary coal. Yes. Now what about Gondwana coal? Gondwana coal was formed 200 millions of years ago. Oh my God, so far off, right? While tertiary is probably only 55 millions of years back. Now what is the difference between the two? Gondwana coal, apart from the time period that it was formed, chemically also we see that it has relatively lesser amount of moisture because it's most likely deep seated in the earth, right? Because it's been there for quite some time. And along with that, it has good amount of sulfur. It will have some amount of, let's say, phosphorus also in it. Now, on the other hand, if you look at, let's say, tertiary coal, we see that tertiary coal is relatively newer, right? Which means that they will be formed a little bit more on the surface. And of course, we see that it will have relatively higher moisture content and it will have relatively more sulfur. I think I said less sulfur here. I said sulfur here. This will have relatively more, right? But moisture will also be more in this case because it is relatively newly formed, right? So this right here is very important. Yes, coal clusters that are there. See, coal clusters mainly you will have come from the map bit. Coal mines can come. That bit will come for identification. Now, if you look at the distribution, right? If you look at it, Damodar Valley, right? So here if you see the Damodar Valley that is there. Then of course in Raniganj, Bokaro, we see that especially in regions of Godavari, we find it. Yes. And if you look at tertiary coal, exactly, tertiary coal, trick is the fact that it is mainly located in the northeastern states, right? Meghalaya, Assam, Arunachal side pe, you find the tertiary coal. Yes? So this right here will be very, very easy for all of you. Now remember that coal that is there. How do we get energy from coal? Can you all tell me that? Yes? Can you all tell me how do we get energy from coal? Yes? Yes, royalty music, we will block him. Map work आज के लिए तो बहुत difficult होगा. Separately, I may do it if you don't mind. Yes, I will share it with you after the session. Okay. Space Jotter, exam है, क्या करना है? What do you want to do then? We'll sing together in YouTube live. हाँ. Very good. Thereby burning it, right? So what do? We mainly burn it. So when we burn it, what happens? We know that coal, that is a very bulky material. When you burn it, we normally see that it will lose its bulk, right? It will lose its bulk. Then you will get some byproducts, which is why normally, because it's a bulky product and on burning, you end up getting the energy out of it. These heavy industries, or let's say the thermal power plants, they are all closely located to the coal fields as well, right? So this is one point that you all need to understand. Very good. Yes. Now next we have petroleum. Okay. Yes. Array, those are coal field clusters. Yes. So if you look at it, all of you, he's talking about the coal field clusters that are there. Now in your practice paper, they would have given you the coal field and the coal mine field clusters, and they would have spoken to you about air quality index. Practice paper mein ye question hai, practice paper 1. Check that question out. It is based on this. Yes? theek hai. Now we're going to move on to the next one, which is petroleum. Now just after coal, second highest energy source is petroleum, which is obtained from crude oil, right? So if you look at it, we see that again it's a black liquid which is obtained from the earth's crust, which is obtained by drilling of the fields, right? And of course from petroleum we refine it to get petrol, diesel, kerosene, right? So this right here is very important. Now often we say that the petroleum industry is a nodal industry, or petroleum refineries are nodal industries. So can you tell me why it is called as a nodal industry? I'm going to give you a mind map to tell you why. Yes? Why is it called as nodal industries? Yes? They act as nodal industries mainly because of the fact that they act, or from here what we obtain, right? From here whatever we obtain, let's say from petroleum, you get a lot of products, right? On petrol refining or petroleum refining, you'll get a lot of products, right? So from here, these are then used for synthetic textile, we use it for fertilizers, yes, and we also use it for various chemical industries. Now the reason I'm going slow is from here you will realize a very similar question can come for chemical industries. Why is it that the chemical industry is the largest consumer of itself? So that is one more question that they can ask you, right? Very good all of you, very, very good. Now where do I find my petroleum? Now if petroleum is a large scale source of energy and I get various products, where do I get it? So now normally I told you we find it in the ocean beds. Now here in your NCERT they've used a lot of fancy words, okay, lot of fancy words they have used. Now we see that petroleum is found in the anticlines, domes and fault traps. Now what are anticlines? Now if you look at the bed, there are these upar niche patterns that you see. Yes, you see that there are these upar niche pattern. So the fold that is upwards, right? So the fold that you find upward is a anticline. While the fold that is going, let's say the fold that is the fold that you see on the other side is what you call as a syncline. Okay, so remember that upar wala part is your anticline. Yes, now we know what, so they have this dome like appearance that are there. Then we have fault traps, which are basically the cracks that you observe. Now normally if you look, right, now normally if you look at where we find the oil, right, now we don't only find oil. So what do we find in the ocean beds? We find gas also, we find natural gas as well, right? So we have gas and then we have oil. Now gas is present above oil clearly because of the difference that you see in their nature, right? So we have oil below and then we have gas above. And we see that the rocks that hold this, I'm going to make it very simple for all of you. The rocks which have this oil and gas and everything, right? So in this particular case, what do we see? We see that they are normally porous. They are normally porous in nature. That means they have some holes in between so that they can keep flowing, right? So this porous layer, okay? So there is a porous layer which has various holes in between them, right? Now these holes that are there, that we also see that it has this porous layer also might have some limestone and it'll have other components, but it's basically, I would say that it will be flowing between them. But it is sandwiched between two non-porous layers so that it doesn't ooze out into the remaining ocean, right? Now, if I found petroleum in my water, or let's say in the ocean beds, and if it was freely floating, then all that crude oil will be floating in the water, right? It will not be like it will be sitting chumma on the bottom like, yeah, water, you flow, I'll be waiting for you down here. No, na. But what do you see? Gas and gas and oil is found niche. But it doesn't come up until we bring it up. Why is that? Because it is sandwiched between two non-porous layers that does not allow it, right? So this is what you need to understand. Yes, very simple and easy. Which is why when you drill, you need to drill here and then you need to extract it. Yes? Are we clear? What is nodal industry? Nodal industry is basically a type of industry which serves or gives raw materials to, let's say, other industries. Non-porous layers are those layers which do not allow movement, right? They do not allow movement. Okay? Awesome. I will repeat it once again, don't worry. What is petroleum? Petroleum is the next famous or next popular energy resource that we use, which is normally drilled from the ocean beds where we have the oil fields, right? So we mainly find it drilling from the oil field. Now in this particular case, where do we find this oil? This oil is mainly found, let's say, at the bottom of the ocean beds where we have some anticlines and we have fault traps, right? So we have fault traps there as well. Yeah, I'll go once again. Ignore this black gold wala point. Okay, this is a mold pointer. So it is the second highest energy source obtained from the thick black liquid which is obtained from the Earth's crust, right? Earth's crust which is at the bottom of the ocean bed. What do we need to do? We need to drill it, right? We need to drill the ocean crust. Only then I am going to get it. Now why do I need to drill it? Because if I look at the ocean bed, see, think of it as this is the ocean bed. In my ocean bed, I will see that there is a porous layer. Porous layer which has limestone in it and other substances. Porous means there are holes. Think of it as cheese or think of it as the sponge that you use to wash vessels. What will happen? It can soak water, right? So in this particular case, what do you see? It can move around here. And in this porous layer, we see that you have gas and then you have oil, right? So gas is on top, oil is in the bottom. Now this gets sandwiched between two non-porous layers, okay? That is why I need, see, if this non-porous layer was not there and only one porous layer was there, don't you think all the oil will go out, right? All the oil can float out. But why is the oil not floating in the water? Because of the fact that by nature they are sandwiched with this non-porous layer. That is why I need to drill and then extract it. So we clear? Ma'am is not lazy to stand. Ma'am is weak today. Ma'am ain't well. Moving on. So where will I find it? Where am I finding petrol? So we know that again in Gujarat region, Mumbai High and Digboi and in Assam region, I am able to find the petroleum. Now most important one is the Ankleshwar one that is there in Gujarat, right? Wherein you see that the Assam one is the oldest one. Yes? Okay. Are we all clear? It is limestone and sandstone. Yes? Okay. Then we have natural gas. Array, last part. Then I will give you a break. I want to finish this off as soon as possible. Right? Yes. Okay. Are we all clear? Okay. Now we have natural gas. Now natural gas that is there is again associated with the mineral oil which then gets separated from it. Right? We see that it is cheaper and of course it is not, it is cheaper. It is relatively cleaner. I will not say it is clean fully, but it is relatively cleaner. Yes? So understand that it is relatively cleaner. Again, used as industrial fluid, and of course in vehicles it is used as CNG, right? CNG gas is used. So what does CNG stand for? Compressed natural gas, right? Okay. Now where will I find it? Normally I find it in the Krishna Godavari Delta. I find it in parts of Mumbai again. See, oil may, remember, I should not be saying this, but if you see a lot of, if you look at Ambani, right? You know Mukesh Ambani, I mean, if you look at the Ambani family, you know that they are into the petrochemical line, yes? Where does Ambani live? Mumbai pe, which is why petrol, natural gas, sab Mumbai ka ek example de do, okay? Very simple. He is now all over social media. I'm pretty sure you guys would have been seeing all this. So this right here is an easy way to remember, yes? Ha. Gujarat is one more example that you can write down, okay? Jaisalmer is one more example. Tripura is also one more example that you can give here. Now in this particular case, if you see, earlier natural gas was mainly found in the Krishna Godavari belt, right? And of course we also know that over a period of time, we know that there were large gas line pipes which were made. So can you tell me which was the longest one? There was one which was 1700 kilometers, right, which transported, was a gas pipeline constructed by GAIL, right, which took it from, let's say, Mumbai High to different parts. Yes? So what was it called? Very good, HVJ. Yes, awesome. So this is one gas line pipe that you need to remember. So quick question all of you, easy one again. Which among the following has the highest quality of coal? Which has the highest quality of coal? Jaldi jaldi. अरे ये दोनों चैप्टर के लिए मैं I will take time because all of you are worried about these two chapters. बाकी सब कट I'll finish. Highest. Who's telling me answer as lignite? I will catch you for this. Whoever is giving me answer as B should say #BYJU'S twice. I'll start giving you imposition punishment now. Man, I feel like a school teacher. Yes, correct answer is guys, anthracite, PLBA. So peat has least maximum moisture, less carbon. Lignite, we know that Neyveli is the largest reserve, but again lignite has less, it's a low grade one. What about bituminous coal? Relatively higher grade, used for commercial purpose, but highest quality वो होता है anthracite पे. Next one, large reserves of natural gas are found where? हाँ, very good, very good. Those of you who made mistake will write #BYJU. I can't give punishment and all, I mean. ठीक है, very good. Okay. Next one. Ma'am, these chapters have come for 6 marks. See, I'll tell you what my problem with CBSE is right now after looking at the science paper. After looking at a science paper, I have realized that there's a set pattern that you're able to identify. And I don't think that there's going to be a set pattern from which I can break it down and tell you this is the case. Which is why in this particular case, I would say that, you know, study everything and go. Gaurav, you dance at home after you finish your SST paper. Okay? Yeah. Correct answer is option D, right? Yes. So correct answer is D, where you find it all over. Okay? All over. Yes. I know. Subhash, you can. But my point is, if you are someone who's scoring for 80 out of 80, तो ये भी चाहिए. पानी लेना, Babu आया. Wow. That's one more way to remember types of coal. Let me know in the comments, royalty music, help your friends out. Yes? Highlight importance of petroleum, explain its occurrence. This can come for 3 marks. Yes? ठीक है. This, what is the importance of petroleum? Where all do we use it? That they can ask. Explain the occurrence. Where will I find it? Write that also. Next question is also a very important one. Why is petrol industry called as the nodal industry? This can come for 2 marks. Yes? You don't need to tell me the answer, but abhi say you let me know. Petrol industry. See, I'll tell you, ye petrol, coal and all, I've not seen too many questions come. But the remaining bit of it for non-conventional energy sources, they can give you an option. Yes? Tikshita, can I tell you the answer in some, can I give you a water break after the chapter? See, why is it nodal industry? Multi-purpose. For various other, from this industry, we get raw materials, right? Ma'am, please explain this question. See, for let's say chemical industries, fertilizer industries. So for other industries, they require raw material, right? Which come in from the petrol, which is why it is a nodal industry from which we get the other one, right? Okay. Break after this chapter, fine. Now we will move on to the remaining topics, right? So I'm going to pick up the pace now. Shall I pick up the pace? Now you guys should be feeling confident. I was slow because you guys needed some motivation. Abhi, you should be able to pay attention and pick up the pace faster. Now we know what do we need electricity for, right? This is not something that you need me to tell you why we need electricity. You only know why we need electricity. For various things that we do in and around us, we require electricity, right? Now electricity comes from two places. We can either get it as hydroelectricity or else we also get it as thermal electricity, right? Ma'am, where is electricity in textbook? You open your textbook. Chotu sa paragraph natural gas ke baad hai, right? Okay. Now what do we have? Hydroelectricity is what we get from the hydroelectric projects. So from the movement of water, main parts or different parts of our country actually run with hydroelectricity. Example like Bhakranangal project, various projects that we see generate electricity. Yes, while thermal one is where we use your conventional sources, right? Conventional sources such as in the case of coal, when we use coal and we generate it through conventional methods, we see that here is thermal electricity. Yes, so we see that these are the two forms of electricity that we use. But now, of course, what have we observed? We know that these are all conventional methods which will not sustain for a long period of time, which is why we need to start switching to non-conventional sources. Now, your non-conventional include, let's say, your geothermal, nuclear, it includes solar, wind, it includes all of it, tidal and all of those cases, right? Wherein we use your non-exhaustible or inexhaustible resources and then you make your energy out of it. Yes? So in this case, right, in this particular case, firstly, let's discuss one mode of non-conventional source, which is your nuclear energy source. Now, nuclear energy, this I'm sure we have learnt in chemistry also, which is obtained by altering the structure of atoms. We have fission reaction and fusion reactions, wherein we see that as a result of it, we have large amount of energy that gets released in the form of heat. And this can be used to generate electric power. So, uranium, thorium, we see that they are all things which we use for generating nuclear energy that we find in Jharkhand and Rajasthan. And even parts of Kerala have thorium in their sand which can be used. Yes? So in this particular case, what do we observe? Nuclear energy is something that we can definitely use as a non-conventional source, but nuclear energy also has, I would say, some negative, I will not say negative, but there are some things that we are yet to combat, right? For example, the waste that gets generated, how to treat the waste, or how to, let's say, contain it, right? So there are a lot of disadvantages because in such cases, there could be drawbacks wherein it can be harmful as well, right? So this right here is important for all of you to understand. Next, we have solar energy. Now see, solar energy is something that our Prime Minister has also been giving a lot of importance. So if you are someone who follows the news very recently, you will see that there has been a lot of initiation towards using solar energy, right? Now think about parts of our India which receives, if you look at India as a country only, no? We are the best country to harvest solar energy. I'm not going to talk about the other ones. But when you compare, let's say, US or you compare countries, European countries which are closer to the poles, right? Which are closer to the poles, you see that we are located closer to the equator, while mainly, let's say, parts of Canada or let's say parts of the European countries are closer to the temperate regions. Yes? So when they're in the temperate region, sunlight falls slantingly on them. Yes, but in our case, sunlight falls almost directly. right? Which means we are able to harness this energy resource. So what do we need to do? We need to be able to build something that can trap the light energy. Now our plants do it normally, right? They have chlorophyll, but we don't have chlorophyll, which is why we need to do something like of that sort. So we use solar panels, which will trap the light energy. And why does India have a benefit? India has a benefit because we are a tropical country, right? So we have enormous potential in order to trap it. Yes? Very good. Very many airports are functioned by solar energy. We see that various traffic lights also are, functioned by solar energy as well, right? So we see that these are all some things that we observe. Now, solar panels have photovoltaic cells which have the ability to trap them, and thereby what do? They do the same thing as plants, convert light energy into electrical form. I mean, not like plants. They convert it into chemical energy, we will convert it into electrical energy, right? Yes, they are providing subsidy for solar panels as well. In residential areas also we are implanting it. There are solar powered calculators, so many solar powered things which are coming, right? Yes, but it also consumes, it does to one extent, right? So especially in rural areas and in remote areas, solar is becoming very, very popular. So what will happen if we switch to solar energy? Our dependency on coal and everything will reduce considerably. So this particular question on advantages of solar energy can come for 2 marks. So no matter what, don't skip solar energy. Yes? Next again, we have wind energy, right? So we have wind energy. Now India may also, we see that there's a lot of potential for wind energy, right? Now wind energy is again very clean, right? There's no harmful byproduct given. There is no harmful substances which are given out. And we see that the largest park that we observe, right? We see that there are normally we see that there are these wind parks wherein we find windmills, yes? So we see that in wind park, we find windmills, yes? So windmills have these huge turbines, okay? Understand this concept very clearly. Whether it is wind, whether it is hydroelectric, whether it is tidal, एक turbine होता है, this thing will move the turbine, movement of turbine will generate energy, ठीक है? बस, easy, peasy, simple, okay? So turbine will move. So when wind comes, what will happen? High winds, when it comes, it will move the turbine. As the turbine keeps moving, what will happen? This will generate energy, right? So in this particular case, we see that we have a large offshore wind park in Jaisalmer. Then we also see that there is one in Tamil Nadu also. Apart from that, especially in coastal regions, we see large amount of winds. Why? Because we know that winds come, let's say, from the shores, right? Yes. Same way we have tidal energy, same concept, wherein instead of wind here, what are we using? The movement of the ocean waters, the rise and fall of the tide or the ebb and flow. Yes, Bacha, Nagmani, if you're going to spam like this, I'll have to time you out for 5 minutes. So please don't spam, okay? So in this particular case, what do we see? We see that there are turbines underwater. So the movement, the ocean currents will make the turbine move and then it will generate energy, which is again a green source, right? So power generation here, of course, is a green source, but it is dependent on the tide surges. So again, this is very advantageous in coastal areas because of course they are closer to the sea. But one more problem is that it's not constant, right? We see that on some days there will be high movement of the tides. On some days there will be relatively lesser movement. So in parts of West Bengal, in parts of Gujarat, we see that tidal energy is being used. So movement of the turbine will generate electricity. Yes? Okay. Then what do we have? We have biogas. Now, uniquely personal story. There's a biogas unit in my college that I studied in, okay? So the college that I studied in has a biogas unit, and if you say they're pretty self-sufficient actually. So in that case, what happens? They also have cows in our college. Yeah, we have cows where there's a cow farm or a dairy farm for them, and we see that the waste that we obtain from it, right? So the domestic waste that we obtain, let's say from all the canteens in the college, and along with that, with the cow dung, they treat it with some specific chemicals and some bacteria, and they decompose the organic matter. Thereby what will happen? It will release methane. Now this methane is what is used as for cooking. It is used to generate electricity. And what we get out of it? We get manure, right? So we see that this right here is something that we use for this one. See, Subhash has helped you. Some magnetic field is involved. Right hand thumb rule or sab bhi hai, which I will definitely not know. And I don't remember. I keep thinking all this thumb rule is like Spider-Man, right? How Spider-Man weaves his web, you have your thumb rules also. Later on, right and left and everything will come, and eventually it is just sign language for me. ठीक है. Okay, then of course, last but not the least, we have geothermal energy, right? So geothermal energy that you see is basically which we obtain from the heat energy from the earth, right? So we know that especially at the bottom, at the lower layers where we have water, it gets heated, and of course we see that it gets heated, and there's hot rock and magma that heats it, right? Yes. अरे biogas is very simple. Organic matter जो decompose करता है in order to get manure, naturally we get methane. वो methane को you just need to remember. Yes? Okay. Now what else do we have? The last one that we have here is geothermal. Now normally if you see in places like Manikaran, right? Now this is a personal experience that I'm telling you. This is the last part. I went to visit Manikaran very recently. It was a very wholesome experience. So in this case, what do you see? You see a lot of smoke in this picture, right? You see smoke, yes or no? Do you see this? Do you see this? You see this, right? Now you think it is smoke, but it is not. It's actually steam. And we see that especially in Manikaran, especially where we have the Gurudwara, therefore the longer they use this steam in order to make it. So as you can see, all of this is the steam that is coming out through the vent, right? So we see that this is what comes out through the vents, and they use this energy to cook, right? So in this particular case, this is what we understand as the geothermal energy. So geothermal, that means naturally it is heated. Water vapor, water is converted to steam, which has high energy in it in order, and when we use this, we are able to get it, right? Okay. Yes, they use the heat to cook food as well. Exactly. Very good. So last point. बच्चा दिव्यांशु, नीचे magma होता है, right? Yes or no? Magma is there underneath. So deep in the layers, when you have water, water will get heated. Why? Because of magma. So what will happen? If there are cracks, naturally there might be cracks which will be present through which it will come out. So these naturally when it comes out, we call it as hot springs, right? So we call it as hot springs when they naturally come out. But what if I'm able to use those hot springs or those energy where I put a turbine and a flash tank to collect all of it, then I connect it to a turbine, then to a generator to then give me energy? That is geothermal energy. Yes. Okay. Are we clear now? Last but not the least, why should we take care of these resources, or why should we end up using resources? Because we know that resources are very important. We know that renewable energy is something we should be switching towards, because again, non-renewable are very less in number. Reduce the wastage, make people more aware about the fact that conventional resources are not going to last for a long time. Make sure that we implement rules so that we switch towards non-conventional sources and implement better technology. So they will ask you this particular question maybe, where non-conventional resources are the best option to conserve the natural resource. Substantiate this with example. So this can come for 3 marks. So what will you write here? Yes? What will you write? Jaldi se. Why haven't we completely shifted? Why have we not completely shifted to non-conventional energy resource? Many reasons are there. There are some political reasons. There are some non-political reasons. So I will talk about the non-political ones. The non-political ones are the fact that there is still in some cases to harness the energy. Now when you talk about, see, now you have research being done, you have a lot of new technology coming in. But scaling this technology, making it available for the many people is the next challenge. Which is why we have made a conscious shift towards non-conventional energy resources, but we still have a long way to go. Now, if you have to develop technology, you need money in it, right? So government has to invest money, people, investors, you need people with the money to invest in it. So now slowly, especially after the current G20 summit and post-COVID, people have started to realize that climate change has gone out of hand. So we need to start making more effective ways in using it. To be honest, a very small thing I will tell you, there are these delivery apps, right, where you order things online, or there are these many fancy apps hota hai. But even packaging, right, packaging, where earlier people used to use plastic, where people were using things that were they were using this kind of material which was not degradable. So in all those cases they have started making material shift, which is why over a period of time, something which has a lot of scope is for you to be able to identify how to use new material, how to create new material which is biodegradable, environmental friendly and something that will be helpful, right? Okay. One more question, all of you, which is, why is there a pressing need to use non-conventional energy resource? Explain with example. This is on the limitations of conventional sources, right, and what's happening to them. So with this, all of you, we are done with minerals and energy resource chapter. I took 2 hours for this chapter, I know. You guys will be telling me, ma'am, ये क्या है? 2 घंटे आपने ये chapter पे बिताया. But I know that you guys keep panicking about this chapter. I don't even know why. Now are you guys feeling better? Do you realize कि ये सब ही है? Only this much is left, nothing more. It is not some out of the world chapter. Simple. Now, energy saved is energy produced. See, this is in context to conventional, non-conventional, and with respect to sustainable source, right? So energy saved, that means that if I am saving energy in one aspect where for example, let's say in simple day-to-day practices, switching off light, making sure that if I'm going in a car, let's say with my family, or if I'm going in an auto, or if I'm going in a bus, right? If I'm traveling in a bus also, and if let's say we are at a signal, and the guy has kept the bus on and he's waiting, I said dun 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 dun, we are waiting. But if he turns the bus off, then he's saving that much energy, right? That much little energy that we save is as good as the energy we produce. So that is the term, the day-to-day application that we can use. Yes? Okay. So now everybody, shall I give you a 5-minute break? 5 minutes. Yes? I am giving you PYQs side by side also. 5 minutes. Everybody saying no. Are you saying no because you want more time, or are you saying no because of some other reason? Okay. Ma'am, okay. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Okay, chalo. Or shall I give you 10 minutes? Shall I give you 10? Eat. Array, remaining chapters will happen fast, don't worry. Abdul, humans to turn turbine, no, we can, but it will require a lot of manual labor. I'll pick up the pace from now on, don't worry. See, the next chapter is related to this. Okay. I'll give you 10, take the time. I'll give you something in between. I'm going to give you 8 minutes, okay? This is neither here nor there. Neither here nor there. I'm going to come back at 6:36 and we'll get started, okay? 6:37 I will come. Neither here nor there. You guys take the break and come. Okay? Ha. Done. 6:37 we'll be back. I'm neither here nor there. See, diplomacy works. So bye. See you soon. Yes, snack break over. I've also come rolling in my chair. Okay, so are we back? Do I have all my students? I feel like they've all ran away for good. They're like, bye-bye. Done with geography. Yes. Ma'am, NCERT is given fancy language. Tikshita, think of it as geothermal. Geo. That means from earth, thermal, heat energy. So naturally the heat energy I get from, let's say, hot springs, right? Yes, it's as simple as that. Yeah, I know to speak many languages, but let's not, get distracted on all that. Arey, Anjali pe mat dhyan do, geography pe dhyan do, please. All of you, now you'll get, I will block you guys. Okay, are you ready? Are we ready for the next? Are we ready for the next chapter, which is minerals and energy resource? Manufacturing industries. Are we ready? Yes? Are we ready? Okay, do I watch Doraemon? No, I think I watched it when I was young. Ha, exactly. Awesome. Okay, I can see many of you are back. Good evening. Yes. Okay, very good. Awesome. So now we'll go on to manufacturing resources. Ma'am, 2 more minutes are there. I didn't say 10 minutes. I said 37. I am here, right? Okay. Now I'm going to pick up the pace. Okay, now we're going to pick up the pace, which means that you should also listen. You need to listen, and this is one more controversial chapter because we don't know what is deleted and what is there. So now, again, I have referred to many teachers. It is not something that I have, come up with on my own and I've decided that, okay, bachon ko main extra padhati hu. No, I have seen what other teachers have also taught, and I am I am making sure that we are all ready. Again, from this particular chapter, right, from this particular chapter, if you see, whatever is there as per rationalized syllabus is there. So last year for your seniors, textile industry, cotton industry, all of that was deleted. But what they did have was location of industries and agglomeration of economy, that agglomeration part, right? Now for you guys, that is deleted, okay? You don't have anything on location of industries, you don't have anything on agglomeration and everything. But what you do have are the different what you do have are the different industries, right? Jute, drawbacks, everything, agar NCERT pe hai, rationalized textbook pe hai, then it is there. Anjali bacha, if you are not going to pay attention, time out ho jaoge. So please make sure that you are not spamming. Baki sab bhi spam mat karo, varna main block kar dungi. Yes? Awesome. So now again, we mainly see that in manufacturing industries, you have location and labeling mainly. You have software technology parks, cotton textile parks, iron and steel industries that you have to do. So this right here is going to be very important. Yes? Are we all clear? Shall we get started? Are we ready to get started? Awesome. Yeah, I have to block them. Students, please don't spam. Okay? Let's go. Map practice soon. Srijan, what else am I talking in? I'm talking in English only, no? Let's get started, everyone. Okay. Let's first and foremost, the chapter's name is manufacturing industries, right? So from minerals and energy resources chapter, we saw how we get different, right? How we get different types of resources, right? Now, what is manufacturing industries? This comes under what activity? Is it a primary activity or a secondary activity? Yes, is this a primary activity or a secondary activity? So we know that this right here is a secondary activity wherein we see that from manufacturing we convert raw materials into usable, valuable products, right? So in secondary activity, what do? We convert it into usable, valuable products. So let's say raw material is tea leaf, right? Then we see that if I make tea powder or if I am making tea and I am becoming, let's say, biology chai wala or something like that, then you see that tea that I am going to be selling is something that is going to be a manufactured thing, right? So here that comes as a secondary product. Okay. Now why are we talking about this chapter? Now this chapter, if you see, importance of manufacturing industries is a sure short question. You will get assertion reason from this, you will get 3-mark question from this, you will get 5-mark question also, right? So in this particular case, importance, don't skip this no matter what, yes? Now the question here is, how do these industries help us? Why are we studying about this chapter? Are we studying only because CBSE wants to test how much we are able to recall, or is there any purpose behind CBSE putting this chapter? There is a purpose, okay, and I'll tell you why. See, when you talk about manufacturing industries in general, right, in this case, if you see, it first and foremost boosts agricultural productivity, right? So it boosts agricultural productivity, which means what? We know that if more number of industries are being set up, then we know that there will be more demand for the raw materials, right? Because hawa mein you cannot make some, you cannot manufacture tomato ketchup, or you cannot manufacture cotton and everything. You need some raw material, right? Where is your raw material coming from? Your raw material is coming from agriculture, right? So it is coming from agriculture. So in this particular case, what do you see? It boosts the productivity, which means that there is need or there is demand for those products. Which means what? Apart from having demand, somebody has to grow. No, again, plants will not be like, oh, they need it, so let me just grow and start increasing in number. Somebody else needs to get into it, which is why we see that apart, when we say that there is productivity increase, then we see that there is increase in people getting involved. And along with that, there is also a greater need for fertilizers, there is a greater need for irrigation. So in all cases, it will in turn boost the secondary one also. So think about it. If I need to improve my manufacturing industry, I need agriculture. But if I need to boost agriculture, I need large-scale manufacturing industries. So they go hand in hand, right? Okay. Next thing that you see is that they provide employment. So along with all this, we can't just set things up and let things run on its own, right? You imagine if I started the YouTube live stream, I put the PPT and I go away. What is going to happen? You will be staring at the same thing and you'll be like, bro, what just happened, right? What just happened right now? I'm just staring at the same screen forever and ever. You need somebody to do it, right? You need somebody to come and teach. Now you imagine, today we are taking, say, geography class. Now imagine we did 4 live streams where we did history, we did geography, we did political science, and we did economics at one go. We are doing 4 live streams together. You think one Aishwarya ma'am is going to be hopping between 4 live streams? Or one Aishwarya ma'am and one Ankita ma'am can alone do the job? Nahi na? You need 2 more people to come in, right? You need more people. So this way you need more employment, right? So similarly, when you have to do so much work, you need people also, right? Okay, so in this particular case, it provides employment and increases per capita income. So are we clear? Are we clear on these 2 points? I am sure that you will be able to get the answer. There is demand for employment. Now along with this, right? Now along with this, what is happening? Now I am producing, let's say, iShoes ketchup, right? So I am producing iShoes ketchup, new tomato ketchup brand, which of course is going to be for all ranges, right? People who want very less spicy to super spicy to max level spicy. We see that all ketchups are available. Now for the ketchup, what is my raw material? I need tomatoes. So there is boost in agriculture. I have employed people also. Now what is happening? Business is booming. Yay, I'm making money. Yes, so business is booming. Now what will I do? I will be like, yes, I will give it in India. I'm selling in India, right? I'm selling in India. But along with this, I can also export it. I want people in other countries to know about how awesome our country is. I want them to experience this as well, right? So in such cases, what do we observe? We see that I can export my manufacturing goods as well. Now, when I export my manufactured goods, I am not just bringing in money for me, but it brings in revenue to our country, right? So it also brings in foreign exchange. So it's going to be very, very important. And last but not the least, when manufacturing industries once get set up, we see that there will be more diversification. So imagine I need a ketchup industry, then I realize for ketchup, I need ketchup bottles. So that way it will pave way for somebody to open up manufacturing industries where they will make the bottles. Then what will I need? I'll also need labels, right? So then more labels or label manufacturing industries will start. So that way from one, many will start stemming. And end may what will happen? End may we see that a lot of industries get set up. So that way more employment, more productivity, and all in all what we see. So are we all clear? What are the 4 pointers that you need to remember? Yes or no? 4 points. Don't get distracted by the ketchup bottle. But are we clear? Kavita Sharma, मैं Bangalore से हूँ. Yes, are we clear? Point number 1, it boosts agricultural productivity, right? When it boosts agricultural productivity, we see that we know that it generates more employment. When there is more employment, we know that there is also a chance that I can export my manufactured goods, right? I will export it. When I export it, what brings in? It brings money, right, for the country due to foreign exchange. Along with that, it leads to diversification. What is diversification? Diversification is going to be mainly wherein we see that more number of industries come in, right? So are we clear with this? Now along with this, you can write, see, I have broken it down to 4 points. Textbook may also, you will see it as 4 points, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. But you can write it down side by side, okay? You can elaborate on it and write for 5 marks. Now everybody, just after the 4th point, that countries transform their raw materials into wide variety of finished goods, and thereby we see that prosperity lies in diversification. Now just beneath that line, can you see the sentence? Agriculture and industries are not exclusive. They go hand in hand. This particular point is very important. So what I told you, right, about, let's say, if I need to boost my agriculture, I need fertilizers and everything from this industry. So how they go hand in hand, right? So that particular point that I explained is what you need to underline, which will come for assertion reason. It will come as a statement which you will have to elaborate. So are we all clear? Yes, are we clear? ठीक है. Anjali Bacha, this is not the place for you to make new friends. Please leave. Next, who is this? Rahul. Rahul Bacha, for you also. Board exam is there. Then you'll be thinking about, who's this Rahul and Anjali? Kuch hota hai, say they have come, I think. Guys, movie nahi chal raha hai. You have to pay attention. Okay. 10th batch after 11th of March. Yes, this particular point, have we all understood? They will ask you. I am not spending my time for time pass here. No, these are all pakka questions that you will get in the examination. Yes? Okay, very good. Next up, ma'am, can I draw mind map? Nahi, bacha, you cannot draw. You can draw mind map first and then express your answer. But please make sure that you are elaborating everything. Yes, that's the main thing that I want you to do. So, Preeti, I hope I've answered your question. Next up, this is a sure short question. Pakka 5 marks aa jayega. So please, yes, all of you pay attention. Okay. Next, what do we have? Next, of course, we have different types of industries, right? So what are the different types of industries? Can you tell me? We can categorize industries in various ways, right? This is sure short. Ye wala sure short hoga. This could be asked indirectly. That's why I'm telling you. How will they ask you indirectly? They'll give you one question from NCERT. They'll give you a statement from NCERT and you need to break it down. Which is why all of you after this class or during the class do NCERT side by side. Yes? Now industries can be classified in various ways. It can be classified as based on source of raw material, based on its role, based on how much paisa we are putting into it, based on who owns it, based on bulk and weight. Okay. So these are the 5 ways in which I can categorize my industry. So first we will see based on raw material, how will I categorize? So based on my raw materials, what could it be? I will either get my raw materials from naturally occurring minerals by mining. Yes, or else what will I do? I will practice agriculture and then I'm going to obtain it, right? So in this particular case, what would be the answer? Or what are the 2 ways? The 2 ways in which, or the 2 industries based on raw materials is agro-based industries and mineral-based industries. Yes. So agro-based we get from agriculture, mineral-based we get from the minerals that we just learnt about, right? Now, of course, in this particular case, based on the main role. Now, what do I mean by main role? Main role is not who is hero, who is heroine, right? Main role is what is their job, right? What are they manufacturing? So their main role could either be basic or key industry, or it could be consumer industries. Yes? Ma'am, can we say as primary sector? You can't say it is primary sector. Why? What is primary sector? Primary sector is where you grow the raw material. It is different sector altogether. Here, based on the naturally obtained raw material. So it depends on where the raw material is coming from. Agriculture means agro-based. If not, it is mineral-based. Yes? Okay, Tanmay, there's one video already there on the channel. You can watch that, but we will do one mentee closer to the exam. Okay? Now, what are your key industries? Key is when you are using, let's say you supply products, which in turn is again used as raw materials, let's say to manufacture other goods. Now, what do I mean by this? What do I mean by a basic or a key industry? Now, for example, if you look at iron and steel industry, right? Let's take iron and steel industry as an example. Iron and steel industry, pe what are you making? You are making steel, right? Now, this steel that I am making will then be used as raw materials, let's say for utensils. Steel could be used to make steel rods, which is there used in construction. Then again, I use the steel for something else. So I have one manufacturing industry producing something that is which in turn is used as a raw material for another one. So that is the key industry. Are we clear? Are we clear what is a key industry? Yes? Aluminium, iron industries all come under this category. Okay? Yes or no? Give me a CC in the chat. Give me a quick CC. Thank you. Then what do we have? We have consumer, right? नाम से ही पता चलता है. Consumer means I am consumer. I will use, right? So something which I can directly obtain. So if you look at, let's say toothpaste. Right? क्या आपके toothpaste पे नमक है? Right? So in that, if you look at your toothpaste, when I produce the toothpaste, it is directly used. Or if you look at, let's say, tomato ketchup. I choose tomato ketchup that I just told you about. Directly I will use it, right? So in this particular case, we directly use it, right? So that it is directly going to the consumer. So in this particular case, we see that it is a consumer industry. Yes? Then what do we have? Based on capital investment. That means how much money am I going to put into it? So imagine if I am able to, let's say, based on how much money goes in, we see that we have small scale and large scale industries. Now what is small scale? Small scale is when I have a little amount of money, right? Roughly in small scale investment would be around 10 crores. Yes. So 10 crore investment might be there. So that means for 10 crores, how much ever machines I'm able to make, how many ever people I'm able to employ, that many people I will make do with it, and then I will have my industry. So normally your small scale industries will include all these toys, ये छोटे toy manufacturing industries that are there, some food products which are not too popular, those brands, they are all small scale industries, right? Yes, ma'am, 1 crore. Now see, small scale has micro and medium scale as well, right? So here, small scale is a big umbrella. Between 1 to 10 crore investment, you can say. Less than 1 crore. Okay. Cool, fine. So let's go with less than 1 crore. Okay, fine. My bad. 1 crore investment, around 1 crore. How much ever you are able to make do with 1 crore, whatever you are able to do, it is 1, not 10. Sorry, my bad. 1 crore. Yeah, I just checked. It's 1 crore. Yes? So in this particular case, we see that if it is around 1 crore, then it is a small scale. But greater than that, when we are having large amounts of money coming in, it will be a large scale industry where they have lot of money coming in. That means they have huge demand, huge infrastructure, lots of people working for them, and a lot of raw materials as well. So these are all some examples that are there. Yes, where you have small scale and large scale. Then of course you have based on ownership, right? Cement industry is an example of large scale. Now very quickly we have based on ownership. Who owns it? Now this is something you see even in your economics, right? Economics पे public private sector you learn about. Here also you are learning about public and private sector. Now in this case, public sector is owned by the government, operated by it. Private sector owned by a personal person like me. iShoes Ketchup is a private sector company. Joint sector is when both work together. Both you have your group of individuals. It's run by individuals or a group of them as well as the state. And then we have cooperative sector like in the case of Amul where there is a cooperative society that comes in, right? And they work together. Yes? So you have based on ownership. Then last we have bulk and based on bulk and weight on what we produce. Heavy industries use very heavy raw materials. Then you have like your iron and steel. Light industries which use very light goods, right? So in this case, if I have to quickly revise, industries can be classified how? On 5 categories. Can you tell me what are the 5 categories? Yes? First, what did we see? They can be categorized based on raw materials. Yes, they can be categorized based on what? They can be categorized based on capital. Okay. Then they can be categorized based on their main role. Who are they, giving it? Yes. Then what else? They can be categorized based on ownership. Last but not the least, what do we see? They can also be categorized based on bulk. 5 ways in which you can categorize it, right? Now, based on raw materials, how will you categorize them? Agro-based, right? So, agro-based means from agriculture. You get it from agricultural products, that is your plant and animal. Then what do you have? You have your mineral-based, yes, which is obtained from minerals. Simple. Then based on capital, how can you categorize them? Based on capital, you can categorize them as small scale and you can categorize them as large scale. Small scale industry, you have less than 1 crore investment, less number of people, less number of products. Here we see that investment is more, as a result of which we see that there is more infrastructure. We see that there is more people involved and more amount of raw materials that we require. Yes. Then what do we have? Then we have based on main role. What is the main role? Main role may we also see that under main role we have key industries or basic industries which produce materials that serve as raw materials for other industries, right? Then you have consumer industries which produce things directly for consumer. Then based on ownership, what do we have? Based on ownership, we have public sector, which is owned by government. We have private, which is owned by individual. Then what do we have? We have joint, which is owned by both. Then we have cooperative, where you have your cooperative societies. Then you have here where you have bulk, based on the bulk of raw materials. What do we have? We have your heavy industries and we have your light industries. So can you all take a quick screenshot? Yeah, we have forest and marine also, but NCERT for 10th grade has only this much. You can take a screenshot, all of you. Joint का एक example, Oil India Limited is an example of joint sector. Shall we move on? Yes. Shall we move on? ठीक है. So here are some questions that you can get in the exam for 2 marks. Differentiate between a public sector industry and a private sector industry. They can ask you difference between small scale and large scale industry, right? So now when you are differentiating for 2 marks, you have to tell me what is the difference. Learn an example of the same, right? So learn an example of the same, because that is how you will be judged, because they will ask you write one example as well. Yes? Okay. Are we all clear? Very good, very good. Awesome. Now in this particular case, all of you, we're going to quickly move on to an MCQ. Now these are the questions or the question format in which you will get geography questions from, or I've seen that this is how the question comes from. Industry X is jointly run by state and individuals or a group of individuals. Oil India Limited is an example of the same. Identify X. Yes? Cottage industry is an example. Very good. So students, they will not, as much as questions will be direct, these are forms in which you will get. Correct answer is option C, which is joint sector. Similarly, if I were to ask you, I'll give you 2 clues, right? I'll give you 4 statements and tell me which is incorrect. So statement A says that manufacturing industries are important for the development of the country as it brings in foreign revenue, right? Manufacturing industries boosts agriculture, right? Manufacturing industries improve employment opportunities. And last but not the least, we see that which is incorrect here? Which statement is incorrect? Yes? 1, 2, 3 are true, which means that D is wrong. Why is D wrong? Can you tell me? Why is D wrong? What is the reason behind it? Why is D wrong? D is wrong because agriculture and manufacturing industries do go hand in hand, right? Now here, how will you get this question? 4 statements will be given and then like biome, how you saw, identify 2, 3 questions which are correct, right? Yes. Now we will go on to the next one, right? Wherein they have given you elaboration based on raw materials. So you have agro and mineral based. Now under agro based, we mainly have textile industry, we have jute industry, right? These are the 2 industries that are elaborated. Yes? Okay. Darshan Bacha, if you want this to be the case, you will be timed out forever on the channel. And that just happened, right? Okay. So moving on, all of you, we are going to go on to the first agro-based one, which is going to be textile-based. Yes? So in this particular case, if you look at the textile industry in our country, many things, see, all of you are from different parts of the world, right? I mean, not world, different parts of the country. The kind of clothes that you wear are now more or less the same. But if you look at our traditional attire, right? The traditional attire that we wear, they are quite different, right? And we see that they are slightly, I would say, different from each other. Yes or no? Some slight differences are there. So in our country, over a period of time, this particular textile industry has held a very unique position, right? It has held a very unique position. Now, over a period of time, it has contributed towards industrial production, it has contributed giving jobs, and of course, foreign exchange, because, hey, we have so many international celebrities now wearing saris, wearing, Indian designer labels, right? So, in this particular case, if you see, we see that lot of export is also happening. Now, we see that textile industry is a value addition, right? So we see that there is value add happening in the textile industry. Now this is very important, students. Many of you are feeling tired. If you are, you can take a break and come back, wash your face, because I know at one shot to do geography is little tiresome. I'm trying to make it as funny and interesting as possible from my end, right? Abhi dekho, textile industry har ek, in every step, if you see, we know that if I need to get ऐसे BYJU'S वाला t-shirt, I'm not just going to magically get it. You know that first I need to be able to get the garment. For making this garment, I need, threads. I need fabric. Now, if I need to make the fabric, I need the threads or I need the yarn. Where will the yarn come from? The yarn is going to come from the fiber, right? So, in this particular case, this flowchart is important. Please study it. Questions based on this can come. Now, over a period of time, if we look at the cotton textile industry, just think about it. Today, everything is so machine and, there's so much of machines and, lot of machines to do it, right? You have so many machines which does the job. But if you look at it, if you look at the history of it, we started spinning it by hand, right? We used to spin it by hand. We had hand spinning. Uske baad we did handloom weaving, which is still practiced in some parts of the country. But over a period of time, we see that there have been power looms also. Now, during the colonial period, when the dear Britishers were there, we saw that this particular industry had a huge setback, right? Because they were bringing in a lot of cloth that was manufactured there. Then, of course, successfully, the first mill was set up in Maharashtra, right? Wherein we see that the first mill was set up in 1854, right? So, they set it up there. Now, normally if you think about it, many of the cotton growing regions, where does cotton grow? Cotton grows in black soil. Where do we find black soil? In regions of Maharashtra, which is why we see that the cotton industry used to boom in Maharashtra, right? Very simple and easy. Bacha, if it is there in revised NCERT, rationalized NCERT, wo deleted nahi hai, okay? Why is textile industry self-reliant and compliant? I'm going to come to that. Yes, let me just finish this. Okay. Now think about it. In regions like Maharashtra and Gujarat, we know that firstly, they are naturally found. They have black soil, which means we can grow cotton. So raw cotton is able to come. You can easily grow it. Now use logic, okay? Don't even think about it technically. Abhi, we are talking about cotton industry. ठीक है, cotton कहाँ पे grow होता है? जहाँ पे black soil है. Where do we find black soil? In Maharashtra region. Now, where is Maharashtra? We know that in Maharashtra there are parts of Maharashtra which is very close to the coastal region, which means transport is very easy, right? Along with that, it has an accessible port as well, right? So it all made it very easy to localize it. That means that then and there only everything is happening. It need not really go somewhere else for some, you don't need to take it outside Maharashtra for, let's say, getting something done. Everything was possible within that because all of it was made available there only. So because of that, what happened? It generated employment for various reasons and created demand as well, right? So over a period of time, it created demand. Now, why was this particular industry considered to be self-reliant and also providing value add? Because if you see, we see that in this particular industry itself, we see that it need not go out. Now, normally what happens if you think about manufacturing a steel mug? First, I need to get a steel, I need to produce steel. Uske baad, I need to take this steel and go to people who make steel mugs, and then I am getting it. But in this particular case, when you talk about textile industry, all this spinning, weaving, producing of garment, all of it is happening with it. So they are self-reliant, right? It's very simple. Yes or no? Now don't get confused with is it deleted or no. If it is there, it is there. If it's there and rationalized, it is there, right? Okay. Now, of course, over a period of time, right, we saw that there have been some disadvantages as well, because even though we spin and produce a lot of it, weaving, especially the weaving industry, has taken a setback because the quality of fabric that we have been producing over a period of time, or rather I would say, we are not able to produce lot of high grade, high grade yarn, which is why weaving gets affected, okay? But nonetheless, we see that it is still contributing. Yes? So shall we revise this chapter? Shall we revise cotton industry once again? Are we clear? One more time we'll go. Simple points of cotton industry. Let's close our eyes. Let us all close our eyes and listen to what Aishwarya ma'am is going to say. Make a mind map in your head, right? Make a mind map. Cotton industry or textile industry. Let's get started. So cotton industry में हमने क्या पढ़ा था? We know that it's an ancient industry which was started way back then, where earlier we did it with hand. उसके बाद हमने handloom weaving कर दिया. Now we have power looms or machines. Earlier, of course, we were producing it, our own clothes and all of that. But जब colonial period आ गया, उन्होंने उनका, mill-made cloth, they brought it into India. So we saw that our country suffered a setback at that point. Now, over a period of time, when we talk about cotton industry and its initial days, it was found concentrated in Gujarat, Maharashtra region. क्यों? Because Maharashtra में naturally we find black soil. Black soil is called as regur soil, where also known as cotton soil, because the condition, the climatic conditions in Maharashtra, the soil found in Maharashtra is all suitable. Yes. If that is the case, along with that, we also have various ports in Maharashtra, so I can export my cotton. So Gujarat Maharashtra region may we were able to do this, right? Now it created a demand for the other sectors also, like chemicals, dyes, packaging materials, and all of that. Now end May, what did we see? Over a period of time, we saw that even now we continue to practice spinning in various parts of our country. But weaving suffered a setback because we don't produce high quality yarn. So now we need to focus on that. But nonetheless, we see that this is one among the one among the reasons, one among the industries which is self-reliant. Yes? Localization matlab, it is found, everything is there. I don't need to go out, right? Now, if I say I'm a local of Bangalore, that means I was born here, I studied here, I did my college here, I know everything here. I've never gone out. So, I'm a local, right? Yes. So, are we clear, all of you? Are we clear? Yes? ठीक है. Next up, we will move on to jute industry. Jute is simple. Okay, I don't know why the second point is not having animation. What is jute? What do we use jute for? See, now I'll tell you, when you study agriculture and you do this chapter, it will become even more easy, right? Because all the chapters are interrelated. Ye soil wala bit is related here, crop wala part is related. I will send you the notes also, not to worry. Now, what is jute? We use jute in making gunny bags. We make sack. My lunch basket is made of jute, right? Very eco-friendly, better than using plastic. Now, India is among the largest producers of raw jute and jute goods. Now, jute is a plant, okay? And we use the stem of the plant. So, we grow this plant and it has these big, plants that come. We use the stem where you get thread-like structures or fibers. Now, mainly in India, it is located in the West Bengal region, where along the banks of, let's say, the Hooghly River, we find it. But Bangladesh is the largest exporter. Now, earlier, prior to partition, right? This was all Bengal, right? This was all Bengal only, right? Prior to partition, which means that in the Bengal region, we primarily find the production of jute. Now, why is it that Bengal region may we are growing jute? What is the reason? Because see, in the Hooghly Basin region or in that Bengal region, firstly, climatic conditions are appropriate, okay? Lots of water is needed and we know that it is abundantly available there. Cheap labor is also available. Along with that, we also see that there are water transporting systems for helping in transport. Various roadways and everything is developed, right? And along with that, we also see that it is closer. So, climatic conditions are available. Now, along with this, in India, Kolkata became one of an urban center, right? So earlier, if you think about it, Madras, Calcutta and all were the earlier urban centers along with Mumbai, right? Only then all this, Bangalore and everything came up. Earlier then people in Bangalore were chilling. They were not chilling, but there's not an urban center, right? So in this case, what do you see? Main of jute cultivation that happened because of the climatic conditions. So always remember, jute means Bengal, both Bangladesh and West Bengal. Yes? Okay. Are we all clear? Are we all clear with this? Now last but not the least, we have sugar industry, right? Sugar industry में से क्या बनता है? Don't even see the slides. You give me the answer. Sugar industry से हमको क्या मिलता है? Let's be logical. Sugar industry में क्या मिलता है? You tell me. Yes. Addiction. What is addiction? Sugar, chini, exactly. You get sugar. Now, apart from this, what do you get? Exactly. You also get gur and khandasari. So, these are all the products that you get, right? Now, if you talk about Indian sweets are the best when compared to anything else. And of course, being that Indian sweets are the best, India stands as the second largest producer of sugar, but occupies first place in gur and khandasari production. Now, if you think about it, Now people who are from South India will be able to relate better, but others also will be able to get a better idea. Now normally during harvest festivals, like especially Sankranti in Karnataka and when it happens in Maharashtra, right, we see that as prasad, or when you visit someone's house, what do you give? You give them sugarcane ka one stem. How many of you know this? We give sugarcane ka one stem. Pongal maybe also we do. Harvest festivals may we do this, right? Yes. So in this particular case, we have seen and observed this, right? Now in this particular case, if you see, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, 3 ways for you to remember where sugarcane is present. Yeah. Ma'am, in Bihar in Chatpuka. Okay, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Okay. गुड़ की लड्डू, yes, गुड़ की लड्डू. चाट पूजा, हाँ, okay, चाट पूजा में भी हम देते हैं. So see, a lot of our traditions that we do in our day to day, also in Andhra Pradesh as well, we give it, right? So that way you are able to remember, for example, Chhat Puja. Okay, I hope now I'm pronouncing it right. Please don't mind my, see, when I'm reading from English to Hindi, it becomes difficult, right? Yeah, in Malayalam you say Sharkara, exactly. So in such cases, we do all of this. So in our day-to-day life, we are using it. Yes? Okay. After Diwali as well. Awesome. So now think about it. Day-to-day life mein you are able to make examples, right? And of course, we know that in order to cultivate sugarcane, we see that it's slightly seasonal. So it's mainly coming under the cooperative sector, where you have the farmers which grow it and then they will go give it to the industry, which will then manufacture your sugar. So in this particular case, we have covered 3 industries. Now tell me, was this hard? Yes? Jayakumar, open rationalize syllabus and tell me. Open rationalize syllabus and tell me if it is deleted. Are we clear now? Was this very tough? You tell me if it's very tough. Is it? So it is like, ma'am, kinda. Okay, at least you're being honest. Mysore Pak, okay. It's actually easier than you. See, because I'll tell you why. When you're reading it, right? When you are reading it, it looks like a lot of words, right? It looks like a lot of words. So what I will do, or what I recommend all of you to do, is as and when I am doing, are you making tabular columns and are you writing it down? That is all that matters, right? Tabulate the whole thing and study it. Yes? I know at one go it is a lot to remember, which is why active recall is very, very important. Yes? I am from Karnataka. Now very quickly students, this is another question for all of you which was there in 2022. Study the flow chart given and what is the basic material that is required for garment manufacturing. What is the material that I need to make garments? I know. Now you should not give me wrong answer. Students, fiber fabric, fiber fabric, fiber fabric. See, I get why you will say, ma'am, why fiber would be the answer. You will say, ma'am, from fiber only I will then make garment, right? Now, when you look at the solution for this, the answer is fabric, and I'll tell you why. What is the material that we require to make garments? It is fiber, it's fabric obtained from yarns of fiber. If you want, you can write it like that also. You will touch base upon all of it and you will give the answer. Now, why is fabric the answer? Because in this particular case, from the flow chart, they're asking you from the flow chart, answer the question. So in order to manufacture it, what would be the answer? This will be the fabric, right? Which is why in this case, the correct answer is going to be fabric. Yes? Okay. Now next one. Give an example. How are we adding value in the textile industry? Yes. How are we adding value? Very good, Manideep. Very good. What is my favorite sweet? I'll tell you in the end of the class. How is it beneficial? See, any cooperative industry, if they are producing raw materials, then you know that sugar again is of large demand, right? If you know the rate of sugar, you will realize how much demand is there. It's about 55 rupees per kg. That means that in a cooperative society, when you have farmers and industries tied up in order to work together, they will also make profit from what they sell. Yes? Value addition, very good, is to increase the quality of the product. But how are we value adding in the flow chart? How are you value adding in the flow chart? Can you tell me? We are value adding by dyeing and finishing. So adding a dye, improving the quality, that is something that we do by this, right? Next one. M is an agro-based product obtained from mills mainly located in West Bengal and Bangladesh, West Bengal region, and Bangladesh is the major producer. It is used for making bags, sacks and other products. It requires water and cheap labor. Identify M. Yes? Civics ho gaya, it happened today morning, history will happen tomorrow, right? Yes, okay. Okay, so let's get started all of you, then we will go on. So this is just an example of the format in which questions can come, right? Now let's move on. Correct answer is jute. What was your keyword? It was West Bengal and Bangladesh, right? Very simple and easy. Yes. Next up we have iron and steel industry. Now to be honest, iron and steel industry may that two flow charts, one for bauxite and one for this iron and steel is all little bit tricky, right? These are the little bit tricky bits, so don't worry about it. Tough questions, we will do it again tomorrow. Yes? So now of course we know why we need steel now. After learning about iron, you know why we need steel. We know that iron and steel industry is forming the backbone of our country, right? And of course we know that they are not only used, they are not only, why are they backbone of the country? Because we make a lot of raw materials from it, and along with that they serve as raw materials for other industries. So now we are clear as to why or what this iron and steel industry is. Easy? Yes? So how is the iron or how is steel formed, right? So this is a basic industry, exactly. You can say it is a basic industry, it is a heavy industry, you can say both, yes? So now what do? How do you manufacture the steel? Now in order to manufacture steel, you know that something is required. You know that in order to do this, you take your raw material, that is your iron ore, right? So you will take your iron ore, and when you take your iron ore, you will then mix it with a few things. So you will mix iron ore plus coking coal, right? So you'll mix coking coal plus limestone in a ratio of 4:2:1, right? So you'll mix it in this combination and you'll put it in a blast furnace where it is at high temperature, right? High temperature by you do this. Then what will you get? You will get pig iron. Yes, you will get pig iron. Okay? So now this pig iron that is there is then converted. So now this pig iron is then converted from which you obtain steel. So you add manganese, nickel, chromium all in certain ratios in order to ensure that you get your steel. So can I say that steel is an alloy of iron along with manganese, nickel and chromium? Yes? Can I say that? Are we all clear? Gulshan? That's not the point. Are you understanding what I'm teaching? Isn't that what matters? Right? Okay. You come and teach then. I want to see that also. ठीक है. We are clear? Make a flow chart. Yes? Bacha exam hai. Focus on all that. Next up. So quickly to revise. You have iron ore, which is then taken to blast furnace. Blast furnace के अंदर क्या है? Iron ore है, coking coal है. उसके बाद what do you have? You also see that you have limestone, right? What is the ratio? 4:1. Then what do you get? You get pig iron, right? So you get pig iron out of this. Then what do? You will add this. You will add manganese. You will add nickel. You will add chromium. Then what will you get? You will get steel. Yes? Are we clear? Are we clear? Okay? So this is a basic flow chart that you need to remember, right? Now why are we adding manganese? We are adding manganese mainly because we need the steel to harden for certain properties. We are adding all of this, right? Super. Now where do we find it? Think about it. Where do you find iron? Where do you find iron? You find iron in Durgapur, right? Then you see that in parts. So again, in your same belt, you are finding it. You are finding in Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Odisha. Remember 4 places. Are you all clear? Yes, very good. Okay? So make it a point that all of you write this down. Bokaro, Bhilai and Rourkela. Yes? Fatima, please don't spam, bacha. Please don't spam. I request you not to spam. अभी 5 minutes के लिए time out करती हूँ. ठीक है. हाँ, 2, 3 more than enough. Yes? Next we have aluminium smelting. Yes? हाँ, छोटा. Simple. Himani, I told you. Make it a point if you're. It's all in that region. ये वाला region पे ही we find most of the minerals, right? Most of the basic industries that are there. Next we have aluminium smelting, right? Aluminium smelting that happens. Yes, so in this particular case in aluminium smelting, what do we see? We see that in aluminium smelting, we convert our bauxite. We have already learned this. Bauxite ko hum alumina, we will convert it to alumina. Then we will make it aluminium. Yes? Now this is the table I was talking about, right? This is the table. What are the characteristics of aluminium? ये सब होता है कि वो light है, वो resistant है, good conductor है, and they are malleable. Yes? Now along with this, what do you see? We see that what do we use aluminium for? For all of these purposes. Where do I find smelting plants? Closer to where I find aluminium, right? So same, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, we see that Maharashtra, Kerala. So in all these places. So simple, you remember 3 states, more than enough, right? Easy. Now, how do I get my box? So how do I get my aluminium? That is important, right? So if I take 4 to 6 tons of bauxite, I see that I will get 2 tons of alumina. From 4 to 6 tons, I will get 2 tons of alumina. उस 2 टन से सिर्फ 1 टन aluminium मिलता है. So this is how it happens, where first you get rid of, when you make sure that you crush the bauxite, all the alumina powder that is there, it will dissolve out in an aluminium refinery. Then what do? You will either ship alumina out as it is, or then you will make it a point that you convert it, right? You put it in certain processes and then you will convert it and form aluminium. And this happens inside a aluminium smelter. Smelter means that it's happening, the temperature is happening at a high rate, right? So it's exposed to high temperatures. Yes? Okay, a lot of it, yeah, there's a lot of impurities, exactly. See, 4 to 6 tons of bauxite pay, you are getting only 2 tons of usable ones, right? See, cryolite is a molten metal, right? So cryolite is like a molten metal, Himani has mentioned. So we see that a cryolite is a molten metal that acts as an electrolyte. So when you look at it so in 11th, 12th, if you take chemistry, I think you will have concepts based on metallurgy. There you will be able to understand it. Yes? SST notes, Dhruvi, आ जाएंगे. ठीक है? Then you have chemical industry. Now chemical industry में से what do you get? What are some of the products you get from chemical industry? You should be able to tell me now. Yes? Ma'am, is it enough to read from slides and no states? No, you have to remember examples. You have to remember examples. Because if they give you one question which says choose the incorrect pair, they give you some 4 or 5 mines and states. If you are not able to remember, then what is going to happen? Nivedita, are you in ICSE? Because ICSE pay we learn in metallurgy from grade 8 only. Very good. Chemical industries have organic and inorganic sectors. Organic includes mainly your synthetic fibers, right? I'll remove fertilizers out of this. But mainly in this particular case, your organic chemicals. Organic chemicals would include maybe some dyes. It would include some... Sorry, I think it's interchanged, guys. My bad. Okay. So I think this is interchanged, the headings. Please don't mind. I think the headings are I think the headings got interchanged, right? So in this particular case, for your inorganic chemicals, you have your fertilizers, your synthetic fibers, plastics, adhesives and all of that, right? While in your organic ones, you have your, again, we see that petrochemicals are there and various other substances, right? Awesome. Yes. So in this particular case, yeah. This is the correct way, right? So mainly if you look at it, you see that various petrochemicals are used. Now, of course, one question that they will ask you, the chemical industry only is its own largest consumer. Justify. Yes? Okay. I have a lot of weird people in class today. I thought I was being weird today. Now, why is the chemical industry its own consumer? Why is chemical industry its own consumer? Because what do chemical industries produce? They are producing fertilizers, they are, manufacturing dyes, they are, they are producing certain raw materials, right? Now, in this particular case, it is very similar to why the petrochemical industries, right? So, why is it that the petrochemical industry is a nodal industry? It justifies the same point, right? So if you look at it, we see that various chemicals from the petrochemical industry is occupied or obtained, right? Various chemicals from that is used back into the organic sector itself, right? So you going back into the organic industry. So they make their own, they use their own chemicals to make new chemicals. Simple put. So in this particular case, we see that petrochemicals are used for manufacturing various substances, and they use their own chemicals in order to make more products that are used in other industries. They could be used for agriculture and directly for consumer market, right? Okay. So in this particular case, if you see, nodal means that it is, what is a node? Node is a point. So a nodal industry is a point from which, see, bio mein what is a node? Node is a point through which a new branch or a new stem arises. So here what is a nodal industry? A point from which new industries branch out. Easy. Organic chemicals have carbon in them. Inorganic means they don't. That's why it was interchanged. Fertilizers are not organic, they are inorganic, right? Are we easy? I mean, are we finding this easy? Yes? Yes, I know, right? It is the center. You can use my notes for this only, right? I have made it in a form where it's used as notes for all of you. That's why I have made it in this form. See, tomorrow when I share it with you, you will be able to use these notes, but I might make sure that I check once again because I'm finding some mistakes. I only made this PPT, so please don't mind. I have some errors. The team has not had a look, right? Yeah, you need to have one more revision for sure in this chapter. But other than that, if you make the flow charts, it should be simple. And by today or tomorrow, I will try to, make flow charts and share it with you as well. It would be shared on the Telegram channel. So now we have fertilizer industry. Abhi ye fertilizer industry kya hai? Do you need pointers on screen for this? Do you need pointers? What do you need fertilizers for? Why do we need fertilizer industry? Because you need fertilizer. Why do you need fertilizers? You need fertilizers because you need to boost agriculture. Yes, we need to boost agriculture. So various products like, let's say, urea, ammonium, let's say ammonium phosphate, let's say NPK, they are all manufactured. Where you see that Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, UP are all parts where we see that. Think about places where extensive agriculture happens. Where does extensive agriculture happens? We see that in this case, Punjab mein, it's an agricultural state. We know that Tamil Nadu also may a lot of agriculture happens. UP may agriculture happens, right? So hence, wherever more agriculture, more fertilizers. Simple. Now you have cement industry. Cement industry mein kya hota hai? Why do we need cement? We need cement because we need to construct houses, we need to construct factories, we need to construct studios, right? So whatever we construct in and around us, we need cement. Now where do we get this cement from? We know that for getting cement, we require limestone, gypsum, silica. Now we see that in all these cases, we know that these are required and we require coal and power to transport it from one place to another, which is why we see that normally in regions of Gujarat, we have cement industry plants located. And because Gujarat is also closely located to the sea, we also see that export happens from here, right? Easy. So far, see, I'm not saying ki at one go you will be able to understand. But my question is, has this chapter become easier? Yes. Has it become easier? I know that in one day you guys will not, master and be like, ooh, do about it, right? But I hope that this fear about these two chapters have gone. That is what I want to focus on, right? If it has, then I have done my job. Abhi, it will not be like Ashwini ma'am has taught and everything is in my mind. Padhai bhi karna chahiye, right? Revision bhi chahiye. That's why. That is important. Yes? Now we have automobile industry and software industry. Automobile is very lame, okay? Now, ignore the automobile ka pointers on screen. I will modify it. But in automobile industry, what do you see? In automobile industry, we know that we need automobiles, or basically they are our vehicles. Kyun vehicles chahiye? To transport. Abhi, not only for you and me to go, right? Not only for you and me to go from one place to another. If I need to transport my raw materials also, I need to have that. Which is why we have a variety. We have buses, we have trucks, we have trains, we have airplanes. You name it, we have so many different kinds, right? Which is why in this place, over a period of time, this industry has grown, right? So we see that this industry has grown over a period of time because transport and connectivity has also grown. Yes? Now, if you look at places like Delhi, Pune, Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, what do you see, right? We see that there is more demand for this automobile industry because more people are there, more population density, so more travel. Yes? After liberalization, exactly, after liberalization, we saw that there was a boost. Vande Bharat, it is an example only, right? Theek hai. Now, of course, all of you, very quickly, we have the last one. Now, this is what I feel is a sure short question that can come. For some reason, CBSE really likes this software parks and IT sector a lot, okay? They really love the IT sector, okay? So they will ask you this question for 3 marks. The continuing growth in the hardware and software is the key to success. So what is the IT sector? IT sector, or IT, stands for information technology. In the 1900s, we know that there was a boom of information technology and communication. So today, if we have the internet, we have technology, especially when you have your mobile phones, laptops, iPads, I don't know, you name it, and we have so many devices around us. Now, all of this was the contribution of technology that was here, right? So, in this particular case, what do you observe? We saw that there has been a continuous boom that has been there, yes? So, over a period of time, the electronic industry has considerably had a boom. So, all your TVs, phones, computers, all of them come under that category. And in order to use them, we've had software, wherein we see that all the software has made our life easy, right? So software has made our life easy. Software has connected us together. And we saw that Bangalore emerged as the IT hub of our country. Yes? So in this particular case, we see that Bangalore, Noida, Mumbai, Chennai, Hyderabad, Pune are all booming sectors, right? And Bangalore is Bengaluru is the capital has emerged as the electronic capital. Yes? So you'll have to talk about the major impact on this industry. And one among the major impacts has been the employment generation. Yes? Okay. Now, of course, we've learned about so many industries, right? We've seen about from the last 2 chapters, we have seen that we are using various resources, and we've been using these resources left, right, and center in order to make our life easy, right? We've been trying to make our life easy, but that is on one side of it. What is the other side? We know that although these industries are contributing to the economic growth, what is the cost of this development? Yes, from this image, you will be able to tell me what is the cost of that development. It has caused increase in pollution, it has caused degradation of the environment, and along with that, it has resulted in large-scale destruction, right? So from this image itself, you are able to understand, right? Okay. Yes, Meena is awesome. But if you're here, you listen to me. If you're not here, it's okay. Yes? Okay. So first and foremost, let's understand this. Because remember कि इसमें से भी question आएगा ज़रूर. Pollution बहुत important है. So please don't skip this topic. You skip anything in this. I mean, don't skip anything. I'm telling you. Important skip नहीं करना चाहिए. Don't skip the classification. Don't skip pollution. Yes? Okay. What is industrial pollution? It is the release of effluents, right? That means release of industrial waste into water. Now, of course, we know that this waste can be released into the air. It can be released into water. There could be thermal pollution also, noise pollution as well. Yeah, don't skip it. Don't skip anything. Now, I have clubbed everything and I made it into this beautiful one. Okay, that is what is causing air pollution, what are the sources, how can we tackle it. They have given it to you as two separate pointers, but exam mein wo kaise, what kind of questions they'll ask you? What causes air pollution? How to tackle air pollution, right? So these are the two things that they are going to ask you. So what causes air pollution? Arey, but there are some key pointers, Manideep, that you should not forget. Wo bhi hai NTPC. See, I have not seen them ask questions based on NTPC. That is why I'm a little skeptical. But considering it's CBSE this year, I don't know, man. With competency, they could ask questions. So, dekhte hain, right? We'll see. Okay. Yes. So, now, of course, let's have a look, right? What causes air pollution? We know that undesirable gases like carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide. Then, of course, in this particular case, particulate matter like smoke, dust and spray, right? When I say spray, it's aerosols. Now, in this case, many of you who are in Delhi, especially if you're living in Delhi, regions in and around Delhi, let's say even Haryana as a matter of fact, you would have experienced air pollution. Yes, especially, right? Especially during the Diwali season. You would have experienced air pollution, yes or no? So in this particular case, what do you observe? We see that air pollution is higher on the higher side because of undesirable gases, because of particulate matter, and in some cases, like in the case of Bhopal gas tragedy, some toxic gases can also be released. So what happens? We see that smoke emitted by, let's say, paper factories or chemical factories, all this aluminium smelting, iron industries, they all release a lot of smoke, right? Along with that, when you burn fossil fuels also, you get this, yes? And of course, toxic gas leak is in the case of Bhopal gas tragedy. Now, some of you will ask me, ma'am, is it, there's a difference in the date of Bhopal gas tragedy, is it second or third? It happened second night, third morning, sabka, it has been spread, right? So in this particular case, if you see, we see that there are various ways, right? There are various ways in which air pollution can happen. So how can we control it? How can we control it? By making sure that we fit smokestacks. What are smokestacks? So if this is a chimney, right, through which the smoke is going to be eliminated, we see that there are these machines called as electrostatic precipitators or ESPs. So when the air is passed through this, what will happen? We see that due to the charges, so you'll see that the setup of it is very fancy, okay? 10th grade ICSE kids have this in biology as a, in biology to explain the structure. So you see that they will electrically charge the dust particles and they will trap it. So the dust particles will get left behind and clean air will pass through. So that is what we mean by electrostatic precipitators. So they are these huge machines, okay? They are these huge machines through which air will be made to pass, right? And we see that they will ensure that they will trap the dust particles. Similarly, scrubber is also one kind of machine through which when the air passes, we see that there are these brushes or there are these structures which will trap the dust. Okay? And along with that, there'll be filters. You know what a fabric filter is. So normally, when you wear a mask, what is a mask? A mask is a fabric filter that you wear, right? Mask is a fabric filter wherein you are wearing a fabric through which when the air passes, some particles are not allowed, right? So this right here is very important, okay? Last but not the least, we also see that smoke can be reduced by making, not using coal or oil, right? So in this particular case, what do you see? Smoke can be reduced by using oil or gas, like your compressed natural gas, instead of using coal, right? Himani Bacha, think of scrubber as similar. You know how you've seen a geyser? You all have heaters at home? Yes or no? Do you all have heaters at home? Have you seen how the heater looks like? As a bada sa one cylinder like it will be. Now imagine inside the scrubber, okay, inside you have these substances just like a geyser, but a huge one, okay, like a huge one. And inside, as the air goes through, imagine like black air, like dark colored smoke is going through, which has a lot of particulate matter and has a lot of substances. So inside, what it'll do is whatever is dissolvable. Let's say some of the gases which are dissolvable, it will ensure that it dissolves it, it will have some filters, and it will ensure that all the unwanted substances removed, and then it will send it out. Okay? Are we clear? Are we all clear? Yes or no? I am going at the as fast as my voice will allow. Okay? As much as I am able to do. Ma'am, that I didn't mean it in that manner. ये water pollution बहुत important है. Okay? Water pollution is very, very important. Yes? What is water pollution? We know that water pollution is when organic and inorganic substances are released into the rivers. Now tell me, where will these organic and inorganic substances come from? I know this chapter is never ending, but ho gaya, last three. Where will organic and inorganic substance come from? Tell me. We just learnt. Organic and inorganic substances are produced in dash industry. They are produced in which industry? They are produced in the chemical industry. Very good, right? So in this particular case, we see that chemical industries are the largest contributors towards your water pollution. Write 2-3 examples of chemical industries. Enough. How do you control water pollution? This in itself is a 5-mark question on how to control water pollution. So firstly, make sure that you don't directly dispose of wastewater, you treat the water, right? Maybe use rainwater harvesting methods, and especially before releasing it into hot water, make sure that you cool them down and treat it. Now, how do you treat it? You have primary, secondary, tertiary treatment. In primary treatment, what do you see? There is mechanical means. So in primary treatment, we see that there is a physical filter, right? So in primary treatment, by mechanical methods, we will make sure that by screening and by various steps, right? So what will you do? What is screening? Screening method is to make sure that whatever dirty water is there, you pass it through a screen. And whatever big items are there, like for example, big plastic bottles or plastic bottle caps, big stuff are left behind. Then it will go. Then you will mix it and churn it. You will keep churning it, right? You will keep churning it, or you will do flocculation process. Now NCRT has just thrown these terms at you, okay? Flocculation, ye wo, these are all huge things that are there. But understand that, think of wastewater. What will it have? When you think of wastewater, you will think of aise ganda wala water, lot of things floating on it, right? Now you have to separate it at 3 steps. So 3 steps that you will separate is primary, secondary, tertiary. So in primary, what will you do? You will do steps which will get rid of all the solid, huge particles, right? So either by screening or either by doing various other steps. Flocculation is when you add certain substances where it will froth up, right? So some of the solid, soluble substances can be, it will froth up in that manner. Yes? Then imagine huge substances are removed. So here what do you have? You have screening. You have flocculation. What is flocculation? Getting rid of all the physical substances. Secondary pe what do you have? Secondary pe you will add some biological agents, right? So you will, in the secondary treatment is done by biological process where some biological agents are added. So things that you cannot see with the naked eye is removed, right? Then of course, in this particular case, the tertiary treatment is the last step. So you'll ensure that physically, chemically, biologically, everything is removed, right? So that this water can then be utilized. So are we clear? Are we all clear with the 3 steps? They can ask you for 3 marks. Fly ash is like, how do I define fly ash? Fly ash is like a byproduct that comes out. So in iron and steel and all, when you burn coal, let's say in the case of iron and steel, fly ash is like those, I say small gray things that fly out like that, no? That's what you call as fly ash. Yes? Guys, last two. Noise pollution, thermal pollution chapter ho gaya. Noise pollution, what is noise pollution? Noise pollution is the loud irritating noise. When we do pa 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 in traffic, that is noise pollution, right? Nahi, I didn't know. That is the noise pollution that happens, right? So basically loud, irritating, unwanted noise that you hear. Now, especially in old people, in the case of pets and all of them, we know that loud noise can have a psychological impact on them, which is why normally if you have pets at home and if you have construction happening around you, or if let's say, that best I'll give you this borewell drilling that happens. How many of you have noticed this? Borewell drilling. Morning, they'll come and do drrrn, drrrn, drrrn. They'll do that, right? Borewell drilling that happens is the best example of that electric drill. Itna sound, morning, they will come. You'll not be able to sleep. You'll get so irritated. Your entire day will go wrong, right? Which is why in this case, we see that it is important that the machinery that we use should not give out so much noise. It needs to be redesigned to reduce noise, right? And of course, we need to use noise absorbing material, right? Noise cancelling earphones, or you can use earplug as well. Yes? Last but not the least, we have thermal pollution. Now, thermal pollution, I would say, is a kind of water pollution, right? Wherein hot water is released from the factories and thermal plants. What are your thermal plants? Like your nuclear power plants, your weapon manufacturing industry. So, when hot water is released directly into the water, who will get affected? You imagine cute little fishes. They are chilling in the water. Yes? Suddenly, you came and you poured hot water into it. What will happen? They're all dead, right? So this in turn will have an impact on the aquatic life. This will have an impact on the aquatic life. If we consume this, then it will cause, it can cause cancer, birth defect and miscarriages. In turn, soil and water pollution happens. So with this, all of you, bas ho gaya. Done. Yes? So how can industrial pollution of fresh water be reduced? So here look at it. How can industrial pollution of freshwater resources be reduced? So here specifically they are asking you for control measures. So you will have to elaborate it on the same. Miscarriage is when there's an individual who is pregnant, is not able to, the baby will not develop properly, and within the mother's body the baby may die. So with this, all of you, we are done, right? Okay. So Muse, what happened? Kya hua? Okay. Yes? Super. So now I'm going to give you a quick break. I'll give you a break right now. But iske baad सारा chapter बहुत easy है. So when you think about it, हमारा difficult chapters हो गया, right? Our difficult chapters are over. Then now we are left with easy chapters. Yes, we have, see, when I say easy, right, it does not mean that the minute Aishwarya ma'am will tell you, everything is going to be okay. I will remember all of it. Now for geography, if you find it difficult, you will have to keep revising. I will keep giving you questions. I'm going to keep giving you lot of most possible questions. So this right here is going to be important that all of you remember. Yes? So you will have to go back and revise. Cannot be ki, Arey, ma'am ne bataya, and if I don't remember, then that means ma'am did not teach properly. It's a two-way street, right? If I'm also able to teach so much, that means I'm also studying, revising and coming. So revision is very, very important. So take a break, all of you. My hope is that in the next 1 hour to 1.5 hours, 4 chapters will be over. Yes? 1 hour to 1.5 hours, it will be done. That's my guarantee. Does aquatic life get affected by noise? I don't know. I'll have to see. I'm not sure. Okay? So shall we come back at 8:05? 8:05? Now summary only. Summary. Baki chapters ka summary. I am not sitting and teaching this much. No. ठीक है. 10 minutes, we will be back. Ayyo, it's already 8:06. 8:06 p.m. and we will be back. Yes? Leave and guys, leave the class, close the laptop and then come back. Yes? Yes. Literally, I was like some seconds late. Whew. I came running. So we're back, everyone, right? So I hope that I'm audible, I'm visible, you can hear me. I'll take a minute to catch my breath. Awesome. Ritika. Yes, thank you. Yes, Meena, he's awesome. But if you want to learn from him, I keep telling you, there's no point in spamming, right? Ma'am, if I start learning now, can I complete syllabus? You will do rapid revision, but yeah. See, actually, can I go in reverse? It'll be easy, right? Yeah, I did a marathon while doing it. So students, now I'm going to only be summarizing the chapters. I am not going to be revising it, or I'm not going to go it in detail, but I will quickly be summarizing it in detail, right? Subhash, no, I don't know him personally, but I think he's a very awesome teacher, and I really think that I have learned a lot from him as well, because I always feel like teachers never stop learning, right? So if there's something that he's doing so amazingly, and if there's something that I can learn from him, and that I don't do just with him, but I think with all teachers who are good, I always feel like an attitude that a teacher should have is to be thinking about the best of her students, what is best for the student. And if somebody is doing something that's awesome and that's helping, you should also learn that. So I learn from everybody around me. I think that's the mindset that we should have. Yes? Okay. Yes. So let's get started, everyone. Let's get started. Yeah, we're going to do summary only now. Yes. So we're going to start with agriculture chapter. Agriculture chapter, to pakka you will get 2-mark question, 3-mark question. You will get all questions from this chapter. So this right here is very important, right? ये वाला बहुत important है, because there are some sure topics that you will get. Yes. Now for students who are going to spam direct block, okay, you will come only tomorrow now. Do you want that to happen? Then you stop spamming or you leave the class. Yes. Okay. Now in this particular case, what do you observe? In agriculture chapter, there is one thing for sure, right? One thing for sure is major crops to padna padega. That is something, I don't want to use the word, but you have to ratamarofy that bit. But there are some interesting ways that you can remember it with, right? Okay. Now, let's get started. Yes? Why is everybody saying sad? Kya hua? Okay. So let's get started with agriculture, everybody. Now, what is agriculture? What is the name of the chapter agriculture? Agriculture basically hota hai jab we are going to be practice the science and the practice of cultivating crops, producing crops, and making sure that we raise livestock. So what do we get? Yes, what do we get from this? Or why do we do agriculture? We do agriculture because we want to get crops out of them, and of course we want to get livestock or rare animals for the animal-based products. Now, is this particular industry part of the primary sector or the secondary sector? Yes. Is it part of the primary sector or the secondary sector? What can you tell me? Quickly, all of you. Yes. So now we know that this is part of the primary sector, right? Where we know that it is the practice of cultivating soil and practice of cultivating crops and rearing livestock. Now, agriculture and farming go hand in hand. But understand that agriculture is a broad umbrella term. Farming is a process where you grow your crops, right? So farming, jab I am a farmer, what does that mean? Primarily, the practice or doing the agriculture is what we call as, what we call as farming. Yes? So in this particular case, if you see, there are two ways in which farming can happen. Farming can happen as subsistence farming or commercial farming. Now, what is subsistence farming? Subsistence farming is where you practice farming in a small plot of land, right? So you practice or you do subsistence farming to grow it in a small plot of land. Why do we do it? We mainly do it because we want to be able to, probably subsistence farming was earlier done for a person's personal needs, right? Let's say for personal needs. Commercial farming, on the other hand, is where we have a large scale farming happening in large acres of land. Mainly it is for selling purpose, commercial purpose. Yes, and of course we know that there are a lot of modern tools. We know that a lot of modern equipment is involved in the same. Now, if you look at subsistence farming is of two types, where you have primitive subsistence farming and you have intensive subsistence farming. Now, in the examination, they can ask you, and these are PYQs that have come. Differentiate between primitive subsistence farming and commercial farming. What are the characteristics of primitive farming and how is it different from intensive? Or how is intensive farming different from plantation farming? So these are direct questions, but they can come for 3 marks or 5 marks in the examination. Or what they can ask you this year is, let's say let's say there is a farmer X, right? He has a small plot of land where he is using some biochemical fertilizers, and he wants to make sure that with a small piece of land he maximizes his output. What type of farming is he practiced here? What are the advantages or disadvantages? So these are the ways in which question can come in the examination. So let's understand primitive subsistence and intensive, right? So what is primitive subsistence farming? When it is practiced in a small piece of land, छोटू सा land में जब हम practice करते हैं, right? Now here we use tools, primitive handheld tools like digging sticks and hoe. We are dependent on our family for labor, right? And of course here we don't use any chemical fertilizers. We use natural fertility of the soil. We don't use any irrigation facility. We use the rainfall. We are like, oh, it's all on you now, right? And of course, once we grow the crops, we will not again grow it immediately. We will allow the land to replenish its fertility through natural process and the land productivity, right? So we see that in this case, we see that the land productivity is low. Why? Because again, you're not intensifying the process. And along with that, again, no fertilizers, no modern outputs. Now, normally it is done in the northeastern states and we call it as slash and burn cultivation as well. So we also call it as slash and burn, wherein if you have a piece of land, right, let's say in a forest, there is a piece of land, right? And in this particular case, they will clear this piece of land and they will burn it so that whatever the ash that remains, right? So the ash that remains mixes with the soil that has a lot of fertilized, that has a lot of nutrients. Then they will grow their crops, right? So they will grow their crops until the fertility of the soil becomes low. Then they will abandon this piece of land and then they will go to a new piece of land, right? So they will move into a new piece of land so that this can naturally replenish itself or naturally get it back. So also known as jhumming agriculture, jhumming cultivation, or has various other names in different parts. Where does it happen in India? It happens in the northeastern states. But what about in the case of intensive? How is it different? Intensive में क्या होता है? Intensive में first and foremost, we see that it is practiced in a small piece of land, but we see that there is high pressure on the land. And it is practiced in densely populated areas. Now, why are we doing this? We want to get maximum output, right? So we want to get maximum output or we need to get maximum yield. Yes? So this is going to be important. Subhash, learn it because wo ek baar case mein aaya tha. So learn it and keep it always to be on the safer side. Now here we see that there is biochemical inputs, which means fertilizers are added. We see that irrigation is done. We are not depending on the natural fertility. And along with this, over a period of time, the land holding capacity has decreased. Why has land holding capacity has decreased? Because if I am, let's say, this is Mukesh. Mukesh has 2 children, right? Mukesh has 2 children. He has Suresh and Dinesh. Right? So Mukesh has 2 children, Suresh and Dinesh. Now what did Mukesh do? He divided his piece of land into half. So this is for Suresh and this is for Dinesh. Abhi, when Suresh has children, he will further divide the land, right? And when you keep dividing this piece of land, the land holding becomes very less, right? So the land holding becomes very less. So this is kind of like in case you have one Kit Kat, but suddenly your friend comes and says, "Arey, half dena. Then after that, one more friend comes. Now what do you have to do? You have to give, now you have to break your Kit Kat even further. So this one whole piece of Kit Kat, all you are going to get is this much, right? So in this case, what will happen? Yes, they have taken it. But of course, in our case, we have to share it with our friends. But in their case, they have inherited it from their parents, which has made it uneconomical for them, right? They have made it uneconomical. But yet, Suresh wants to maximize the output. So he will make sure that he will pressure the land and grow it, right? So there is enormous pressure on agricultural land. Everybody take a quick screenshot and give me a CC in the live chat. Then we will move on to the next one. I didn't tell Ramesh because that's my dad's name, so no. Okay. Can we take a screenshot? Give me a CC and we will move on. Yes. Awesome. Now, of course, the next that we have is commercial farming. Now, in commercial farming, what did we see? Name suggests, wo commercial hota hai, right? So, when I say commercial TV, or if I say commercial, where else? Where do we use the word commercial normally? We say TV commercials, but that's used differently. But, हाँ ठीक है, चलो. In this case, right now, when I say commercial TV, that means ये सब all this Saas Bahu serials that come, Gopi Behan ka jo bhi serial that you see and all the memes that are there, that's all commercial TV, where so many people are watching it. You are sitting in different parts of India and we are watching it, right? So here commercial means paisa, money, right? So in this case, large amount of money is invested into this. Yes, lots of paisa we will put. Now along with this, we see that because I am putting so much money, what will happen? Lots of modern inputs, right? Lot of modern inputs. That means that I will use high yielding varieties. I will use chemical fertilizers. I will use insecticides, weedicides. Abhi I have paisa, right? Now I have paisa to buy everything. So in this case, what do you see? I am making sure that my land is productive. So high productivity. Now in this case, the degree of commercialization, what do I mean by that? The degree in which I have modern techniques implemented depends from region to region. Which means, for example, let's say in Haryana, right? Let's assume Haryana, Punjab are all our agricultural our agricultural states, right? So yahan pe imagine if there is a crop which can be done, or we see that commercial farming is practiced in these states, because again, main people here or people who are involved here, we see that they are involved in making sure that they have money and they invest that money so that they're able to grow more and more for the people, right? So in such a case, we can say that, let's say rice or wheat is a commercial crop. But let's say places like Odisha, where it's relatively done at a smaller scale, we say that it is subsistence. Yes? Awesome. Now, now understand this. Commercial farming ka many types hota hai, right? Different types of commercial farming happens. One type of commercial farming is plantation farming, right? Now, what is plantation farming? When you grow a single piece of crop on a large area is what you call as plantation cropping or plantation farming. So we have all been to tea estates, we have all been to coffee estate, rubber estate, we have all been to banana plantation. Yes, Kerala mein you will find rubber plantations. Karnataka mein you will find coffee plantation. Tamil Nadu mein Odisha. I hope I'm getting that right, Subhash. Please don't mind my pronunciation. I would have said Orissa, but again, that's not right. It's like saying Bangalore. People will get offended if I say Bangalore. Theek hai. But I'll try my best to pronounce it better. So in this case, yeah, Ooty, Assam, ha. So in this case, what do we see? We see that large areas of crop, right? Plantation farming is when we have single crop. When a single crop is grown in a large piece of land. Now in this case, we see that if you have been to coffee estates, right? So I have been to tea estate. I've been to Munnar, right? So I've been to Munnar where I've been to the tea estate. So there if you see in the hilly regions we grow tea, right? So in the hilly regions we grow tea. Now along with that, it's not that only tea leaves are being grown there or tea is being grown. But rather if you go, there will be a place where they will make the tea into tea powder, and you will see that, they will give you fresh tea as well. So in plantation farming, there is interface of agriculture and industry. They cover large pieces of land, lots of money, lot of laborers, and of course we see that whatever they produce a lot of raw materials as well. Yes, I haven't been to Kurk. Despite being in Bangalore, I haven't been to Kurk. So this is all about the different types of farming. Now based on cropping patterns, we have 3 types of crops as well, right? So what does cropping patterns depend upon? Cropping patterns depends upon the seasons in which they are grown, because India has different kinds of climatic conditions. So based on this, what are the 3 kinds of cropping seasons? Yes? Arey, ye wala to bio hai. Biology grade 8 we have learned. You should be telling me the answer. Simple. Very good. You have kharif crop. Then what do you have? After kharif, what do you have? We have rabi crop. Then what do you have? Then we have zaid crops. Easy. Yeah? So what are kharif crops? Kharif crops are those crops which are normally, we see that they are normally sown in the monsoon seasons, right? So between, let's say, June to September, they are sown, right? Now along with this, what do we see? We also see that along with this, they are harvested in the monsoon seasons, right? So let's say June, July, May, they are sown. They are harvested around, let's say, September, October time. Now, what are your examples? Examples of kharif crop include RMC. What does RMC stand for? It stands for rice. It includes maize. It includes cotton. Yes, so we have RMC. Next, what do we have? We have rabi crops. Rabi crops are normally sown during, let's say, around October, November time, or you can say November, December, and they are harvested around, let's say, between Feb to March, right? So if you see here, we have BMW, right? We have BMW, which is an example of rabi crops, where we have barley, we have mustard, and we have wheat. Yes? Easy. Then what do we have? Zaid. Zaid is in between. Zaid is neither here nor there, in between rabi and kharif, right? So what do we have? Wow. Be my wife, it seems. Whoa. So it is, your sowing season is between, it's a very short cropping season, which is normally your summer cropping season, right? So it's your summer cropping season, which means that it mainly includes, let's say, between March to May. Yes, it is between March to May. So in this case, we see that PWC. What is PWC? Pumpkin, watermelon, and so we have pumpkin, watermelon, and cucumber. Yes? Are we clear? These are all the different cropping seasons, right? Now imagine, of course, it is not that only in the rabi season we will be growing wheat, or only during kharif season we grow rice, but rather over a period of time we've been growing it all throughout the year. So how is that possible? That was possible because of the Green Revolution. So especially in parts like Punjab, Haryana, and your major, and even in parts of Uttar Pradesh, we see that they are major agricultural regions. So they've incorporated a lot of technology, right? So they have incorporated a lot of technology in order to ensure that they're able to grow, or they're able to grow it all throughout the year. Yes? हाँ ये वाला हाँ okay, you can tell October. Fine. Are we clear? Is it a CC? Shall we move on? Yes? Okay. Now in this case, of course, questions that can come in your examination. This is a PYQ. Explain 5 features of primitive subsistence farming. How is subsistence farming different from commercial farming? How is plantation farming different from slash and burn cultivation? Yes, in this permutation combination you will get. This is pakka. Okay? Don't skip it. Very easy. Flowchart se padna. Super simple. Yes? Kharif Rabi also you will be able to get the answer for the same. Yes? Okay. Awesome. Now we are going to move on to the types of crops. Now see, type of crop may, if you have observed last year's paper, if you have observed the sample question paper from this year, you see that MCQ questions will come, right? Where they'll ask you to identify. So they will say that X is a crop which has the following characteristics, right? X is a crop which has the following characteristics. Identify which crop, right? So here you have rice, wheat and maize. याद हो गया, अमेजिंग. याद नहीं हुआ, अभी टेबल है, याद कर लो. Yes, growing conditions they will give you. You have to identify crop. Or this year sample paper mein what did they do? They gave you a scenario where Mr. Palaniswamy wants to grow wheat in Tamil Nadu, or he wants to grow tea. So which is more ideal for him to grow? So you will have to figure that out, right? So in this case, if you see, you have rice, wheat, maize. Now both rice and wheat are staple crops, right? Rice here is kharif, wheat is rabi. Now if you look at it, rice requires a higher temperature in order to grow, while wheat requires a relatively lesser temperature. But rainfall requirements are also different, where rice needs more rainfall, wheat needs less rainfall, right? So if you see in major parts, rice is normally grown in the north and the northeastern states, yes, and in the coastal regions as well, right? And over a period of time, it requires lot of water. So annual rainfall might be this much, but it also requires irrigation as well. So more amount of water means this is something that we will have to write. Next up, we see that Punjab, Haryana are all examples. Wheat ke bare mein to we know that loamy soil mein it will grow, alluvial soil may we find it, then a fertile soil. Then along with that, what do we see? Relatively lesser temperature between 50 to 75, mainly growing in our Punjab, Haryana, UP region. Yes, wheat is super more there, right? Then we have maize. Maize is the only food as well as fodder crop. What do we mean by fodder? Fodder crops are those which I will give to my animals, right? So I will give this to my animals. Now this right here requires a temperature between 21 to 27 degrees Celsius and grows in old alluvial soil. Now if you look at the temperature, this is not given to you, but roughly around 50 to 75 centimeters. Yes. Now over a period of time, we have used a lot of modern inputs also for this case. Yes, we have used a lot of modern inputs. So where is an example for sugar maize? You will be able to give. Corn kahan pe aata hai? UP, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh. Yes? Okay. Teacher, yeah, there is. Civics ka ho gaya. Tomorrow morning I am taking economics also. Economics is the most scoring chapter. Aram se you will get 20 marks. Yes? Now, we have jowar, bajra, ragi. All are coarse grains. So if the word coarse grains come, then you will have to think of millet. Coarse grains are millets. Yes? Okay. These are cereal crops. See, those are, first two are cereal crops. Maize is food and fodder. Jowar bajra is going to be millet, right? Now jowar bajra and all grow in different varieties of soil, but you need to understand that in this particular case, they are rich in a lot of micronutrients. So millets are rich in micronutrients like iron, they are rich in calcium and also roughage as well, which is why it is encouraged to have in the diet. Yes? Okay? Now of course, along with this, we know that mainly if you look at jowar producing states, it is Maharashtra. Bajra normally UP, Rajasthan. Ragi mudde, where do you get ragi mudde? Ragi mudde is a official, I would say it's a very specific thing to Karnataka, right? So this right here is what do we understand by, or these are the three major producing states. Yes? You can remember the other ones also, but not a problem. Then what do we have? We have pulses, we have sugarcane, we have oil seeds, right? So pulses, what are pulses? Jaldi, I'll share this PDF with you, not to worry. I will share it. Guys, you guys are in, how old are you? 14, 15, maximum 16 years. You're talking about breakup, makeup. What is this? Adulthood maybe I don't have this many problems as much as you know you guys are discussing. That too before board exam. I mean adulthood have different problems. I'm not saying no. But guys, focus. Yup. Okay. Not diminishing your feelings or anything. Your feelings are valid, but now is not the time to be looking into relationships, right? Or rather, during board exam, don't get distracted. Try to handle it well. Okay. Yes. Let's have a look. Pulses are what? It's our dal, right? All our dals that we have. Chana dal, masoor dal, whatever dal you want to name it. Tur dal, peas, gram, ye sab dal hai. Yes? I will block. theek hai. Now if you look at it, wide range again. Mainly if you see, pulses can be grown mainly during Kharif season. They can be grown during Kharif or Rabi season. They require relatively lesser moisture. And along with all of this, we see that relatively lesser rainfall. What are our major producing states? Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh. Remember, in this case, if you want to remember the states, common states le lo. If you're taking Karnataka, write down what all comes under Karnataka. You will see that sugarcane will be there. You will see maize will be there. You will see ragi will be there. Write all this down. Karnataka में से मेरे को ये सब मिलेगा. You write UP. What will I get from UP? UP में क्या क्या cultivate होता है वो सब लिख लो. Done. Yes? ठीक है? Okay. Now you have sugarcane, which is a type of plantation crop, right? They need fertile soil. Again, require a temperature of 21 to 27 degrees with about 75 to 100 centimeters rainfall. Mainly found Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra. Again, udhar ka idhar ka udhar. Okay? Crops, oilseed crops. Now, oilseed crops are interesting, right? What are oilseed crops? Oilseed crops are those which can be eaten where we can get oil from. So like your pumpkin seeds, sunflower seeds, mustard seeds, you will get all of this, right? You will get all of this. So again, if you look at the temperature, if you look at the rainfall pattern, it depends on whether they are Kharif or Rabi. There are some which are both, while in some cases we see that there are some which are both, like for example in the case of castor. But if you look at groundnut, it is more of a Kharif crop. So that way we will bifurcate. Groundnut hota hai Kharif, which is of course very popularly, sold all across. Castor oil castor can be grown for both Kharif and Rabi season, and castor oil again is used in various places, right? Okay. Then we have our last one, sesame also. But before I go ahead, how many of you are not listening to me? How many of you are not paying attention and you're like, ma'am, you are going very fast. You are going super fast. Nahi ho raha hai. My belief is that after giving so many pre-board exams, you should be able to give me some of the answers. Yes? It's a very interesting one, Himani. Okay, you are with me. Very good. Good. I'll give you a break. Don't worry. 2 minutes ka water break I will give. Yes. I am going slow. My God, somebody is telling me she's going too fast. ठीक है, now I'll pick up the pace. I'll become Eminem. Let's go. Now you have your beverage crops, you have your tea, you have your coffee, which are your beverage crops that are there. Now mainly we see that in the case of tea, right? Tea cultivation is normally seen, or it was introduced by the British. They require well drained, they require fertile soil, they need frost-free conditions to grow, they need an average relative temperature, and of course they need good amount of rainfall. So for the tea bushes to grow, they need warm, moist, frost-free climate. Where do we find it? Hilly regions of Assam. Assam tea is something that is very famous. Assam tea, Darjeeling tea, we see that Karnataka, Tamil Nadu are all examples of the same. Remember, tea, coffee are labor intensive. They require a lot of modern outputs, and along with that we need skilled labor. So these are all important things that you need to keep in mind. Abhi coffee ho gaya, again it is found growing in regions like Karnataka and Tamil Nadu where they need relatively lower temperature. Yes, and of course we see that Indian coffee is very popular, especially Indian filter coffee. All over the world it is popular. So they need well drained soil in order to grow this and relatively higher temperature, right? So we see that the coffee Arabica variety is which is the most popular one. Now you have rubber and cotton. Rubber is grown in areas like in Kerala. Now if you want to remember this, right? All the things that you see on this slide, tea, coffee, rubber, cotton, Aishwarya ma'am has claimed, right? All of this is found in Karnataka. I love drinking tea. I'm found to a place close by to coffee. My native place mein rubber hota hai. Karnataka maybe, or rather not in Karnataka, but close by, right? We see that Maharashtra pe you have cotton growing. So I have claim on these four. Yes? So rubber again we see that they require a good amount of temperature in order to grow. And we also see that cotton is being grown. Jute bhi hai. Jute is simple, but I've already discussed conditions for jute. So I have not answered that, right? Or I've not put that here, but you can be able to remember this. So rubber again, remember, laterite, well-drained, loamy soil, require a slightly higher temperature because Kerala mein it's a coastal temperature which is slightly on the higher side. Cotton again, black soil. Where does it grow? We've already learnt in previous manufacturing industry wala chapter. Maharashtra, Gujarat. Simple. They're all related. Yes, all interrelated. Now this was the question that I told you. Mr. Palani from Tamil Nadu wishes to cultivate tea or wheat. He is from Tamil Nadu. Which among the two can he do this? Remember. Can you give me the answer? In the meanwhile, I need to time out a few people. Yes. Who are my dear spammers in chat? As you give me. Tea due to ideal conditions. Okay. Why not wheat? Why not wheat is also what you need to write about. So why not wheat? In the case of wheat, we know that wheat requires a slightly lower temperature. Wheat requires, we see that wheat requires more of Rabi conditions, right? Okay, so we know that it needs relatively lesser rainfall. It needs relatively lesser climate, which will not be found in Tamil Nadu. But in the hilly regions of Tamil Nadu, we will be able to cultivate tea. So remember, if I ask you, okay, quick question in a very similar manner, right? Which state has ideal conditions to grow cotton? Can you tell me this? Wheat is a Rabi crop. Which state has ideal conditions in order to grow cotton? Can you tell me why also? I need you to tell me why. 2 pointers. Maharashtra, Gujarat, very good. Yes. Now what are the climatic conditions? You will have to tell me. Very good. Black soil, yes. So we have availability of black soil. Then of course we see that along with this, we also see that the climatic conditions are ideal for it, which means that the temperature is ideal. So these are the pointers you can write. Yes? Very good. Now, identify X, okay? So I'm going to give you 3 clues and you have to tell me which one it is, okay? Okay, and I'm just going to take the help of the textbook to write the last point because I want to give you some data, so I would rather take the textbook's help. Very good. I didn't have to write the rest of it. Yep. Very good. So accounts for about half. It's going to be groundnut, right? Now one more I'm going to ask you, all of you. Okay. Crop Y. Next one you will have to tell me. Crop Y is a type of crop which grows in both tropical and subtropical regions. Crop Y requires an annual temperature of 21 to 27 degrees Celsius, and we see that the largest producer of this crop is Brazil, followed by India. The major crop producing states are Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. Okay, very good. Sugarcane. Very good. Correct answer is sugarcane. Exactly. It won't be maize, because if I had to say maize, I would tell you that it is the, if I had to say maize, then I would probably tell you that I would have mentioned the point that it was a food or fodder crop. Now tell me the next one. Crop B. Okay, now you have to identify crop B. Crop B is a kharif crop which requires high temperature, high humidity and a very high rainfall. China is the largest producer of this crop. Which crop is this? Crop B requires high temperature, high rainfall, and we see that China is the largest producer. Very good. Answer is rice. Yes. So rice is the major one. So here I purposely left out some of the important pointers. Now one more. Shall we do one more? Okay. These crops are rich in micronutrients like iron, calcium and of course roughage. Now we see that states like Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh are the large producers. Very good. It is millets. Now I did not specify, but again, ragi again would be the answer, because if you give me millet, I will accept the answer, but more specifically, ragi is also the correct answer. Now next up, one last one. This particular crop was brought to India from Yemen, and it is popular all over the world. It is confined to growing in regions of Tamil Nadu and Kerala and Karnataka. What is it? Which has come from Yemen? Very good. So when you are revising, ask your siblings, ask each other, or make flow charts or make flashcards that will help you remember, because this is how you will have to solve it, right? ठीक है. So now we will move on, all of you. Abhi last part of the chapter, which is agricultural reforms, right? Now what are agricultural reforms? Agricultural reforms are those reforms which were taken by the government, right? So these are steps taken by the government in order to promote the agriculture or the challenges which were faced by farmers. Now agriculture that is there is technological reform. So we have technological reforms and institutional reforms. And the idea of implementing them was to ensure that agriculture becomes a profitable activity and people who do agriculture are able to, sort of sustain. And yes, my book is told. So what are some of the technological reforms? We know that some of the technological reforms were implemented as a result of, let's say, post-independence. We know that, there was a need to boost our agriculture. So in this particular case, when they came up with there was implementation of green technology, green revolution. So we saw that usage of modern equipment, using high yielding varieties, using fertilizers, making sure that we irrigate. All of these were things that we did, right? Now along with this, we also see that things that they wanted to implement, which did not really get implemented or is not implemented to the fullest, is steps like testing of soil, how much nutrient it has, ensuring that guidelines are being followed and proper training takes place. But along with this, right, we also saw that there were some institutional reforms. Now what are institutional reforms? These are those reforms wherein we see that we take certain changes to the way schemes are reported or certain schemes are implemented. So for example, there were government subsidies provided so that farmers could purchase fertilizers, seeds and pesticides at a relatively lower cost from the market. They abolished or discarded landlordism. They consolidated the land and ensured that everybody got enough amount of land. Now along with this, they also implemented the Kisan credit card and also implemented the personal accident insurance scheme, and also ensured that people would get interest from the bank at low rate and crop insurance. So they had a Grameen bank as well, right? And along with this, they also provided an MSP, which is the minimum support price. But of course, yeah, that is also one more thing that has happened. Yes? Okay. Now, over a period of time, we know that despite all these schemes being implemented, there has been a decline in the share or contribution of agriculture to GDP, right? So, over a period of time, especially from our sectors wala chapter, we have seen that contribution of agriculture towards the gross domestic product, right? The GDP of the country has been declining. It has been coming down. Now, this has happened due to multiple reasons. So, first and foremost, we see that there has been disguised unemployment that has been taking place. And along with that, there has been a lot of, I would say that, along with this, we see that farmers also struggle with information where they don't know that there is so much that is available to them, right? Which is why we see that, the government has made sure that they invest certain programs in it. And over a period of time, we see that the intent or the idea is to ensure that agriculture, because see, almost half the population is dependent on agriculture, right? So when half the population is dependent on agriculture, it is very important that we are able to. So with this question, you will be able to understand. 2/3 of Indian population is engaged in agricultural activities. In light of this statement, explain why agriculture is called as the backbone of Indian economy. Agriculture is called as the backbone of Indian economy. Why? Because it constitutes the primary sector. We know that from agriculture, we get raw materials from it, right? So we grow raw materials out of it. From here, we know that raw material is sourced to, let's say, our secondary sector. And from here only it paves way, let's say, to tertiary sector. Now we know that agriculture and industry go hand in hand, which is why it is important that you are able to elaborate on this. Yes? Okay. So with this, all of you, see, if they ask you this particular question, I hope you are able to write the answer to this, right? Okay, I have some devil in my class. Devil bacha, you tell me your name, but in the meanwhile, I'm going to time you out. Okay. So, with this, all of you, 3 chapter, major chapters हो गया. अभी चुन्नू मुन्नू chapters are left. Okay? चुन्नू मुन्नू chapters. Now do you realize? Ma'am, but you are writing your understanding, not the points. So can we answer like this? I will give you with the proper answer. ठीक है? Does that work, Subhash? But I'll only be able to give it to you tomorrow. Because see, with bio and geography, I had relatively lesser time to make the answers to this. So I'll write the answers and I'll send it to you. Okay? Who is this, all these people? Shall we move on to water resources? Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I'm just very tired. So, please don't mind. Yes? Okay. Notes PDF मिल जाएगा, ठीक है? Yes, we will do assertion reason. Awesome. So we'll go on to water resource. अरे water resources में okay. Let's move on to water resource. See, water resources पे there are only 3 things, right? Yes, 3 more chapters आराम से हो जाएगा. Water resources में there are only 3 things. Water scarcity, dams, उसके बाद rain water harvesting. Right? Okay, only these 3 things are there, don't worry. Water scarcity क्या होता है? Basically, under this topic, you should write about what is water scarcity, what are the quantitative and qualitative aspects of water scarcity. उसके बाद dams के अंदर, dams क्या होता है? Advantages, disadvantages. Yes, water resources is like one auto with 3 wheels. 3 things are there, 3 things you need to go, right? No, I have more crisp slides. So what is water scarcity? Water scarcity is a condition where there is insufficient freshwater resources, right? So not that, see, earth is covered with almost 70% water. Then you will tell me, ma'am, water scarcity kaisa ho sakta hai? But you understand that the water that we are able to consume is very less, right? The freshwater resources that we see are probably 3% of it, out of which what is available to it is less than 1%. So in that case, in that less than 1% also, if there is an insufficiency of freshwater resource that humans and environments are not able to use, then it will cause as water scarcity. Now in this case, what do you see? Why is it that water scarcity has happened? Now, of course, Janta has become more, right? India ka Janta is growing and growing. So we are one of the, if you look at our population, it is huge, right? So there is growing population, because of which what happened? Agar zyada Janta to khana chahiye, right? Which is why agriculture expanded. Now when agricultural expanded, kya ho gaya? More food. If there is more food, then what do we need? We need more water to grow the food, right? So more irrigation. Now when we did this, we did not irrigate properly, right? We did not use the water wisely. So as a result, we were using the groundwater left, right, center. Now when we were doing this, kya ho gaya? Water table was growing down. So quantity has come down. Yes? Now, along with this, did only Janta go up? Nahi na, Janta only didn't go up. 1.4 billion and counting. Yes. जनता से ज्यादा इंडस्ट्री भी आ गया, right? So what happened? There is growth of industry also. Industry को भी पानी चाहिए. So as a result, if you see, there was industrialization that happened. Along with that, many places started becoming urban. That means more cities started to come up. ऐसे fancy apartment houses, बड़े घर, all this, fancy complexes that you see in and around you. Now in all those cases, there was more need for water for domestic use and industrial use. So because of that, what happened? It came down again. Yes? But what else happened, right? What else happened? We saw that there was a qualitative, it affected the quality also, right? Not that the quantity of it came down. Now if they ask you what are the quantitative aspects of water scarcity, it means that over a period of time, usable water ka quantity has come down. But what do I mean by qualitative? Qualitative is the quality of it, right? It is the quality of it. So in this case, we see that, let's say in the case of agriculture, when there was more irrigation, we also saw that we were using more fertilizers because we were like, yeah, the maximum yield mil jayega. But then what happened in the end? Surface runoff came, all those fertilizers are now in the water, leading to salinization, more amount of salts. No. Now along with this, what do we see? Growth of industry, same thing. Water pollution, right? ये वो sewage, unnecessary pollutants, सब फेंका जाएगा inside the water. In the end, what happened? Then water has become poor quality, right? So this is all about water scarcity. Simple. Easy सा flow chart है, इसमें से पढ़ लो. Main points are there. Textbook जरूर पढ़ना, guys. I am making it as easy as possible. Who is this? First of all, everybody is tired. Second of all, you guys are doing some random spam. ठीक है. Okay, shall we move on? This is a question for all of you. How has industrialization and urbanization posed a great pressure on freshwater resource? Here, will you write only about the qualitative aspects or will you write about quantitative aspects? What will you write about here? Yes? What will you write? Done, Nipuna, ho gaya. What will you write here? Will you write any one or will you write both? Yes. Great pressure. You can write both, bacha. They have not, no issues, Divyanshu, no problem. Write both because they have not told you how, they are talking about how it has put pressure. It has put pressure qualitatively as well as quantitatively, right? It's not that only qualitatively. See, imagine if qualitative was the only thing, then that's not the case, right? So it is both because they have not mentioned any, they have not been specific about it. You can write about both. Now we'll talk about dams. Yes. Now what is a dam? A dam is a barrier. So if there is a river, I hope you're clear on the previous one, okay? If we have a river, एक barrier डाल दिया, so what will happen? Flow of the river will get obstructed, right? River is like, bro, what just happened? Why you blocking my way? So in this particular case, the dam does that, right? So normally, what will happen? This is my all-time favorite thing to draw. Okay, I'll actually have to break it and draw. So here you have the river. Here you have the dam. What is the dam? It is nothing but a barrier. Now what will happen? It will not be that all this water comes flowing. But what we will do, surrounding me, if this is the path of the river, surrounding me there will be trees, right? Surrounding me trees hota hai. So what will we do? We will then block, get rid of it, right? We will clear the land so that we can build a reservoir. We can build a reservoir or we can build an impoundment. What is a reservoir? Yes. A dam is a reservoir rather than, it results in, you have a reservoir, dam acts as the barrier, right? Yes. So now in this particular case, we see that it is across the water to obstruct the direct flow, often creating a reservoir, lake or impoundment. They were called as temples of modern India by our old Prime Minister Ji, Jawaharlal Nehru. Now why are dams important? Dams are important because we see that it is helping us with irrigation. So in places, let's say, which are not able to get water for irrigation, they are able to get it. Now along with this, with the help of dams, we are able to get hydroelectricity. In some cases, it's used for fish breeding. Sometimes it's used for recreational activities like boating. Then in some cases, it's also used for inland navigation as well. So यहाँ पे they can ask you, what are any two advantages or disadvantages of dams, right? Tourism, recreational activity. You will not go from your house to Karnataka to see a dam. Tourism will not per se be the thing. Okay. After this chapter, I'll give you a break. Okay. But of course, so in this case, what do you see? These are all the advantages, right? But at the same time, it also has environmental impacts. Yes, it has environmental impact because now you have created a barrier to the natural flow. When you have created a barrier to the natural flow of the river, we see that it will disrupt it. So what will happen? Normally, it has stopped, right? It's not flowing the way it should have ideally. So as a result, we see that on one side, we know that rivers will bring sediments. So on one side, there is excessive sedimentation that will take place, right? So the sediments will deposit on one side. But on the other side, what will happen? Normally, the rivers are also responsible for weathering the rocks. Now this weathering process will get obstructed. So on the other side, you will have rockier beds, which might not be advantageous, right, for the aquatic habitat. Ma'am, will they ask definition? Definition nahi aayega. Okay. There's something I wanted to take. I'm not able to read it now. ठीक है. Along with this, what will happen? We also see that soil will end up using fertility, right? Because, see, we know that the water, the sediments that come in also bring in the fertile components. So if that gets obstructed, then it also results in soil fertility. And in some cases, because you want to build the reservoir or you want to build the impoundment, we will have to get rid of natural vegetation. And in some cases, it can cause earthquakes and floods as well. See, dams, when we do the dam, we will create the reservoir, right? Few disadvantages. These are some of the environmental impacts of building or constructing dams. But there are social impact also. Social impact is when people get displaced, right? So we see that there is displacement of people because now when you're clearing large areas for building the reservoir, you will then, clear those people because you want empty land. So people get displaced. Then along with this, we see that there is unequal access to water. Some people will not get enough water. Some people will get too much. Unequal access. Along with that, interstate disputes can happen. So in this case, if you look at the Kaveri water flows through two states, right? Kaveri river flows through two states of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. There have been disputes over Kaveri river for multiple times between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. So interstate to definitely hoga. And then it can affect the cropping patterns, can cause diseases in some cases also. Yes, very good. Disadvantages, awesome. See, so remember, if they ask you social impact, don't write about rocky bed. Okay, they're asking you how do people get affected by it. So it is important you know the difference when they're asking you social impact, right? Social impact and environmental impact. Are we clear? Array, this chapter is very easy, very scoring. Isme say if you're getting 3 marks, you will get 3 marks about dam, or you will directly get 5 marks. 4 mark case base you will get. Ma'am, if it says disadvantage, then can I write any? Yeah. You can write any if they have not specified. So look for the keyword. Yes? Ye kaun hai Aditya? Why? What happened? Don't you have board exams? Why are you wasting people's time, bacha? Don't you have to study? Okay. Are we clear? Okay. For now, my new students, I hope you're finding this easy. See, I'm doing chapter summaries. So if you want detailed explanation, let me know. Yes? Last part. Rainwater harvesting system, right? See, you understood that we have water scarcity problem. We thought we could solve it with we thought agar we build dams and everything, it could be, we are able to do so many things. So it is a multi-purpose river valley project. So yay for us, we'll be able to solve it. But nonetheless, we still see that we suffer with water shortage issues. As a matter of fact, very recent news in Bangalore, during this current month, we are facing water shortages where there are some parts wherein they are not getting access to water, right? Or water will be available for some time and in some places water will not be available. So in such cases, what do you see? In such cases, we can use rainwater harvesting systems, right? So in rainwater harvesting systems, we see that there are, like, naturally we were doing it. So in the Himalayan regions, if you see, we see that there are western gulls or kulls in the Himalayan region. We have johads and khadins present in the arid and semi-arid regions. Then of course we see that, but what is most widely used is the rooftop rainwater harvesting system. So in the rooftop, we see that there are pipes, right? One second. So in the rooftop, we see that there will be pipes like this, okay? And what will happen when it will rain, right? So when it will rain, what we see that the water will come here on the rooftop and it will flow, and then eventually it will get collected here. Now through this rooftop, if it goes down, right, there will be a pipe that will take it down and then it will collect in a tank. Yes, so this is what is called as tanka. Yes. So in this case, we see that it is collected in the tankas. Now the first rainwater is not collected, and of course we see that eventually after that it is collected. Practiced in places like Rajasthan, where of course naturally the climatic conditions is such, right? Okay. Then of course in Meghalaya we see there is bamboo drip irrigation system where bamboo channels are made in order to collect the water and then collect the water and then store it. Or in Bengal we have the inundation canals, right? Yes. Okay. It is very good. It is mandatory. Rainwater here is mandatory. This is mandatory in Tamil Nadu, and along with this we also see that the pani that you collect here is called as the palar pani. Right? Palar pani. Yes. Okay. Ma'am, why doesn't government send tankers for free? For some, I don't have answers. Okay. It's really there. Yep. It has to be mandatory. Tomorrow, when you all become big, when you all own your own houses, when you all become, very successful in life, have a rooftop rainwater harvesting. Yes? Okay. Yes, JJM is also there, but JJM to chotu sa part hai. Awesome. Now, why are different water harvesting systems considered a viable alternate for both socio-economic and environmental, socio-economically and environmentally in a country like India? Yes. Palar Pani is in Rajasthan. Yes, it is in Rajasthan. Okay. Oh God. Dams ke disadvantages. Okay, you can write that. What will you write here? I want to see the answer. Conserving rainwater. Yes, but you can write it in the angle of water scarcity. Right, you can write it in the angle of water scarcity, where you know that, see, dams have disadvantages, but when you talk about water scarcity, what do you see? We see that in this particular case, we see that even though dams were done for, let's say, dams were done for the social well-being, they are pretty expensive and they can cause a lot of disputes. So what can we do at an individual level? At an individual level, for a country like India, if we want to access water, we can practice rainwater harvesting system. Yes, so you can write it in that angle also. Now I would recommend that I give you this as a homework. So comments pe bata do what is the answer for this. I would like a proper answer for the same. Yes. See, you can write water scarcity would be the better angle to approach it with. Yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4 chapters done. 2 chapters, 40 minutes. Do you think I can do it? Arey, resource wala chapter is too big. I don't think I'll be able to finish so soon. But I think we'll be able to finish it off. How about we take a 2-minute water break? 2-minute water break. See, compared to bio, I feel like this is progress, okay? Bio mein to I went super detail. Super in detail. So today I'm doing chapter summaries. Yes, very good, Subhash. Awesome. But you can give me the answer in the chat also. I'm 10 hours bio. I know. Next day I couldn't even wake up. Hey, we needed that, okay? We needed that 4 hours for life process. I'm giving you a 2-minute break, so. I'm telling you, no, you all keep underestimating bio, but end mein bio mein se only it'll come. Yes. Today I'm not well actually. I'm not feeling great. So that's why I'm in a chair. I'm sitting so that tomorrow I can come and take class. Otherwise, I'm like, madam, you just forgot about us. Ma'am, application based. But see, when you're saying application in geography, there's a difference between application in science and application in geography. In geography, what kind of questions can they ask? From what I am seeing question paper patterns, I think they may ask you to, see, when I'm giving you these logical connect, I'm giving you logical connects, right? So they can ask you questions like that. For example, chemical industry is very important for us. They contribute this and this. But over a period of time, we know that chemical industries have been a leading cause for pollution. Now, how can we mitigate the causes of pollution? Now, they will use all these fancy words like mitigate and all that. What are they asking you? How does chemical industry pollute? How can we tackle it? So you should know what type of pollution it causes, or in under pollution, you should be able to recognize that chemical industries pollute your water. So make it a point, you all pause for 2 minutes and read the question. Yes? Okay. Yes, ma'am, best part was 5 marks was distributed. Yeah, so most likely they will distribute marks in that manner only. I always tell you. Stop bringing that slide up, man. Why? It is the biggest mistake that I did. Which is why today I didn't come with that. I learned my mistake. SST mein, yeah, it is not true. SST mein you will get full 5 marks. Koi nahi, SST ho jayega easy, don't worry. 5 marker question. See, I don't know what CBSE is going to do this year, but up until last year, I will tell you what you see. If you look at last year's paper pattern, no, in section D, you will see that there is one question from geography. There will be one question from section E, sorry. Okay, let's take section C only. Geography, Eco, Pol Science, History. This is how they will do it, okay? Which is why some people, if they don't study Pol Science or they skip geography altogether, more or less they'll be able to do. MCQs may these 3 have maximum weightage. This I've seen minimum. But abhi to CBSE is on their own dhun, so you cannot underestimate them. Yes? Himani, they're talking about the bio slide where they said 6 hours, I will finish. But I took 10 hours. Economics will be tomorrow. And I'm going to do chapter summary. Economics is very easy. Economics is damn easy, okay? Okay. Shall we move on? Break हो गया अभी. जाते हैं हम forest और wildlife resources के बारे में. See, in forest and wildlife resource, 2 things you study. Types of forest, community conservation. ये ही दोनों topic है. Other than that, everything else is little bit story only. Little bit in the, what do you say, general one. मैम section D में से सभी आएगा क्या? हाँ Subhash, one of each will come for 5 marks. But I don't know what CBSE is going to do now. Let's hope they stick to the pattern. Yes? ठीक है. We'll get started. Forest and wildlife energy resource. Yes. Shall we go? See, there are sure short questions that you can remember. There are some sure short questions that I'm constantly telling you about. Unka dhyan de do, because chances are it can come. In this chapter, no map. Okay? No map. Don't break your head. Map nahi hai. ठीक है? This is a lot of, in this is full biology. It's a lot of our environment in this, okay? It's damn easy. So connect it with our environment also. Biodiversity, we know that it's the variety of life. We share this world with so many living organisms, and we know that all these living organisms are interconnected to each other with the help of food web and food chain, right? So for example, we know that plants make their own food. Now they make their own food with the help of sunlight. Then of course they take carbon dioxide and water and they make their own food. Now of course we know that parts of this get stored in different parts of their body. Now in this case we know that animals are directly or indirectly dependent on plants for their food. Yes, so nutrients will flow from one life form to another. And of course we know that this kind of chain is what we call as food chain. And all these different food chains are interconnected to each other with the help of a food web. Now of course we know that in the earth we have animals and we have plants. So all the plants in the world are what we call as the flora, while all the animals is what we call as the fauna, and together they make up the biodiversity. Yes? Now over a period of time there has been threat to our biodiversity. And what has threat or what has caused this threat to the biodiversity? First and foremost, we see that there has been a destruction of habitat. So what happened? So we know that deforestation. So mainly these animals are found in the forests, right? So most of the animals and plants that we find in the forest, when you cut the trees down, what will happen? We see that you are getting rid of their habitat. So when they get rid of their habitat, what will happen? They have nowhere to go, which is why you will see news. I don't know if it happens otherwise in Bangalore, you keep seeing leopard spotting. Leopard has come into this particular apartment, leopard has come here, elephant has come here. So we keep hearing such news, right? Now along with this, over a period of time, apart from destruction of habitat, we also saw that there was hunting and poaching. Somebody in my one shot video commented saying it is very dark that they have put a deer image here. If you know, you know, okay? So now in this particular case also, right, we see that there was a lot of hunting and poaching. Now what is the difference between hunting and poaching? We don't know, right? I mean, sometimes we get confused. Hunting is when you hunt the animal down, which was done as a practice earlier, right? Let's say when there were kings and everybody, yes? But of course, if you see poaching over a period of time, poaching is when you illegally hunt them down, right? You all know why I'm laughing. Okay, so hunting and poaching is something wherein we see that, hunting and poaching is something that we see which has affected the population of the biodiversity. Naturally, if you see, right? Naturally, if you see, forest fires also occur, which then get rid of get rid of the habitat. Pollution can have an impact. Overpopulation, where there is a need for urbanization, right? We need land, we need house. Ritika was telling, no, if I have a roof, it will be a great thing. Now people like that need house. We all need house, which is why in this case we see that overpopulation has also contributed to chopping of the trees and habitat. Now, of course, because of this, there is a need to conserve, right? So we see that conservation is a practice of caring for the living resources so that all living, caring for the resources so that all living organisms can benefit from it now and in the future. Now, let's see how we can conserve. First and foremost, we had the Indian Wildlife Protection Act, which was implemented in 1972. Remember the date because this can come as a MCQ question. Why was this act implemented? To protect the habitat and wildlife. Now, along with this, the intent of this act was to protect whatever remaining population of endangered species are there. Now, what are endangered species? Endangered species are those species which are on the verge, right? So that means their population has come down and they are on the verge of, let's say, going extinct or no longer existing. So in this case, what do you see? The intent was to preserve that population. Intent was to preserve that number. What did they do? They put a ban on hunting, right? So they put a ban on hunting on various organisms. So they provided full or partial legal protection on protection against hunting or trading, especially elephants, snow leopards. So they put that particular ban on trading and on, hunting of these organisms. Endangered species, population has come down. Extinct species, nahi hai. Extinct is dinosaur. Do we find dinosaur? No, it's no longer there. Now, along with this, one of the important things that they did was to establish wildlife sanctuaries and natural parks as well. Now, a wildlife sanctuary that you see, example is of Bori Wildlife Sanctuary, wherein it is an area. So it is in the natural habitat only, okay. So in the natural habitat, they will declare it as a protected area. You can't go. So they will call it protected and they will make sure that certain rules are implemented here. So here in this case, we see that capturing, killing, poaching animals are strictly prohibited. And why are wildlife sanctuaries there? Wildlife sanctuaries are there in order to ensure that the wildlife or the animals are protected. On the other hand, a national sanctuary or a national park is slightly different. So Satpura National Park is something that you will observe. Satpura is an example. So the intent in wildlife sanctuary was to protect wild animals. National park mein intent kya hota hai? We see that the national park mein the aim is to preserve the natural environment, right? So they want to ensure that the plants as well as the animals are preserved in their natural state. Very, very good. Now, of course, if you see, there are various protection projects also that have been implemented to protect threatened species like the black buck, the one-horned rhinoceros, and there were various projects which were initiated as well. So Project Tiger is one such project that was initiated in order to increase the population. Now tiger of course is the national animal of our country, and the national animal ka population or the number was diminishing considerably, which is why they implemented Project Tiger, especially in regions of Karnataka and the Bhadra region, where they ensured that the tiger population, or they put a ban on hunting and poaching tigers, and along with that they took care of them so that the population increased. Yes. Now earlier, of course, if you see, Project Tiger hunting was done because people felt that keeping one tiger skin fallen flat, or keeping the head of the tiger and all was a symbol of bravery and all that. No, right? In this particular case, there was no point because it ended up in decreasing. Yes, it ended up in decreasing their population considerably. Yes. So last but not the least, we see that there is a we see that Protection Act just does not include big animals and plants, right? But includes butterflies, bees, dragonflies, all of them. Because see, end of the day, remember, there needs to be an ecological balance that needs to get maintained. So if we maintain the ecological balance, then only we will be able to thrive. If you think that, oh, I will protect big animals, I will protect plants, bas ho gaya. Who cares about the insects? Who cares about the fishes? That should not be our approach, right? So in this case, we see that over a period of time, they have focused on the insects as well. And after that, they started adding the plants also. So from this, they realized that there was a need to conserve and preserve animals as well as plants. Yes, which is why in this case, we see that forests as well have come under protected areas. And based on that, we see that forests are categorized into three: reserved, protected, and unclassed. What are reserve forests? Reserve forests are those forests which are owned and protected by the government in order to conserve forest and wildlife resource. We see that more than half of India's total forest land comes under the reserved category. So in places like Jammu Kashmir, in places like Andhra Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, we see that a large percentage of reserved forests are there. Now, on the other hand, protected forests make up 1/3 of the total forest area, and this is declared by the Forest Department. Now, in this case, if you see, it is again administered by the government, but of course, we see that it is protected to ensure that further depletion doesn't happen. So, places like Himachal, parts of Punjab, parts of Bihar, parts of, Haryana, all come under this category. Then we have permanent forests, which are both protected as well as reserved, which is why together they are called as permanent. And Madhya Pradesh makes up the largest percentage of permanent forests. Leaving us with the last one, which is going to be unclassed. It is 1/3 of total forest area. Total forest area, 1/3. Unclassed forests are the remaining forests which don't come under reserved or protected category. They are protected or owned by, let's say, individuals, communities. So parts of northeastern states come under this particular category. What do you mean by depletion? Depletion means reduction. Depletion in number means reducing in the number. Yes? Okay. This topic will come for 3 marks. Yes, this topic will come for 2 marks also. Am I too fast? Yes, am I too fast? Or is this the right pace for a revision? Should I go slower? If I go slower, you will tell me, ma'am, aapne khicha diya itna. Let me know. See, if I have to drop the pace, I'll drop the pace, okay? Who is telling ma'am is slow? I can't talk faster than this, guys. I cannot talk faster than this. It's humanly impossible for me. Okay? I'll go little slower. One tad bit I will go slow. Yes? Okay. Now in this particular case, if you see, ye wala part is very important. Community and conservation. What is community and conservation? We need to remember this. How does our community or how do we as communities help in conserving the forests, right? It is not that government only will keep protecting everything and saying, ye protected area hai, ye protected area hai, don't go here, don't go here. Cannot be that government is doing all the job. We also need to do something about it, right? We need to also put in effort. So over a period of time, we see that the communities have also gotten involved in it. So the popular example is that of Chipko movement. Chipko movement included rural villagers, mainly the women, where they would go and chipko to the trees, right? They would go and hug the trees to ensure that people don't cut them down. So they ensure that there is less deforestation that happens. So we see that the first one took place mainly around 1973 in the Mandal village, and environmentalist Sundarlal Bahuguna started this, and it started spreading to different villages. So the women would it then started spreading to different villages as well, right? So Chipko movement, Chipko means go hug, right? Go hug trees. They went and they hugged the tree so that nobody will cut the tree down. And we're talking about all the women villagers who have gone and done this. Then of course the next one that we have is JFM. Now this time around, I don't know, I keep telling you this, my heart is telling me that you might get a question for JFM, right? I have a feeling JFM wala question can come. JFM is Joint Forest Management, which was launched in 1988. This was launched where? It was launched in Odisha, wherein we see that there was a joint collaboration between the community and the forest department, right? Wherein we see that the forest land, although they were managed by the forest department, we saw that members of the community would, take up certain protection activities, right? So we saw that they would take up some protection activities on the degraded parts of the forest, and in turn they will get some benefit. So what benefit will they get? They will have the ability to get some non-timber produce, right? Non-timber produce like medicinal plants, or let's say maybe some fruits. So all those things they will be able to get, right? Agriculture chapter important hai. JFM, please don't skip this. This is very, very important. Yes. Now we have the next kind. Now this also, if you see, in many areas, even without the government getting involved, the communities or the villagers have come together to protect their habitat, right? So if you see in parts of Alwar district in Rajasthan, we saw that there was 1,200 acres of land which was declared protected by the villagers themselves. They put their rules and regulations, they did not allow hunting, and they protected the wildlife. We see that here they did not do anything, government didn't do anything, but they took up the responsibility. So this is also important. Community conservation, pakka one question can come. Yes, so please don't skip. Last part of it is Beach Bachao Andolan and Sacred Groves. Beach Bachao Andolan was seen in Uttarakhand district, where they were asking people to use native varieties. Because if you use native varieties, then they are better adapted to the environment and they are able to grow, right? Unlike using high yielding varieties. Yes. They stood against the mining process. Exactly. Then we have sacred groves, which are natural places of worship in places where we find tribal regions. Then, of course, they believed that forests were, the homes of gods and goddesses, and large patches of land were left untouched by people because any interference would be banned. So this is very, very important. Yes? So are we clear, students? ये वाला बिट तो हो गया, ये चैप्टर खत्म, सिंपल, डन डन डन. इस चैप्टर में से मैप वर्क नहीं है. Are we clear? अरे, this chapter is very simple. See, case question will come, case based question will come. पक्का आएगा. 1 3-mark question to differentiate one. So 3-mark questions can come from this, where they'll ask you between reserved, differentiate between reserved, unclassed and protected. Or they can come for 2 marks also. MCQ based questions can come based on protection. Yes? Now here, this is a sample question paper 1, right? What is the answer to this? We see that following represent potential measures that can be taken to mitigate. See, the word mitigate is used here. What does mitigate mean? To tackle the threats which are put on the tiger population. So what can I do to tackle the threat which is put? Banning hunting, establishing wildlife sanctuaries, prohibiting the visit of public, converting forest into reserved and protected regions. What would be the answer? So the word mitigate means to tackle. Yes? Bacha, protected forest occupies 1/3 of the area, comes under the local government, comes under the government, and of course they have already undergone a certain level of destruction, that forest, which means that they will make sure that it further does not undergo any destruction. Very good. Correct answer is option D, where 1, 3, 4 are correct. Next. Conservation is in the background of rapid decline of wildlife population, and forestry has become essential. Study the statement carefully and tell me why we need to conserve forest and wildlife. ये वाला तो 2 marks है. Simple, no? मैम प्रीवियस ईयर इस कोई क्वेश्चन है नहीं आया है. प्रीवियस ईयर में नहीं आया है बट डजंट मीन दैट इट विल नॉट कम, बिकॉज ये सैम्पल पेपर और प्रैक्टिस पेपर देख के कम्युनिटी कंजर्वेशन से आई फील लाइक इट्स गोइंग टू कम. दैट्स वाई इज माई strong feeling, just like how I felt that from that not oxid wala, ayo, case based one for bio. Very good. So why do we need to do it? We need to do it because conservation, because we know that rapid decline of wildlife can have an impact on the environment. It can have an impact on the ecosystem, ecological balance. Yes, very simple and easy. Okay? Any 2 points you can write. Next one. What are sacred groves? ये सब कौन है who have popped up into the chat? Yeah, I know. Very good. What are sacred groves? Parts of large forests that have been left untouched by local people. Sacred groves are not where we take our animals for grazing, not where we go and cut the trees, take things from there as well, which is why the correct answer is option A. So are we clear? JFM, I will explain here. Okay, JFM, I'll explain here. Which among the following conservation strategy does not incorporate community participation? In which among the following do we not see community involved? What is community? Villagers. बीच बचाओ आंदोलन में कहाँ हो गया? उत्तराखंड में. Did we see people there? We saw people. Joint forest management में we see that it is a tie-up between villagers and the forest department, where the villagers will be the one taking care of the degraded part of the forest, but in turn they will get some benefit, right? So they are working together. What are the benefits? They will get some non-timber produce, right? That means they will not be able to get timber or wood, but they will get other things. What is Chipko movement? Chipko movement bhi villagers hota hai, where they go hug. So in this case, answer is wildlife sanctuaries. Now we will go on to the last chapter, which is resource and development. Yes, resource and development. How is the energy? See, sanctuary and biosphere reserve is a large area which can include multiple wildlife sanctuaries within them. Yes? Shall I give you a 2-minute break? Yes? Break chahiye? Resource and development में से I will tell you. There are few sure short things that you will get. Right? Few sure short things पक्का से आएगा. Ma'am tired. I cannot skip this chapter, no. अभी ये तो marathon है. I cannot skip resource and say अब पढ़ लो. I have to teach. So in case if you are very tired, you come back. Okay, you come back. If you are very tired, drop the live. Come back and watch it later. But I will give you we will start at 9:40 p.m. Yes? Okay. I will see you then. Yes. Awesome. Are we back? Are we feeling fresh? Did we do some walking? Did we do some washing of face? Did we have some away screen time? Yes. Okay. Yeah, I went for a walk and I came back. Awesome. Many of you feeling refreshed? Yes. Do we have high energy? Okay, one more. One more time, kya hai? Okay. Who's what? Guys, pay attention. Last bit hai ye. Right, last bit. Now, very quickly in the comments, right, let me know. Now, I want to be able to, have dosa. It's okay, no problem. No problem. Nivedita, take care. Yes, Lokesh, Subhash. Josh is high. Let's go. Exactly. Resource and development में let me tell you, right? हाँ जल्दी से हो जाएगा. My aim is 20 minutes. 20 minutes में I will finish this chapter. But mind you, I am not teaching the chapter. So if you are going to come later and tell me कि मैम ने तो बहुत गंदा पढ़ाया, no, मैम is only summarizing, right? अगर मैम का detailed one shot explanation चाहिए तो please मेरा one shot ले watch kar lo, but we will be summarizing, right? So I'm going to, so far actually, to be honest, from agriculture I've only been summarizing. I haven't been teaching. Yes, so we've been quickly going through the concepts. So let's have a look at resource and development. Now see, resource and development chapter has been a very difficult chapter to crack because last year May, if you see, one MCQ has only come in all the sets. उसके पहले also if you see maximum questions have come based on resource planning, or they will ask you one MCQ which is based on land degradation wala part, right? So they will ask you something based on land degradation, or they will ask you based on soil type, okay? So one question, 1 to 2 questions, maybe 3 to 4 marks is what you can expect, but don't underestimate any chapter. That is what I always tell you. But you have a way to prioritize the chapters now. You know from where your 5 mark questions are coming. You know from where your 3 mark questions will surely come. Yes? So in this case, let's have a look. Now first and foremost in this chapter we have what is a resource. Then of course we have classification, which we will not go in detail. Then we have land as a resource. Then of course we have soil and soil as a resource, classification of soil and soil erosion. So let's first have a look at what are resources. Now resource is basically everything in our environment that is technologically accessible, economically feasible and culturally acceptable that we can use to satisfy our own needs. Yes, so that is what we understand as a resource. And of course we know that in order to utilize the resource, we have that beautiful resource wala triangle. Yes, if you remember, we have this beautiful resource wala triangle in our first page. So we know that those resources are things which are available in our environment. Yes, and of course we know that in order to access them, we require certain technology. Yes, and in order to access or make this technology, we require institutions or we require companies and all of that bring them together. Who is the one who's going to bring all this together? They are going to be the humans. So when I say that a resource is something which is technologically accessible, economically feasible, culturally acceptable, it means that the humans are the ones who are making it usable, right? Now, of course, there are various ways in which resources can be classified. In your current textbook, there is no elaboration on this. They have just mentioned it, which is why resources can be classified as based of origin, status of development, ownership, and exhaustibility. Very, very good. Now, of course, when you talk about resource planning, now, India as a country is abundant in resources, right? And to be honest, all over the world, we have so many resources. But today, as we studied, we realized that there has been exploitation of resource. There is a need to switch or move towards alternative source, right? So what has the reasons or why has then there been a degradation of resource? over a period of time, resources have not been used wisely, right? We have not been using our resource wisely. There has been indiscriminate, right? Or I would say there has been indiscriminate use. So what has happened? First and foremost, we see that there is increase in the rate in which we use the resource. Then secondly, of course, we see that there are few people who have access to it, right? So we see that there are access to few people while some people who don't have access to it. So it divides the country, or it divides the population into two, the rich and the poor, right? And of course we see that along with this, it also contributes towards ecological damage, because let's consider, let's say, wood as a resource, right? We know that wood as a resource we know that is obtained from the forest. Yes, it's obtained from the forest, which means that people are cutting forests at a large rate, and there are some people who can do this, who have access to it, while let's say people who live in the forest or the tribals may not be able to do anything about it. So that creates a disparity, right? Then of course, along with this, when you cut forests at a large scale, what will happen? It will cause ecological damage, so it results in global warming. Then we know that it can cause pollution, land degradation. All of this, right, are consequences of indiscriminate usage. Now, if that is the case, can we really do something about it? Can we do something about this indiscriminate usage? First and foremost, yes. If something is being distributed unequally, for example, if I have, which I do, if I have, let's say, dark chocolate like Boneville with me, right? I have Boneville right there, which I go and keep eating for, more amount of energy. Imagine I have Boneville with me and I have 8 blocks, and there are 8 of you right here with me. What if I give 1 piece for 8 of you and then I say, yeah, remaining is mine? Is that proper way in which I have split it? No. This resource, which is food, I have not split it equally. Yes, I have given you 1 piece for 8 of you and you're like, le lo. Baki, I am going to keep it with myself. It is not proper. But rather, what can I do? I can make sure that I can equally distribute it. That is possible, right? So this right here is something which is possible. So similarly, if you see, I will share it with all of you soon. Exam ke baad, I hope that I get a chance to meet all of you personally, some way or the other, and then I'll give you chocolates, right? If you like eating chocolates, varna sweet leke aati hu. So in this case, right, what do we see? I can divide it equally. Yes, I can give it to all 8 of you. Yes, 1 of me. This is 1 of me and 7 of you guys. Okay. So in this case, equitable resource distribution of resources is necessary. Now, how will I divide equally? Right? Yes. So how do I do equitable distribution? So in this case, I have to plan it, right? If I have to give you 7 pieces of Boneville, I need to plan and cut it properly. So similarly, to use resources wisely, I need to do resource planning. So what is resource planning? Resource planning is a mechanism, right? Resource planning is a mechanism by which we utilize our resources. Now, one question they can ask you as to why does India as a country, why does India require resource planning? What do you think would be the answer? Why do you think India requires resource planning? Yes? What is the reason? Due to diversity? Yes, but I need a closer answer. Diversity of what? What is diverse? Very good. Yes, there is diversity of resources, or we can say there is unequal distribution of resource, right? Not that Karnataka mein all minerals are there. We just kept saying, no, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh mein have the minerals that we need. Chota Nagpur plateau mein we're finding most of it. But if I look at other states, we may find more of something, we may find less of something. So we see that there is unequal distribution. Keep some examples handy with you. For example, if you see Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, I'm not writing full forms now, have a lot of coal and various other minerals. Now, Arunachal Pradesh mein lot of water resources are available, right? But they don't have proper infrastructure because of how their land is, right? Then of course we look at Rajasthan, right? Rajasthan is something where we can utilize solar energy, we can use wind energy there. And in places like Ladakh, right, which is said to be a cold desert, what do we see there? We observe that we see that there are various resources which are available, but yet many resources which are not. So in such a case where in different parts of the country we see different things, right? We see that there is a need to plan. Now what do we do? Now think of resource planning as you making your timetable. First thing, what will you do? Okay, how many subjects do I have? How many chapters? What do I need to do? So what are you doing? You're identifying what are all your tough chapters. So first you will do resource identification. So here you will identify your resource according to different countries. So compare it with you making timetable. अगर timetable बनाना है तो क्या करोगे? First one, figure out what you need to do. Then make a plan, right? So then you will make a plan. Then how will you make the plan? Keeping in mind what all you need to do, right? What all you need to do. So you will keep that in mind. So similarly, what do? They make a planning structure which makes sure that it incorporates the technology, skill, and whatever things we need. Yes. Then what do you need to do? You need to make sure that this timetable that you make falls with your school timetable or your board timetable, right? Which is why in this case, whatever plan these guys make, it should be aligned with that of the national development plans. Easy way to remember how your timetable needs to be made, right? Now, of course, in this particular case, right, we also see that in order to, or why is resource planning essential? Resource planning is essential because this is a key step in sustainable development. Now, what is development? Sustainable development? The development that takes place without really harming or damaging the environment or indiscriminately using resource such that it is not available for the future, right? Which is why in this case, that is what we understand as sustainable development. ठीक है दर्शन बच्चा, if you are in grade 9, you leave the class. Okay, this is for grade 10 students. Moving on. Along with this, we also see that we have the Rio de Janeiro Summit of 1992, and the Agenda 21, right? So in this case, what do you see? We see that the Rio de Janeiro Summit was held in Brazil, right? Why was it held in Brazil? So that people would talk about the urgent problems regarding the socio-economic issues along with the environmental protection that we needed to do. So they brought in different leaders and they ensured that they signed they adopted the principles of the Agenda 21, where it is to combat environmental damage, poverty, disease in such a way that global cooperation is there. We all work together. See, remember that today, if you are studying, if you are doing so many things, it is not only you, right? You are the main person. You are the one who's doing it. It's all your hard work. But you have your parents with you. You have your well-wisher friends with you. You have your YouTube friends who are here with you. Then along with that, you have your teachers who are banking, right? Which is why, students, it is important to understand what was or why was the Rio de Janeiro Earth Summit held? What was the purpose of the Agenda 21? Right? The Agenda 21 was to combat the issues together. But the Rio de Janeiro Summit was held so that the leaders ensure that your socio-economic development happens, environmental protection is taken place. Yes? Now, over a period of time, especially in countries like India, Africa, which were all colonized, we saw that the fact that they were all reserves, especially in India and Africa, if you see, we are gold mines of natural resources, right? We have so many natural resources, which is why we saw that when the colonists came in, Britishers and all didn't have anything. Britishers had no tech. Britishers had no resource. But what did they do? They had tech, right? So technological developments helped in exploiting the resources. But what did India do? India, although was colonized, then when we got independence, we realized that, hey, that technology is going to be helpful for me in order to use my resource wisely, right? Thereby it helped with proper development. Gandhi ji also said, see, we have enough resources for everybody's need, but not for everyone's greed. So this is also something which they may ask you, but not so much. Yeah, they took it and went. What to do? This is a repeated question that I have done. Resource planning involves what? Three statements are given. Uske baad tell me which is the correct answer. Yes? Ma'am, anyone ने greed लिखा है? No, not yet. Tikshita, come back and watch. Okay? No issues. Who is giving A as the answer? Wait. Do you want me to give poll? I'm getting all wrong answers. Innocent boy, आपको हिमानी की ID क्यों चाहिए? Why you on Instagram during board exam? I am only waiting to leave Instagram. Ma'am, please check mine. It's written anyone. Can you send it again? I didn't read the chat. I was teaching, right? Just send that one once again. Oh, okay. See, I'm at a state where I have no filter. Now I'm like your friend. It's like that. Imagine your friend is teaching you, then it's like that. Ma'am, in mine it is written. Bacha, send it once again. No, Subhash. I missed your comment. Abhi comment bahut upar chal gaya. Will you send it once again if you don't mind? If you want me to check. What do you need to do first? Identify. 1. Then what do you need to do? Make a planning structure. 2. Then what do you need to do? Then match the plan. So ये वाला 3 है. Correct answer is option C. क्या हो गया? Yes. Now let's go to the second part, which is going to be land as a resource. Yes, I will come to that, Anisha. I will come to that. Land as a resource. Okay, let's go. Now, why do we need land? Land क्यों चाहिए? Simple. Land चाहिए घर बनाने के लिए, land चाहिए रोड बनाने के लिए, land चाहिए agriculture करने के लिए. Yes, so we need land. उसके बाद natural vegetation, wildlife, transport, ये सब के लिए land चाहिए, right? So in this case, how do we use the land? We use the land in various ways, right? So we see that land can be categorized into 5 ways based on how there is enough for everybody's need, but not for. No, not anyone. It is for, there is enough for everybody's need, but not for everybody's greed. It is everyone's greed. If I am right here. Everyone's need, but not everybody's greed. Not just any one person. Imagine if I am greedy, but you are not greedy, then what will happen? So it will not be just anyone, right? It will not just be anyone. It will be everybody's greed. Sorry, it's anybody. My bad, I'm so tired. It is anybody. You are right, Subhash. My bad. My tired brain also sometimes was not braining. Yes. Anybody. ठीक है? You are right. I am wrong. Awesome. Sorry. Okay. Land utilization, guys. Land utilization. Please don't mind. Okay. Yes. So in this particular case, let's see, right? Land utilization, how do we use land? We use land because there is part of the land which is used as forest, right? Now, of course, if you look at our country, forest cover has the forest cover. This, of course, is recent information, but it's not there in your textbook. But see, in India, forest cover is decreased, or it's lesser than the ideal one, right? Or the ideal desired 33%. Now this is something which was stated by the National Forest Policy of 1952, where they wanted to ensure that this is the minimum amount of forest cover that we need to maintain ecological balance, which is why in this case, if you see, India's forest cover has decreased considerably, but we see that nonetheless it's a little lesser than 33%, right? About 23.3 3%. Exactly. Now, what do we use land mainly for? We mainly use land for agricultural purpose, right? So we practice fertile land is used for agriculture. So the physical extent of land where we do agriculture or we sow crops and harvest them, we call this as the net sown area. Now, different parts of our country have different percentages of net sown area because of different types of soil, different climatic conditions. So, if you see Punjab, Haryana, large areas of land are under agriculture. So, their percentage will be more, let's say, when compared to northeastern states, right? So, in this particular case, if you see, we have net sown area. But it is not that if I have one time, right? If I have one piece of land, I will not grow crop only once. I will grow it maybe 2-3 times, right? So in such a case, area sown more than once in one agricultural year, right? Plus the net sown area that you see is what you call as gross cropped area. Yes? So this is what we call as gross cropped area. So we have net sown area, gross cropped area. Then we see that I can practice agriculture. So imagine I was practicing agriculture on this field of land. I can leave this land uncultivated for some time. Yes, I can leave it uncultivated for some time. So land which has been left uncultivated for a certain period of time. Don't get distracted, guys. Dhyan do. Don't get distracted. Land left uncultivated for a certain period of time is what we call as fallow land. ये वाला land current fallow होगा या फिर other than current, right? What is current fallow? Which is less than 1 year. What is other than current fallow? That means between 1 to 5 years. Then we call it as other than current fallow. Then what is barren and wasteland? See, barren and wasteland is the land which cannot be cultivatable. I can cultivate them maybe with technology, but naturally it is uncultivatable, right? Then we see that there is land which we put to non-agricultural uses. Those are not the ones that we use for, let's say, infrastructure. Yes? So these are the different categories in which I can categorize my land. Then along with this, I have other uncultivatable land. So it's not that if I cannot cultivate it, I will only use them for building या फिर नहीं करना है, right? It's also that I can use them as permanent pasture. That means I can use them as grazing land for my cows and my sheep and everything. Land where I can where I have my sacred groves. Then I have culturable wasteland. So this is fallow land or land which is left uncultivated for greater than 5 years. So this is what we understand as the different categories. Now, of course, over a period of time, we have been degrading our land resources, which means that we have been recklessly using land and degrading the quality of land. How have I been degrading the quality of land? Of course, first and foremost is mining, right? So when we mine for minerals, what do? Mining sites are deeply excavated. We make deep holes into it. So when they're deeply excavated, it leaves scars on the land and it puts a lot of pressure. So in states like Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, several land degradation cases are due to mining. Now, in some cases, let's say in the case of Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, it's due to over-irrigation, which can cause water logging, right? So we see that it can cause water logging due to over-irrigation, where the land is irrigated so much that the quality of land is affected. Now, in some cases, where during mineral processing as well, right? So during, in our cement industry, limestone is processed, yes. So during limestone processing, we see that lot of dust, right? Lot of dust is emitted into the air, which is also, again, that can have an impact. Last but not the least, we have overgrazing in regions like Gujarat, right? Regions in Gujarat mein overgrazing hota hai, and industrial effluents which are released into the land. Yes? So these are the various ways. Now students, remember, this question can come with the state, right? They can ask you which among the following is incorrect. So for example, if we say which among the following, let's say, is correctly matched, right? Then let's say you have Gujarat, right? And then of course the last one, let's put it as over irrigation in Punjab. So in this case, the first one is the incorrectly matched one, right? Remaining everything is correctly matched. Yes? So in this particular case, they can ask you many such questions. So be prepared for these questions, okay? Now they'll ask you, how can I conserve my land? I can conserve my land by practicing afforestation. So wherever forest cover is not there, I grow my trees. In mineral rich areas, I need to make sure that mining activities are done mindfully, and I ensure that there is proper check kept, proper treatment and disposal of waste from industries, control on overgrazing. In arid regions, we plant shelter belts, and of course so that wind erosion does not happen, right? Yes. Okay. Tikshita, let me know in the comments. I'll explain that. Okay. Yes. Slash and burn over a period of time can have an impact, but they allow it to naturally replenish. Yes. Now leaving us with the last topic. Soil as a resource, soil conservation. Right. Now what is soil? Soil is a very important natural resource, and we use soil in order to grow various crops. Various natural animals various microorganisms are also found in the soil, right? So it takes about millions and millions of years for soil to form, and it is formed by the process of weathering, where of course we have a parent rock, and of course due to impact of climate, due to the altitude, where the presence of vegetation, time, we see that different soils are formed. Now, of course, if you see, you can get identification of soil, but you will not get map work for the soil. Yes? Now, what are the different types of soil that we see? We have a beautiful table, everybody. ये तो पुराना table ही है, but इनसे हम पढ़ लेंगे. So, first and foremost, what do we have? We have alluvial soil. Alluvial soil कहाँ से आता है? Mainly alluvial soil is brought in by the rivers. So it has various proportion of sand, silt and clay. Now of course we have old alluvial soil which has more coarser particles. It has coarse particles called as bangar. And new alluvial soil which has higher concentration of conker nodules, right? I'm sorry, this has coarse particles called as conker nodules. New one is called as khadar, right? And of course we know that in this particular case they have finer particles, right? Now they are extremely fertile. They have lot of phosphoric acid, natural fertility, used for growing rice and wheat. Now where do we grow rice and wheat? Northern plains pe. So think about it. Your soil, your agriculture and your minerals are all interrelated. Yes or no? Industries also you are able to interrelate and learn. It is not that individually you need to mug up everything. They are all interrelated. Okay? So northern plains, eastern coastal plains, simple. Next up we have black soil called as cotton soil, Regur soil. Where do we find it? Deccan Plateau region, Maharashtra, parts of Karnataka, MP, so on and so forth. They are made up of clay material. They have high capacity to hold moisture, rich in various nutrients like calcium and magnesium. These things are important because it will come for identification. This will come for 1 mark. MCQ identification, it can come. Then we have red and laterite soil. Red soil is because of its color, and it gets that reddish color due to diffusion of iron, right? And as a result, what do we see? They are not very fertile as they are very low on nutrients and organic matter. We find it in parts of, let's say, Chhattisgarh and Odisha. Laterite soil formed due to leaching of water. So their nature is acidic, found in certain regions, parts of West Bengal and Northeast region. Arid soil, arid means desert soil. Red to brown in color, saline in nature, they have a sandy texture, they can't hold moisture. So we see that they are pretty fertile. When they're not very fertile, maybe irrigated, right? Maybe, but again, not sure. Western Rajasthan. Forest soil is what you find in parts of valleys closer to the alluvial regions, right? And we see that mainly they are loamy in nature. Okay. How has technological and ecological development led to consumption? Because more technological and not ecological, it should be economical. Technological and economical development has led to more amount of ways in which we can use the resource, right? So there are some times where we have the resource, it has potential, but we don't have enough technology. So with more improvement in money, more investment in money, more amount of technology that gets implemented, we are able to get it, right? Or we are able to use more resource. That one MCQ was based on match the following. So they had asked the question on which among the following is incorrectly matched. So you had which was correctly matched. So you had alluvial and northern plains. Then you had black soil and it was matched to Western Rajasthan. Then you had arid soil matched to Maharashtra. Then last but not the least, we see that we had one more thing, I think. Yeah. Laterite soil, which was matched to, let's say, Karnataka. Or let's put north, this one only. Western Rajasthan. One more. Any other random place. I'm not able to remember. Which is correctly matched? Which is correctly matched? Tell me. Alluvial soil and northern plains, right? So they will ask you questions based on this. These are the kind of questions you can expect from soil, or else you can expect this kind of question also. It's very similar. Subhash, this is what I was telling you about. Jaldi say all of you one more question. Black, alluvial, arid, forest. Match it and tell me what is the answer. Okay. Very good. Correct answer is option A. Where do you find black soil? We find it in Maharashtra. Where do we find alluvial soil? In the northern plains. Where do I find arid soil? I find it in western regions, especially in Rajasthan. Forest soil in the Himalayan region. So correct answer is going to be option A. Now last part is going to be on soil erosion. Soil erosion is the removal of the topsoil or the denudation of the topsoil by subsequent washing. Soil erosion can happen either due to gully erosion, where you see that what is gully? Gully is a narrow lane, right? It is a narrow lane, and of course in this particular case we see that the water will form a narrow channel and it will cut it in channels called as gully. So you play gully cricket. तुम कहाँ खेलते हो गली क्रिकेट? In the small neighborhood between your house and your friend's house. यहाँ पे you will play. So that is what you understand as gully erosion. Next, what is soil erosion? One more way in which it can happen is sheet erosion, where an entire sheet is eroded out entirely, right? So when a large area or when an entire sheet gets eroded, then we call it as sheet erosion. Then it can happen either through wind or when people don't practice farming properly. So what can I do? I can either put contour barriers. So in hilly areas, we see that due to surface runoff, it can cause soil erosion. So contour barriers are barriers which will create a certain path for the flow, right? So we call this method as contour contour plowing. And the benefit of having a contour barrier is to decelerate, right? To decelerate or reduce the speed of water, right? So reduce the speed of water so that it doesn't erode the soil. Contour plowing is to make contour barriers to reduce the rate of flow of water to ensure that soil erosion doesn't happen. Then we have terrace farming, where we cut slopes, right? It's also called as step farming, where we cut the hilly regions into slopes and we practice agriculture. Then in plains, you mainly have only strip cropping. Strip cropping is when you have a large field where in between you grow grasses, strips of crops, so that you don't affect wind erosion, right? You ensure that you block the path of wind. Then you have shelter belts. What are shelter belts? Shelter belts are barriers which are created by planting trees so that they can break the flow of the wind, right? So what kind of questions can you expect from this chapter? Questions based on resource planning can come. Yes, questions based on land degradation. इनमें से this can come for 2 marks, this can come for 3 marks. This normally so far has been on MCQ, but 2 marks it can come where they ask you name 2 ways in which land is degraded. Then soil types में से आएगा for sure. Okay. In this MCQ questions can come. Previous year में they have asked to describe characteristics. So 2 mark or 3 mark can also come. Second chapter में से community strategy, study them well. Reserve types of forest, distribution of forest, study that well as well. Pattern of sample paper is that between history, civics, geography and political science, 20 mark distribution should be there ideally. But it's a little upar niche of 20, some has 21, 19, 18. You can check the sample paper analysis for that, it should be able to get. Case based can also come. 5 mark can come for that and case based. Geography mein bacha, there was 2 mark question, 1 2 mark, 1 3 mark, 1 4 mark. No, 1 2 mark, 1 3 mark, 1 5 mark. So how much is that? 5 plus 4 plus, no, 5 plus 3 plus 2 I think. And I think there was about 4 5 marks. I should check, I don't remember. I'll check and let you know. Let me know in the comments. Yes? ठीक है. So with this all of you, we are done for the day, right? Geography was exhausting. Geography was super exhausting. But in this case, we have completed an entire revision. Now, most importantly, can you all tell me if we are feeling little better about geography? Ki ma'am, I was super worried, but I think I can do it. How many of us are feeling little more confident? Go through sample papers and practice papers, right? Okay. So, are we all clear? Yes. Are we feeling good about this class? If you are, don't forget to let me know in the comments below. Yes? Okay. Now, of course, students, I will be sharing you some important questions. I will paste them and I will share it with all of you on the Telegram channel. And, okay. Awesome. Deekshita, you will be able to ace it, right? Where will we get the notes? We will get it on Telegram channel. We are feeling a little more confident. Awesome. Ma'am, Vijay Bhava bol dijiye. Vijay Bhava. Ho jayega, right? You guys will ace your exams. My blessings are with you. And most importantly, I know all of you are feeling very overwhelmed in the past few days with your examination and everything. I know SST is not light either. And to be honest, I just saw your math plan also. You have something crazy happening for math, right? Khushbu ma'am has heard your demand. So check the channel. कितना questions practice होगा वो सब check कर दीजिए और subscribe कर दीजिए because trust me, you only have practice coming, right? Hello intelligent boy, hope you're doing well, hope your exams are going really well. Yes? Yeah. Okay. So with this everyone, I'm ready to sign off. I hope you found this class helpful. We'll be sharing you a lot more important questions. I will make a PDF and I will share it with all of you. So not to worry, right? Take care now. Go and sleep. Yes, go sleep now. Yes. Okay. Arey, my Vijay Bhava is not pushing someone away. But all I can tell you is that my love, my blessings, you are in my prayers every day, hoping that you ace your exams. And soon, I hope to meet all of you so that I can distribute my chocolates, right? So thank you so much, all of you. Hoping to see you all soon. Up until then, take care. Lots of love to all of you. And bye-bye and good night.